Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know Show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learnt something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Zach.
I'm Buzz.
And I'm Jack.
And welcome to the Now We Know Show. Now this week's episode is all about...
the moon landings.
Ooh.
Or supposed moon landings.
Supposed moon landings. So I suppose that what we would say is not true or false, but real or fake. That's what we're looking at. We're looking to see if they're real or fake.
Yes.
So let's start off by going over to the computer and see what the computer has got on moon landings. Computer, tell us about moon landings.
According to Wikipedia, a moon landing is the arrival of a spacecraft on the surface of the moon. This includes both crewed and robotic missions. The first human-made object to touch the moon was the Soviet Union's Luna 2, on the 13th of September 1959. The United States Apollo 11 was the first crewed mission to land on the moon, on the 20th of July 1969.
Right, so that's the computer's
Definition,
stark definition of the moon landings. So,
And if you didn't know about, obviously, the different things that land on the moon, there's actually been a few.
yeah, there's been loads.
Supposedly.
Yeah, it will. So this is a difficult one for me because I know what I...
Yeah.
Believe.
I'm not even going to use the word believe. I know what I know.
Yeah.
See. In life, I have that kind of thing where you can have a belief in something that you can't prove to be there, so you have to believe in it, but you don't have to believe in something you know is true and can be proven with solid facts. You don't have to believe in that. You know in it. And right from the beginning, unfortunately, that's my stance here. I know I was trying to defend the flat earthers on the Flat Earth podcast, but on this one, I can't do anything but just deal with the facts as they present themselves.
Well, it's interesting because when we came up with the idea for this podcast, we said about doing moon landings. It's kind of developed over time into the whole curiosity about whether or not it was fake or not. We've kind of turned it's into more of a conspiracy, but...
When you say we, are you talking about the human race in general?
I think so, yeah.
Yeah, not just us in the sound studio. It's us. Okay, listeners, it's all our fault, really.
We're sorry.
We're sorry. But no, I mean, the moon landing in 1969. When I say moon landing, the first manned mission to land on the moon. And yes, from that point onwards, that question has been thrown up.
There's kind of developed a community that's kind of developed.
No, they're fake. And so that's what we're discussing.
Very
We're
similar.
going to be looking at the evidence that we've researched and to say, okay, what reasons do people believe that the moon landings are fake, and hopefully answering those and saying why.
And we're going to learn decisively whether or not they happened or not.
I think again, the ethos of the Now We Know show is to try and leave it open to anybody that's listening. So if somebody's listening to this show and they truly believe that the moon landings are fake, that's fine. And we always encourage you to make comments at the end. And hey, we're open to somebody coming into the studio at a further episode to
discuss views.
This, just like with the Flat Earth or any of the other podcasts that we do. So we can try listeners, if you're listening to this, ultimately, at the end of the day, it's your decision on what you think. But we're just going to have this as a discussion.
Well, it's kind of out of curiosity as well.
Yeah, out of curiosity.
Yeah. And as I believe the Now We Know show to be, we kind of go into the more kind of weird and wonderful theories and just talk about them and see where we stand at the end.
Exactly.
Doesn't necessarily mean we believe any of these things. It's just
a
fun discussion.
That's right. So, we have those ones where, we're left at the end of the day still scratching our chins, stroking our beards. We all have beards.
We're asking the question, aren't we?
That's it. And so
having a little discussion about it.
So, but let's kick this one off. We've really got, I suppose, what you have is a big stack of, with the conspiracy theories, if you want to call it that. Those people, I mean, you could say on one side of it, you could say the conspiracy theorists are the ones that say that it's fake, but they would say, flip the coin over and say, well, the people that say it's not fake and that man did land on the moon
that's the conspiracy.
That's the conspiracy, and all that's fake. So all we can do is look at the evidence, and then see if we can maybe explain so present a case for why they're fake and see if we can present the evidence of why they're not.
Yes.
And that works both ways, I suppose.
Yes.
So what do you guys come up with?
I've got an interesting kind of question to pose straight
Okay.
off.
Okay, please.
What would be the reason for faking the moon landing? If we're talking about the US government faking the moon landing, what's the actual reason behind doing that?
Here, do you have any ideas on that?
I kind of guess it kind of comes under that same category as the flat Earth, where it's like that idea of control.
Possibly.
That some of the conspiracy theorists kind of
You see, I carry on, Zach.
they think that when you believe this lie, they then have you. They have control of you.
Yeah.
Did you come
Somehow.
up with,
See, I think it's more of a political thing. I think it was to do with the space race at the time.
That's what I was going to say.
I think America desperately wanted to beat Russia to the moon.
Okay. Well, if we look at it from that point for
Yeah.
a moment, computers already told us that the Russians made the first actual
Yeah.
robotic non-manned mission to
Yeah.
the moon. And if we look at the space race, the Russians put the first satellite into orbit, Sputnik 1, and we had the dog that went up there. What's his name? Lanka or something. I can't remember the dog's name now offhand.
It was a dog.
But they were the first one to put an animal in space.
Yeah.
And first human.
And the first human, Yuri Gagarin, the cosmonaut, into space. And
it was kind of like a wake-up call for the US.
Yeah.
And then they did have their own moon landing space program. So obviously they went on to do the first actual moon landing with a robotic device on the moon's surface. So when you're talking about the space race, Russia was way out in front.
Yeah.
Now your problem is all this is happening in a period known as the Cold War,
Yes.
and tensions were high all the time. And if you're America, what the political leaders as well as the general public, I mean, how are you going to feel if there is your mortal enemies at the time could put something into orbit and literally rain bombs down on you and there's nothing you can do about
Or
it?
indeed on the moon.
So it's about superiority in space. You know, if you've got superiority in space above any other country, then you're sitting there and you're a sitting duck.
Yeah, that kind of drips into the whole political thing as well, doesn't it? Saying
So I
that
guess
So
the bragging rights.
Exactly. So suddenly you have this. We've got to do something. We've got to do something to prove that the USA
isn't helpless. We do have a degree of security.
we can beat Russia and win the space race.
Yeah.
And if we're going to do that, we're going to do it by putting a manned mission on the moon.
Yeah, lay down the gauntlet.
And the president, what did he say? He said, "We're not doing it because it's easy. We're doing it because it's hard."
Yeah, John F. Kennedy.
That's it. We're doing it because it's hard. And if they manage to do that, then America worldwide would be seen as to win the space race and the bolster the general public's support for the government and USA, type of thing. So, political. And I think at the time, if I'm right, NASA's budget that they were given by the US government was huge.
Yeah.
I mean, compared to today, where it's way low down on
Yeah,
the
footballers get
yeah.
paid.
Footballers probably do get paid more weekly. But that was, we must get to the moon.
Yeah.
So your question, does that answer your question?
I think so, yeah. That kind of poses another question that I've just thought.
But what I will finish that one off by saying, in my opinion, did they win the space race? I mean, let's face it, as we just spilled off, Russia, first
We're ahead,
satellite, first animal, first human, first moon landing. They finished the
Yeah.
race, but I don't know if they.
It's kind of
actually
like
won the
that
race.
one-upmanship, isn't it?
Yeah, I don't know
I
if they
suppose
won the
in the Western world, we're always taught that the Americans are the kind of heroes of the space race. But
race. Well, yeah, and that.
so I personally didn't know till before this that Russia were so far ahead and how much they'd actually done.
They were having their manned missions to land on the moon, but they had disastrous accidents and consequences, and that's why it ended up being shelved.
It was very experimental at the time, wasn't it?
Hmm.
Another question I've just thought of in that discussion. If Russia were so kind of paranoid, I guess, about America reaching the moon first, why haven't the Russians exposed, if this is a fake moon landing,
We were talking about this, weren't we?
why haven't the Russians tried harder to kind of expose that as a hoax?
I think what you've just done is, for what I had to have this discussion this evening, that was probably the crowning glory question at the end.
Hardest to answer question.
Well, not the hardest to answer, but you've brought that one right to the beginning where I thought we'd probably get to that.
Just
further
forget
down
it.
the line. No,
It's like the
that's
quiz
fine.
a couple of weeks ago.
Okay, So you say about why haven't Russia exposed it?
Why hasn't anyone?
Well, Russia's not the only space agency. You know, you've got China space
China,
agency.
yeah.
Japan.
When I suppose this is it. If we're talking about true or false, real or fake, when Apollo 11 mission went to the moon, there were space agencies around the whole globe that were tracking it.
They were, they were checking.
Yeah.
So, yeah, you're quite right, because under the current situation that we're in at the moment in 2022 with Russia and their so-called special mission into the Ukraine, and how literally the whole of the West has pushed them out with sanctions, etc. A country like Russia would be the first people to jump on board if they could just say, USA, you never went to the moon.
It's all a lie.
It's all a lie.
Your government are lying to you.
What are you going to look like?
Cause mass panic.
Yeah, but honestly, it's an ace up the sleeve. Same with China. I mean, the thing is, if you faked it, those other governments are just going to say, "No, you didn't.
Yeah.
We can prove you didn't. We tracked you. There was nothing. You didn't go there. You didn't land." So you've just probably answered the key question.
But there still is, to a degree, a large community that does believe that it is fake.
Yeah, that's one that goes into a bit of research that I did actually.
Mm-hmm.
So I actually discovered quite a lot about the conspiracy theories surrounding the moon landings. Went down a few rabbit holes in the meantime. But to make sure this episode isn't hours and hours long, I just whittled it down to a few interesting things that I learnt.
Mm-hmm.
So various sources claim that anywhere between 6 to 20% of Americans don't believe the moon landings actually happened, and a further 5% are undecided, which I thought was quite high.
Wow. Yeah.
Okay.
You said
6 to 20.
6 to 20%, depending on what source.
That's almost like a quarter of the population.
Yeah, but let's hop back briefly to our flat Earth scenario. A large amount of Americans are also very religious with their beliefs.
Yeah.
And as we said with the flat Earth, a lot of those say that the Earth is flat because it says so in the Bible. And if that's the case, you're not going to the moon. You know? So it could be that they don't believe it, not just from a perspective of maybe false science or all the other things that we're going to start discussing as we go through this podcast, but it might simply be down to a religious belief
Yeah.
that it's an impossibility.
So is it a case of people who believe the Earth is flat have to believe that we didn't land on the moon?
Well, from what we did on that one, and obviously we don't want to... If you
yeah.
haven't listened to the Flat Earth one, listeners, go and listen to the Flat Earth podcast. But if you remember, I think one of the points in that, the Flat Earth societies, who again argue between themselves, but I think it was something like you can't go further than about 62 miles into the air before you hit an invisible barrier.
Yeah.
You just can't pass it. Nothing can go past it.
That's it.
So you're not going to get to the moon. Let's put it that way. So yeah. So you've got this fact. Lots of people don't.
Yes.
But then again, lots of people don't believe in they do believe in many conspiracies, don't they? So,
Yeah.
Where do we take it from there?
It's a
Jack?
conspiracy.
So
It's a conspiracy community.
a couple of
we did talk. Sorry, Zach, to butt in there, but we did talk about that conspiracy mentality as well.
Yeah.
There are certain people that just once they're fixed onto one conspiracy, they will want to follow it up with the next and the next.
I'll
and the next and the
leapfrog
next.
through conspiracies.
And want to say they know the truth.
Yeah.
They know the truth. Not to say that there aren't conspiracies out there, not to say that there aren't falsehoods and misguidance from governments, etc., but obviously we're talking about the moon landing.
So obviously back onto the moon landing.
Onto the moon landing.
From what I've heard, a lot of people ask the question, who actually filmed the thing on the moon?
Yes.
Like, how was it filmed?
Right, well that does throw up a lot of the questions. So
Yeah. Well, some of them. Well, you
hit us with it,
you
Jack.
hit a point on some of the most common questions I saw being raised when looking into these, and yes, one of them was who shot the event from outside the capsule.
This is when Neil Armstrong's coming down
The
ladder.
famous footage.
step.
Yeah.
Yeah, well that's easily explained because the actual module itself had loads of cameras that were attached to the outside
And
of the actual
recording the
module,
event.
recording the event. There was
exactly.
nobody outside recording it. That was just a remote camera outside.
Yeah,
the module.
I assume some people are imagining somebody in a spacesuit with a film camera.
Film cameras out there videoing.
Just got to change my batteries. Just give it a second.
Give it a second. Oh, yeah, I need to...
Well, that would raise the question: obviously then not be the first person on
Yeah,
the moon.
whoever the cameraman was.
Yeah. So we got that first step onto the surface.
Yeah.
And nobody was out there recording it. It was a remote camera on the actual lunar landing module, which would then probably lead on. Have you got this one down about the footprints? Since it's the first step.
I don't, but these were just some of the of the most common
One
ones.
of the ones I came up against was a photograph of Neil Armstrong's spacesuit, which shows the boots, which have nice, clean, flat soles with no grip of any sort on them that are displayed in a museum. Yet all the footprints that are shown have ridges.
A ridge, yeah.
So how can that be?
Yeah.
Discuss.
Would there have been something that they put over the spacesuits?
Yes.
To walk on the actual surface,
Exactly.
because obviously it's...
Because when you go...
You need grip.
Well, it's grip. I mean, obviously you're in very low gravity anyway, but you do need grip. How much on the surface, I have no idea exactly. But the point was that they had covers for the boots that did have that tread on them. They needed to have a cover on the boot so that when they were on the moon, as you say, I think there's an image, some footage somewhere where one of them fell over.
I have seen that.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if that's the Apollo 11 footage.
I think it was a later one.
Yeah. So yeah, and because of the light gravity, you may well stumble over a rock or something. So I assume that they wanted some kind of grip on your boot if you went on the surface. But moreover, the cover for the boot, or should I say the boots they wore in the module, had a cover that went over the top. Because they were going to get moon dust stuck on them, which is meant to be very much glass-like, and they don't want that floating around in the capsule, in the atmosphere.
Breaking stuff.
Well, getting into
Everything.
the electronics or wherever.
Because that could be disastrous.
So, if you like, in a kind of you see it in so many things where you have an airlock.
Yeah.
And then they have the decontamination in the airlock.
Yeah.
Off come the boot covers.
Compression areas, stuff like that,
And you get out of the main space suit, and you've got your flight suit on. There you go. Kind of thing. So that's the true explanation for that. The boot scenario and the footprint is because they had covers.
It's interesting because I never came across that.
No.
Well, that's interesting. I've learnt that now.
The other one. Well, there's three more. Sorry.
Okay.
How is the American flag waving?
Now that's a good one. Because
I think I know this one, but I'll...
Conspiracy theorists say that how could the flag be waving if you're in a vacuum, there's no wind?
Yeah.
Well, they had to design a kind of a telescopic pole for the flag. It was all folded up and and it was designed so that they could... And I think they had a bit of a struggle putting the actual flag up when they were trying to get the flag into position, and it had a bar across the top to hold it out straight, because otherwise the flag would just
droop. Yeah, it would be very
float around.
So first of all, while they're planting the flag, you've got movement in the actual this upside down L shape that's holding the flag. There's movement in that. So when you have the flag there, which is a thin material, it's acted upon by what's called inertia. So we can all do this. If you're listening at home, you can do this. If you've got a piece of paper or a piece of tissue or something near you, if you pick that up and you just wave it backwards and forwards, when you move your hand to the right, the bottom will be delayed before it follows.
Yeah.
And the same the other way. Now on Earth, that's because we've got oxygen. Oxygen
resistance
is resistance. Okay, so you'd say, okay, so here we are, we're on the moon and we're in a vacuum. But if you put, and I've seen somebody doing this exact experiment, if you put a piece of fabric into a sealed vacuum box, take all the oxygen out of it, so there's no resistance to it, and you shake that box, inertia still occurs. Inside, you move in the box, and the fabric will still move, because that's called inertia. It will move.
Physics, yeah.
It's physics. So you don't need wind
on
the moon surface to make that flag move. And once it's planted and stops and everybody's moved away from it, there's no movement in that flag.
It would be very hard to actually stop it from moving, because once you've touched it, that's it. It's going to constantly, because there's no friction to stop it.
There's no like where we've got oxygen, which creates resistance. No. So so when it comes to the wind on the moon blowing the flag, therefore it can't be. It's all about inertia.
Yeah.
Simple as that.
Physics with the Now We Know show.
Physics with nomination.
So something I heard, even about space travel, that the way they supposedly faked it was by having all of this equipment and getting like exterior shots of capsules and things to give the idea of weightlessness, is filming it in a swimming pool with green screens underwater.
Interesting.
Well, I mean, filmmakers do.
This is just theories I've heard.
Okay, filmmakers do use that technique even these days. They do film underwater. Yeah, you can see people's hair moving, like I think in Aquaman and stuff, people's hair are moving. I'm not sure whether they've done.
I think that probably is a bit CGI.
Yeah, but there are ones where they do it in the tanks down at Pinewood Studios.
Harry Potter, a lot of the fourth Harry Potter film was all
Yeah.
where they're
underwater.
swimming underwater. Yeah, where he's in the lake, isn't he?
Yeah, the challenge.
Yeah,
where
so there's bits that they do film. And yeah, that's a possibility. And in fact, they train underwater. Astronauts train underwater. But you'll always, if you see any of that footage, you'll see oxygen bubbles coming out and stuff.
So it's a kind of like a fair assumption to that idea.
I also think in '69 that would have been very hard to green screen because back then that wasn't even a.
No, it wasn't.
That was a very.
And if you're thinking of them filming it, you think about the way water reacts. They're on the moon. If you were thinking that you're on, say, sand on the bottom of the ocean, and you kicked it up, it would be floating around in the water like a cloud.
Like a dusty cloud, yeah.
And that doesn't happen. I can't think of seeing that happening in the footage.
It would take a while for it to go back down to level as well, wouldn't it? Underwater, it would keep kind of flying.
Yeah. And perhaps even light refraction, because obviously the set, if it was underwater, would need to be lit. I don't know whether water would.
It would refract light in a weird way. I'd assume the camera as well would kind of
have to
pick up the kind of differences underwater.
I have seen cameras in like big underwater boxes. And stuff.
Yeah.
It's an interesting one.
Yeah, I found it interesting.
I've never heard that, so that was interesting. The other one was why do the shadows look like they are the result of multiple light sources?
Good question. And I think what we've got to take into consideration when you are standing on the surface of the moon, which is something I haven't done.
I'd like to.
I'd like to. But you are literally being bombarded by light from the sun.
Yeah.
The moon. Sorry, not the moon. You're on the moon.
All right.
when you let's reverse it. You're standing on planet Earth.
Yeah.
It's nighttime. It's a full moon. The moon does not shine. Okay, the moon does not give off light at all in any way, shape, or form. All it's doing is reflecting sunlight.
Yes.
Okay, so if you've got moonlight and you go, oh, the moon's energy, you're just being bathed in reflected sunlight. Okay?
Yeah.
In fact, you'll get more of that energy during the day than you will in a full moon.
Hence why
But the thing is, on a full moon, clear sky, if you look around you, you'll be casting a shadow.
You'll still be able to see to a degree.
Now you're on the moon, which has got no atmosphere, and the light from the sun is beaten down on the surface. But there are other reflective surfaces on the moon. Rocks can bounce light off. The reason I bring the moon and reversing it to the planet Earth is because you've got the planet Earth that is also reflecting sunlight onto the moon.
Yeah.
Okay, so you've got light coming in from different angles as it is, and that may well explain why there are different shadows. I'm probably not explaining. I'm not a physicist in that, like specialist in that respect. But even the suits themselves, being white, are going to reflect light in a.
Didn't the actual module have reflective metal on it as well to keep away the radiation?
Well, it certainly would have had
they probably
some
have
kind of
reflective
shielding
panels.
from radiation.
Did it have lights on it as well, possibly? That could be another.
I don't know. Do they need a green and red light on it just in case they have any other passing vehicles? I don't know.
Indicators.
But it's unlikely that there would literally be only one light source, if you know what I mean. There would, from a conspiracy theorist point of view, which I'm not personally, that's quite an easy one to explain.
I mean, in the studio, you would have lots of different lights,
exactly,
and you can have. But again, they can cancel themselves out. I think. Okay. I don't know if I've answered that one clearly enough. Maybe something.
You've given it your best shot.
I don't think it's. I don't think it's a very good argument.
You've got at least. They're on the moon. They're on the surface of the moon, which is lit by the sun. The moon. We always see the same surface. When you look at the moon from Earth, it's always the same. We call the opposite side of the moon the dark side, which is incorrect because that is light. It's just the far side of the moon. It's not the dark side of the moon. It's the far side of the moon. It's just we don't see it because the moon doesn't rotate round on its axis. So it's in a fixed orbit.
Yeah.
So we're seeing that one side of the moon all the time, which means if you think about it, if you then therefore land on the moon in that light, what are you going to see up in the sky above you?
Yeah, exactly.
You're going to see the Earth.
Yeah.
And the Earth
And the
is going to
sun.
be reflecting light from the sun, and you're going to have the sun as well coming in from another angle.
Multiple light sources.
Yeah, multiple light sources.
Yeah. Fair enough. This one's really interesting because I don't actually know anything about this, but I was hoping you could.
I'll give it my best
Oh,
shot.
sorry.
so far,
become the,
so far, I'm the
I'll-
guru of explaining.
Well, it
things.
just shows that you're very passionate about it, that it did happen.
Well, I suppose for me, you say passionate about. I'm passionate about astronomy. I'm passionate about space exploration, and being somebody that knows we landed on the. I'm going to be terrible and stick my nose out and say I know that we landed on the
Moon?
Yeah, passionate about it. Yeah, I'm going to look from
Yeah, exactly.
the
Yeah.
explaining these.
And you've done a
anomalies.
marvellous job so far.
I'm sure I'm saying it. People out there listening aren't taking in.
I'll see if I can chime in next.
Well, it's going to get very weird.
Okay, so
towards
what's
the end
this
of
next one?
Yeah, this one interested me the most because I don't really understand what it means.
Mhm.
Why is the letter C visible on one of the rocks?
Keep using the conspiracy word, but there's a theory. There was a photograph that shows a moon rock with a
Okay.
clear letter C on it.
See.
Okay, and supposedly it's because, and you've been on movie sets,
It's,
well, in fact all of us have been on movie
yes.
sets, and props
Have numbers and
have
codes.
numbers and codes on
Yeah.
them, and supposedly that was a mistake. It was a letter C, it was a number for a prop, and it's clearly seen on this rock.
Apparently, oh well, yeah. I've heard. Now you mention that, I heard similar things about other rocks as well that had numbers and stuff on them.
Mhm. Well, that is the famous C.
Yeah.
Let's put it that way.
We'll stick with one rock to
I
start.
haven't seen any of the others, so I couldn't tell you about any
Yeah.
of the others. But that one I've definitely seen, and there is a very simple answer to that, because what you're looking at is not the original photo. Okay, a lot.
Plot twist.
Think about it. NASA has a limited amount of photographs.
Yeah.
Those photographical images are then doled out to the media in general and go all around the world, and they get reproduced and reproduced and reproduced over and over again.
Over and over again.
If you look at the original NASA photograph of that rock, not only is the photograph clearer, but there is no C on it. And what it is deemed is that C is maybe a fleck of dust or hair or something which
Yeah.
has got
Caught
onto
in
the
the system,
printing
yeah.
plate or
Just
whatever.
about, just
It's just
yeah.
an,
So it's kinda like-
an anomaly. But if you compare the C rock with the original, there is no C.
So it's kind of like the degradation of videos. If you copy a video over and over again, it will
Yeah,
degrade
if you
over
did
time.
it through a fax machine, if you put a fax through, it will continue to degrade, and then somewhere along the line you might do a print out of something and there's a hair that's got on it. And,
Yeah, because back then there would have been multiple copies of the same photo, and
Yeah.
something like,
And
as
they
you say,
would-
a hair could have literally just got on
you
one of the
would-
prints.
You wouldn't be emailing digital photographs to each
Exactly,
other because that
Yeah.
wasn't a thing. We didn't have digital photography then. It would all be, if you needed a reproduction of a photograph, that photograph would probably be scanned through a lens from an original, and then
Yeah.
that would have been developed onto another one and lost. But people might think, in a digital sense, oh, that's easy. But back then, there was no digital photography as such.
Or
you know,
photo editing or
yeah,
anything.
photo
No.
editing that way. So,
And to a degree, it seems like it would be, for such a unique and specific thing, that it would be kind of negligent to miss that.
That was going to be one of my points, actually. Yeah.
Like you'd think that it would be so meticulously planned if it
if it was being
if it
faked.
was
Nothing
faked.
would slip through the net. Yeah.
Yeah.
It'd all be exact as you say. Yeah. Everything would be checked over. 'Cause you're trying to fool the world. Like
Yeah.
you're trying to fool everyone in the world.
Well, if you're trying to fool the world with the technology you've got at that time when it comes to filming, and most people are watching this on televisions, or if they've got a television to watch it on, because not everybody had TVs, and the quality on a cathode ray tube television is
Did they have
brilliant and things.
colour TV back?
I think the Americans did. Whether that had gotten into, I mean, when I was a kid in the 70s, I think it was probably mid to late 70s before we actually got colour TV in the house. Prior to that, everything in my life was black and white. So if I was watching things, I remember things in black and white.
Out of interest, do you have any memories, or do your parents have any memories?
don't know. I haven't asked my mother.
Was it celebrated at all?
Well, I was born in '66, so I was.
You would have been very young, but yeah.
So I don't have any recollection.
I
of
can imagine it probably being very world news.
Monumental.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah. Well, it's monumental because because basically USA are sticking it up to the Russians and saying yes,
But just seeing a man go to the moon must have just been
Mind-blowing.
incredible back in the day.
Absolutely, absolutely.
Considering what we have now, it's kind of
and
pales
again-
in comparison.
Again, we've said this before. Sometimes I believe that some people can't comprehend certain things. Maybe certain things just too unbelievable.
Out of their field of vision.
The universe is so vast, I can't comprehend it. Time is, too vast.
The
I can't-
enormity of
time.
existence.
You know, if you're somebody who believes that the whole Earth, mankind, and all the animals on it were created 6,000 years ago, how on earth can you comprehend that dinosaurs were roaming the Earth 65 million years ago?
Oh, we'll have to do another podcast on dinosaurs.
So we'll do a dinosaur one. But the individual human, some people just might not have the capacity to take on board that. So even the moment, if you were sitting there in front of a TV or outside a shop window, when the TVs inside the shop window are showing the images being broadcast, and for that first time, it might be that it's just so unbelievable.
You just can't comprehend.
You can't comprehend it, and so it is exactly that, unbelievable. And you can have somebody standing next to you who is thinking, "This is fantastic." I've always wanted to see man get to the moon, and they. So you have two people stand next to each other. One says, "No, unbelievable," so it isn't believable. One person, "This is fantastic, totally believable." Blah blah blah.
I'd be interested to know. Obviously, we mentioned that about 20% of people don't believe we went to the moon. I'd be interested to know, back in '69, how many people at the time when it was on didn't believe it or did believe it. It would have been interesting if that number's risen or fallen over time.
Yeah, that would be an interesting.
With the rise of the internet and being able to share
I
videos and things.
Well, I think that's another thing, the rise of the internet, because you get so many fake videos on the internet.
Yeah, exactly.
Fake photos.
It's kind of the age of misinformation, isn't it?
It is. We are living in everything that you look at, everything that you have to take everything
with a pinch of salt.
Definitely, or a big pinch of salt these days, because everything from a picture on the cover of a magazine which presents a model looking perfect, when in fact what they've done is they've photoshopped they've got a big spot on her chin at that particular day of the photo shoot, or they've tucked the waist in a little bit, increased the bust. Everything we look at,
it's manufactured.
It could be manufactured and false, and including the information. And if you've got people out there that want to push false information for their own agenda, then they're going to do it.
Yeah.
I mean, look at, again, I'm harking back to the current situation we have with Ukraine, but if you live in Russia, do you believe what's happening in the Ukraine because you watch the only thing you get to see is the Russian news?
Yeah, it's a very good example.
And you've seen interviews with Russians who are saying, no, we're saving the Ukrainians. We're going there and we're liberating them. We're helping them. We're taking them food parcels. We're rescuing them from their Nazi dictators.
Yeah.
And the rest of the world's looking in and going,
guys,
hang on a second, you're believing total
nonsense.
But there you go. There you've got a perfect thing. So you say, at the time, did people believe it? Well, yeah, people are there, and the propaganda.
No reason to question it.
No reason to question it.
Yeah.
So, whether at the time, if it had been faked, you would have still had millions of people watching that and going, "God, this is amazing."
Yeah.
Which is exactly, if you don't believe that the moon landers were real, is exactly what you're going to say.
Yeah, exactly.
So, anything else you've got on there?
I've got a big conspiracy.
No. Little. Let's stick with the little things.
No, they were the most common questions. I don't know if anyone else had any.
It's not really. It's okay. There's one thing. It's quite marvelous the fact that you're holding in your hand a phone, and there's more technology in that phone than there was on the space shuttles at that point.
Yeah,
that is quite marvelous.
It was the Saturn V rockets, wasn't it?
Yeah.
It's marvelous to think of that.
Yeah, but I mean, I suppose it's comparing the technology of a nuclear submarine to a World War II U-boat, which some of them were even steam driven, and had huge funnels on them that actually sank because the water went down the funnels.
Oh no!
It's funny. We're all film fans here. It's funny talking about. I don't know if you're aware of the famous film A Trip to the Moon.
Trip to the Moon. Well, the black and white one.
Black and white.
Yeah, where it hits the moon in the face.
Well, yeah, but they put the the capsule in a big cannon and just shoot it at the moon.
Exactly.
And this was 1920 something, I believe.
Yeah,
possibly
it's really
possibly
early.
earlier.
It kind of reminds me of the much later one, which was the first Men in the Moon.
Oh,
We had the
yeah.
anti-gravity paint, which was a brilliant movie.
Great steampunk story.
Yeah, great steampunk. So, I'm trying to think what the aliens were called that were living in
Selenites.
Selenites, yeah.
Ray Harryhausen.
Yeah, there you
Good
go.
Ray Harryhausen.
Very
movie.
good Ray. If you haven't seen it, go and watch First Men in the Moon. So your comment on that one, you were bringing that up for, you were saying about the trip to the moon.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just how that's how we thought we would get to the moon back in the day.
How-
we would
How technology is
How
kind
technology's changed since then, and
we
that
can,
just
we
seems
can
silly.
fire a cannonball.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So all we need is a bigger cannon.
There's a famous picture, isn't there, of I forget the lady's name, but she's standing next to the book of code that she inputted into the
Computer.
computer, and it's literally taller than her. It's just this giant stack of paper.
Yeah.
It's
I
like
mean,
you can do that all on here now.
It's all digital,
well,
yeah.
I mean, that's why. I mean, if you were an astronaut back then, or a cosmonaut even, you were on a wing and a prayer, I would
Yeah,
imagine.
Yeah.
far more riskier
I
than
mean,
it is today.
when the Apollo 14 mission had the blowout on their oxygen supplies because they had to come back, they had to make so many calculations right down to the
Yeah.
most minutest thing and jerry-rig the oxygen scrubbers just to get enough
Yeah,
oxygen.
because
to get them
it's
back.
not like the movies. They can in movies nowadays they can fly off space any which way.
Yeah.
Any which way.
Yeah, just
Turn
automatically.
turn on the
Hyperdrive.
Well, I was just thinking of the false gravity and what they call
Yeah,
it.
no,
Artificial gravity.
Artificial
Yeah.
gravity. Yeah. So that means we can film it and everybody's not having to float around anymore.
Yeah.
you know,
Or even
so-
just like sound as well. In Star Wars and everything, you've got the sound in space, which was never a thing.
Oh yeah, it's kind of an odd one, that one, because obviously a space battle.
Yeah.
Okay, I can imagine,
it should be
like,
dead silent.
Not non-diegetic music like the background music and stuff. That would work. But it's interesting that you mentioned.
Well, it's funny. Another funny thing, people imitate being in weightlessness.
Yeah.
They imitate it by moving really slowly.
Very slowly.
Yeah.
But that's not the case. You
No,
move
you
exactly
just
the
move
same
exactly the same
speed. It's just you float. But no, you've actually just brought up with the space battles and explosions and the noise in space.
Yeah.
One of the things I came across was to explain why we haven't been to the moon or actually up in space is because rockets wouldn't work in a vacuum.
Right.
Right.
Okay.
Okay, that was one of the other things. It wouldn't work in a vacuum, but they do, because unlike a jet engine where you're putting something in the front of the engine and
Sucks in and blows out. Yeah.
blows
Yeah.
out, you've already got your fuel.
Your fuel.
prepared.
Propulsion,
You
yeah.
don't need to be in an oxygen-rich
Yeah.
environment. You can burn that fuel in a void,
Yeah.
so you don't need. So yes, rockets do work in space. So that was a simple one, but people still use it. They say no, it can't happen because you can't.
I think that
flames
argument.
wouldn't burn.
Yeah, I think that argument came up on the flat Earth again.
Yeah, did it?
Yeah, I think it did.
right, okay.
I keep seeing posts.
An interesting one that came up similar to that was the Van Allen belt.
We can discuss that one if you want to. Right
Yes.
now.
Go for
So,
it.
I understand, but I would like you to.
okay. So, the
briefly
Van
explain.
Allen, so our Earth has got a magnetic field.
Yes.
That magnetic field helps to protect us from the radiation from the sun, but it is full of charged atoms that are basically harmful to organic life.
Yeah.
And if you had a circle in front of you, pretend that is the planet Earth, you would have like a figure of 8 on its side with this magnetic field going out each side of the planet.
Yeah.
Mhm. So at the poles, because you know the magnetic pole, so at the poles, South and North Pole, is where it's at its thinnest,
Right.
and then it balloons out and comes back in again. So you've got this magnetic field that is full of charged particles, which is dangerous to organic life. Now, I think Professor Van Allen, who obviously is named after, I think he's even said maybe it's not as harmful as he first thought it would be.
Yeah.
But putting that to one side, the point is, this is one of the other things. It's suggested that, of course, we've had lots of cosmonauts and astronauts in low Earth orbit. So in low Earth orbit, you stay away from the Van Allen belt or its most dangerously highly charged areas of it, the red
the
zone.
thickest part.
Call it the red zone.
Yeah.
Okay, we're in low Earth orbit, where currently you have the International Space Station, for example, is away from that. Still shielded against radiation, but not harmful to humans. So how on earth can you therefore get out of the Van Allen belt and off into space to go to the moon. You can't do it because it's going to kill anybody that does that. Well, not exactly true, because the launch of manned flights out into space, into high orbit and beyond, always go through that thinnest part near the poles. They go through the thinnest part of the Van Allen belt, so they get a very small exposure to those charged particles.
As opposed to going through the thickest part of the shell.
Exactly.
Yeah.
And from the information I read on it, it's the amount of dosage that an astronaut would get going through there is about the same as if you had 2 CT scans.
Which is like a daily thing for
it wouldn't recommend it wouldn't recommend you to have that on a daily basis, but if you're going out,
it's something we use on a daily basis.
Oh, we use that on a daily basis, but if you've ever been to the dentist and had an X-ray, they ray out the room.
Yeah.
If you go to the hospital and have an X-ray, they hide behind their screens. Why? Because they're exposed to it on a daily basis.
Yeah, and prolonged exposure can have a negative effect.
You're not. You're just in there once in a blue moon.
Yeah.
Okay, so that's the same with being an astronaut. You go out, you get a dose, perhaps. I mean, obviously, you're in a shielded capsule. You're in I don't know the actual makeup of the flight suits or anything, but and they have to protect the equipment as well against radiation, because that can affect electronics, etc. But you're still getting such a low dose that you're not continually going through that. It's just you're going out that thin part of the Van Allen belt, and off you go to the moon. And then when you come back in, you're re-entering again through the thin part. So it's neither here nor there.
Yeah, that's an interesting bit of information, because I hadn't really heard about that.
Yeah. And as I said, I don't know exactly the ins and outs of it, but I'm told that they are starting to feel that maybe it's not quite as deadly as it's been made out.
But again, technology, the shielding can
improve.
Shielding
could improve, yeah, of course.
Yeah.
It might be possible, if not even already. I don't know, because I'm not Elon Musk or Jeff Bezos or NASA and everybody blames NASA for these conspiracies. NASA covers up.
It's the big them.
Yeah.
But you've got, space agencies, China, space
all around
agencies,
the world.
India, you've got Japan, you've got space agencies
Just because
everywhere.
it's the closest one to you.
But it's always NASA that's getting it in the neck about these things.
Well, it seems like, as we mentioned, there's like Elon Musk and everything. It seems like the big businesses are starting to take over space travel now.
Which is interesting, because again, if we think about that, we are on the verge of a return to the moon.
Right.
Because before, it's always been political.
Yes.
Why did we go to the moon in the first instance? Because it's a political one-upmanship. But then how can you justify such a huge investment in taking a couple of people to the moon when other people are suffering from recession, they haven't got any
starving,
food, no housing. No, they're going to say, no, we're not sending
there's an imbalance there.
It's totally imbalanced. So when the political pressure is everybody's behind us to get that one-upmanship, great, but when it's not, then you're not going to get the funding for it. Yeah. However, with Jeff Bezos, the Blue Origin, and with Elon Musk and SpaceX, and even Richard Branson with his
Virgin Galactic,
they're commercial.
Yeah, it's
and
kind
that's
of
something
privatised.
we've never had before.
Hasn't it?
We've never had that before. Only in movies, like Wayland Yutani in Aliens and things.
Yeah.
Where you've got the company.
Yeah.
And so now you've got this push for people to go out into space. Primarily, I would say, well, in the first instance, as we all know, tourism.
Yeah.
Because they're already sending people up into low Earth orbit for a brief amount of time, just so they say, we've experienced weightlessness, we've experienced being in space, we've looked down on the Earth.
And they've got to make their money back somehow.
Yeah.
So they're doing that, but it's great publicity as well.
Yes.
I mean, you're talking about the richest people on the planet. And, of course, there's other research things going into that. I mean, look at the advance in space technology, space travel technologies. It is the booster rockets land themselves now.
Yes.
And they reuse them. I
thought I was amazing the first time I saw that. I thought that was just crazy.
If you watch that, you would say that's a lie. That's CGI. That is.
They go back to our original 1969 argument.
They've never been up there. They're not doing it, and that could never work.
It's CGI. Well, it would be CGI nowadays, wouldn't it?
But what we've got is a push towards space tourism, which means people want to go out there, and the more people do something. I mean, can you imagine when people first flew? And then I would say, apart from very small planes, the first probably larger. Tell me if I'm wrong on this one, but the larger capacity airline type thing would have been probably airships. I'm imagining. Smaller planes may have maybe taken a few passengers.
Hot air balloons.
But if you think you've got if you're travelling, you've got the big Zeppelins or whatever.
Yeah,
it would be luxury.
That would be luxury, and you wouldn't be an average Joe.
No, you wouldn't be a
saying, okay, I work in the chip shop. I'm a fisherman out on a fishing boat. I'm a bus driver.
It'd be that luxury.
There's no way I'm going to get up and go on one of them tickets on a Zeppelin.
Yeah,
it's out of my pay range. And then as we progress and things get cheap, now you can fly to Spain for 25 quid on EasyJet.
In a couple of hours.
For instance, cars were like a luxury when they first came out, and now
they're
everyone's driving.
Well, it's almost not a luxury, it's a necessity for most,
everyone's
using.
most
people. So,
and we're seeing a change on that as well,
and so,
electricity.
So where people would find something like an aeroplane ticket, air travel, a complete luxury that they could never afford, now... Yeah. That kind of transportation is open to anybody.
Again, it's a daily thing.
It's just a daily thing. People go to work on a plane.
You don't question it. Yeah.
No, don't question it. It was back in I don't know when package holidays started. I assume package holidays probably took off through the 60s and 70s. But I mean, people would go on holiday here in the UK. This is where we're broadcasting, doing our podcast from. Your holiday would be going to Scarborough, Skegness, Bognor Regis, places like that.
Hunstanton.
And then to think of going to the Costa del Sol ain't never going to happen.
Yeah.
Okay. But then tour operators get the price down, and the next thing you know, package holidays, and you're off to where you never thought you'd ever get before, and it becomes cheap. And so that's where we're back to the moon landings. We've got a push towards tourism in space, and if they can go to the moon. And they can get tourists to the moon if they can
moon
put
holiday.
If they can put a base on the moon.
That would help things.
People would do that.
I
think it's NASA that are looking towards putting, and again with NASA, it's government backed, so it's all about funding.
Yeah.
Whereas obviously the commercial companies don't. They have to obviously be funded, but they don't have the restrictions where they've got to go cap in hand to the government.
Every time you pay for your Amazon parcel, you're giving
exactly Jeff Bezos another boost up to the moon. But I think it's NASA that are pushing for the lunar orbiter. They want to put.
I've heard this. Yeah.
They want to put a permanent. Satellite base, like the International Space Station, which will orbit the moon.
I heard they're going to bring down the International Space Station bit by bit. Sorry. So every country has their own sort of parts of it. So they'll send people up to grab them, take them back down. I think it's about the size of a football pitch. I think they said the actual whole thing, which isn't really that big at all, really, when you think about it.
No, but there's a huge amount of space junk up there.
Exactly.
Satellites are out of commission and things. And we should be talking about this right now. the problem you've got in low Earth orbit, especially, and if you ever look at one of those sort of computer-generated images of the satellites that go around the planet, it's just like absolutely crazy.
It's a cage, isn't it? Really?
And if you had one of those hit another one,
it's that cascade effect, isn't it?
Exactly, the cascade effect could literally knock everything out.
Like Gravity, the movie.
So it would knock everything out, and one thing would lead to another. You get the cascade effect, and then the whole of the Earth's low orbit.
You can't get through it.
And then everything we're talking about,
and the things are flying around.
Space tourism just won't be a thing anymore.
Things would be flying around at literally thousands of miles, like bullets, thousands of miles, and punch you through any type of craft you'd want to put up there.
Unless you've got like significant shielding.
Which will set us back however many hundred years.
I mean, when you think about weight, when it comes to space travel, weight is the big issue because every ounce costs a silly amount of money to get it off the ground, to get it off against Earth's gravity and get it out and break out of Earth's gravity.
And hope that everything goes to plan.
So that's why there's commercial companies at the moment that are looking to put satellites up there to capture space junk and to bring it down in order to clear up, which is a damn good idea, to be honest. Otherwise we're going to have who knows what on our hands. But space tourism, let's not get off the track too much. Space tourism, if they do go there, or they go for scientific purposes to do the lunar orbiter, which is meant to be then a jump off for Mars, and we all know that Elon Musk's SpaceX, his focus is, I want to get people to Mars. I want to go down in history as being the person who managed to get people to Mars. So it's becoming more accessible. So who's to say that just like the £25 plane tickets now, but space travel in 50 years' time is not
Yeah.
accessible to everyday people.
I've just got a job on Mars. I'm just going to take my flight to Mars tomorrow morning.
Get your ass to Mars.
Get your ass to Mars.
Total Recall reference there.
Exactly. So now we're back to the moon landings, though, because can you imagine the issue if you then have people go to Mars? I'm going to Mars. We go to the moon to visit the landing sites, and they're not there.
Wow, plot twist.
The flag's not there.
Or it's made of cheese.
The footprints aren't there. The lunar rover that they took on a further mission, the tracks and the rover aren't there. Now, there's arguments. Okay, so we're leading on to these little small things that we've been discussing about why it's fake, and then trying to explain why it's not fake. Mirrors were placed on the surface.
You can bounce lasers off them.
And you can bounce lasers off them. And the initial reason for that was so they could get a perfect measurement of how far the moon is away from the Earth. But they use them for other scientific purposes, and students, I think, can literally.
As long as your laser's powerful enough,
you
can do it.
But then that's the argument on the fact that doesn't no proof that humans have landed on the moon is because they could have been put down by automated missions. They didn't need a human to put those there. Okay, so that's a fair point. Yeah, it's a fair point. Yeah, if you wanted to put something on a mirror on the surface of the moon, you don't have to have somebody actually carry it and put it down.
Yeah. I guess it would be conclusive when we can actually say there's like a permanent presence on the moon.
Yeah.
Or the first child is born on Mars. That's the one thing that's...
Now, there are other things.
Yeah.
There are other things. Well, if you're a flat earther, we've never been to Mars because you can't go to Mars. So all the rovers that have already gone there, that's all made up.
It's just CGI.
Yes, CGI. That doesn't exist. So we've gone past that. So So now we're in the realms of we can do space travel, but there are certain factors that are maybe stopping us from doing space travel. So let's have a look at some of these other factors. You've mentioned about light on the surface. There is one argument that why is it in the photographs they're all perfectly focused. The astronauts had a camera mounted on their chests, but all the photographs we see are like in perfect focus. Anybody want to discuss that one?
What was the camera technology like back then?
Well, certainly not like it is now. So I'm not a camera specialist. I couldn't tell you exactly. But again, if you're going to send a mission to the moon, you're going to make sure you want to get the best photographs you can get.
I know NASA did have very, very powerful cameras at that point because they were used. They had lenses, I know, that were used in subsequent films of the time. And they're very good at like dispersing light. So I wonder if that kind of factors into it. I'm sure
it may well do. But if you want a really simple answer to that one, is that loads of the photographs weren't.
Yes.
They actually weren't in focus.
Yes.
What we get to see are the ones that actually came out well.
Yeah.
You've got your 35mm camera. You've gone on holiday. You're in the Costa del Sol. You're taking your photographs. There's mum and dad on the beach. There's Auntie Jean, blah, blah. And you get back, you get it processed, and then you get a sticker on it saying, this one's out of focus. Blah, 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 blah. That's exactly it.
You don't put those in the photo album.
You don't put them in the photo, and you don't say, oh, look, this is us on the moon, but unfortunately there's a sticker from the processors that says this is out of focus and poor quality.
There appears to be a letter C on that rock as well.
Yeah, it just gives the conspiracy theorists kind of fuel if you show them those.
Yeah,
they'll be like, oh, no, definitely not real.
Actually, when it comes to the amount of photographs that were taken, we get to see the ones that were really good, and the other ones that are blurry or out of focus.
Why look at them?
Why look at them? They are. I believe they are available.
To
be seen, but they're just like, well, they're probably in a store.
Who really wants to look at a blurred photo of them?
The nice, clear, crispy photographs that we see are not
crispy.
They're not all.
Of course,
they're not the only photographs that are taken. Not every single photograph was in.
Yeah, they're the photos that you want to see.
Yeah. And I would probably go as far as to say that now we've got digital technology, I wouldn't be surprised if
they've probably done restorations.
Ones you see and you can punch up on the internet now, have probably done restorations and cleared them.
Yeah.
I mean, let's face it, you get a movie now that's
that came out in the 80s.
And they've now put it out in 4K restoration.
Perfect.
So.
I was thinking, obviously, James Cameron's new Avatar is filmed in like one of the deepest trenches on Earth. I wonder if we'll eventually get.
Really?
Yeah, I wonder if we'll eventually get like a film that's filmed on the moon. That'd be interesting.
That would be interesting. But
I can imagine that happening.
Hopefully you're young enough to see that. I'd like to hopefully see that myself. I'm not going anywhere yet.
I've
I've got my fingers crossed. I want to see humans get to Mars Mars, that's what I want to see.
Dream come true.
That would be a dream come true to see them get to Mars. We could talk about Mars projects in another podcast. Which
Oh, yeah.
I'd be up for that, yeah.
Yeah, that'd be a really good subject. So anyway, so with the photos, no, not all of them were in focus. You got to see the best
Yes.
ones. Okay.
Obviously.
Another thing with the photographs, why are there no stars? Okay, you look at the photograph
Yeah.
and a blackness behind them, no stars. But surely you're in space, and with no atmosphere to obscure the stars, you should be able to see all these wonderful stars in the background. Why are there no stars? Explanation, please. guys.
I think the one I've heard is to do with a street lamp. So, for example, if you're standing on the street and there's a street lamp above you, and you look up to the stars, it's quite hard to see the stars because there is a giant light
Yeah, is it the light of
pointing into your eyes.
the light of the earth?
Brilliant. Okay, that is a very good example to explain it, and it is as simple as that. You're on the surface of the moon. Light is being basically reflected around you. So you've got that sunlight coming in, hitting the moon's surface. So that's one source of light.
Yeah.
You've got the reflected light off of the planet Earth hitting the moon from a different angle. And then the light itself that's hitting the moon is bouncing off the moon.
Yeah.
So it's here. And literally obliterating everything. Now, yeah, you might say that's an easy thing to pass it off and say there's so much light, that's why you can't see the stars. What I'd say to you is, if you go outside on a starry night with your digital camera and take a picture of the sky, you'll get nothing.
Yeah.
You'll get nothing. You need to put it into usually pro photo mode, and you need to extend the exposure.
Yeah.
Have no wobble on your camera. Best thing to do is, if you've got a flat surface, you put it on the most extended time lapse you've got. Put a timer, let's say a 10-second, 5-second delay on it. Push the shutter button. That gives you time to put your camera down. Otherwise, it'll start taking the photograph straight away, and then you'll get all the hand movement in. Put it down, move out of the way, and let it do its thing. Come back to it, and look at that photograph, and you'll have a lovely starry sky photograph. Because you need that's the stars. Although we can see them with our eyes, the light is so weak that it's very easy, like your street lamp, to obliterate them. And if you're in a city, you probably don't even see the stars, So if you're walking down a city street, you're looking up and you're just not seeing anything because of the street lighting.
Yeah.
And people even complain that when you are near to large urban environments, that the light pollution
cities.
is, and you can be in the countryside, but the light pollution is still knocking out.
You can't see the
So
stars.
now you imagine you're on the moon, you're taking a photograph which is not on a time delay, so there's no length of exposure to try and take in that light. Just a click photograph. You're not going to see anything because the light sources around are so strong, it just looks black.
Yeah.
And that's not making it up. That's fact.
Yeah.
Okay, that's a fact. So that's why there's no stars in the photos. I
Yeah.
think there might be in a later mission. I think they put a camera in a shaded area,
Right.
With a longer exposure.
So basically, what you just
and did get photographs of the stars from the moon, but it was a specific camera in a shaded area with a time delay.
Yeah.
I always find that picture fascinating, where it's the picture from the moon of Earth, and it just looks so tiny.
It does.
It's like we're all on there.
In the infinite
everything,
cosmos, we
Yeah.
are
There's
so
there's
small.
our little blue ball.
everything you've ever known is on that little tiny
Yeah.
dot over there.
Yeah.
It's crazy.
So all of your problems and everything just kind of puts it into kind of a perspective.
Yeah.
Like, in the entire universe,
Yeah.
does it matter?
It is very hard to comprehend, isn't it?
Yeah, it
Yeah.
does, which makes me kind of angry when human beings can be so horrible to each other
And destructive,
Yeah.
yeah.
and destructive, rather than looking at the fact that you've been given this wonderful gift.
Yeah.
you
Yeah.
know, and
As you say, in
We'll
the
get very
previous
physical.
podcast, you said it was a miracle to exist.
To even be here in the first place is insane.
so for people to be spending that precious time, arguing and
Arguing and fighting.
it's such a
Wars,
waste.
yeah.
Yeah, such a waste. We're getting all philosophical now, guys. Okay. So no stars in it. We've done the Van Allen belt. I'm just going to have a look at my research and see if there's anything we haven't missed before we move on, because I know that Jack's got a particular thing. Right, we've got Van Allen belt. Yep.
I think it's time to move
I
on.
think we're good. So, unless there's anything that we've missed, which I'm sure we probably have,
Please comment below.
yeah, please comment below if there's something that we've missed. But I think we've managed to escape Earth's atmosphere now. We've managed to get through the Van Allen belt. We've managed to land on the surface. We've managed to explain things on the surface, like the wind blowing the flag, and no stars in the sky, and the different light sources, and
Clarity
the
of
boot
image,
prints and
yeah.
the clarity of image, and the sea on the rock.
Shadows, yeah.
The big important C on the rock.
The big important sea on the rock. So, now we come to a very interesting part of the moon landing conspiracies, and I am going to pass this over to Jack.
Okay, so I don't know how to introduce this. One of the more interesting conspiracy theories I've heard. Of course, the conspiracy theory is that we never went to the moon and it was all filmed in a studio. It's all fake. It's all a hoax.
Well, if we haven't been to the moon, that's the only other explanation, isn't it?
Yes, of course. So, what if I told you that there is a conspiracy theory suggesting that Stanley Kubrick himself was brought in by the US government to direct the fake moon landing footage?
I have heard about this one.
So, my favourite film director of all time is Stanley Kubrick, so this is why this...
He's a great film director. Full Metal Jacket.
Yeah, some brilliant films.
2001: A Space Odyssey.
Clockwork Orange.
Yes, yeah. So when this subject came up, I was really...
Eyes Wide Shut.
Yes, although that gets a bit... Yeah.
Nicole Kidman without much.
Yes, for the majority
Anyway,
of the
back to the moon landings.
Well, there was a moon in it.
I also love analysis of film and analysing film myself. So this theory does kind of link into the moon landing in quite an interesting way. On top of the suggestion that he directed the moon landing, he allegedly confessed his involvement in the hoax through the film The Shining, which is also one of my favourite
We've
films
all
of all
heard
time.
of this, I think, haven't we?
Yeah, well, we watched it, didn't we?
We watched it as part of our research, just to refresh our
Yes.
outlook on it.
So, as a caveat, there are some very interesting, strange, unexplainable things that happen in The Shining, which have people confused, such as furniture disappearing between shots, the layout of the Overlook Hotel being inconsistent, characters entering a particular room and leaving different rooms in the same scenes, and even an entire carpet rotating between shots.
Wow.
So we looked for that, and
We did. We honestly did.
and didn't see it.
We didn't
Yeah.
notice.
There is a very good... I'll get onto it in a little bit, but...
Okay.
so
we want to know where this rotating carpet is.
yeah. So the film itself is bizarre anyway, so this theory kind of adds into that. Kubrick was also known to be a perfectionist, so it's unlikely that these mistakes, as he was known to retake shots over and over again until they were exactly how he wanted them. It's kind of bizarre
'cause
that these mistakes
Didn't
would
he,
creep through.
in one shot, wasn't it like taken 400 times or something?
Yes, Shelley Duvall was kind of...
Screaming.
Yeah.
Oh, at the door,
Yeah.
where the axe is coming through.
Yeah, I think that whole sequence, he took kind of 400, 500 shots, and yeah, we'll go into that in a different...
I would say a lot of shots. People like to expand it a bit. That's a lot
Oh,
of
yeah, it's
shots. That's a lot of
exaggeration.
shots.
It's rife.
A poor woman. She would be screaming by the end of that.
So yeah, the one theory that sticks out the most to me, and the reason I'm bringing it up, is the moon landing confession.
Right.
So the fact that he used The Shining as a confession to the moon landing. So I'm going to try my best to explain this theory.
Okay, go for it.
The theory begins with another brilliant Stanley Kubrick film, 2001: A Space Odyssey. That was released in 1968, just 1 year before America had landed their first manned mission on the moon in 1969, with Neil Armstrong and Buzz Aldrin,
And the third one.
whose name was Michael something.
Yeah, we're going to feel really bad.
No, I should know this.
Michael Collins?
Yes, no, it was
I
Mr.
believe.
Collins. He really does never gets it. He should literally have. He always misses out. Bless
He
him.
did the hardest bit as well to kind of
Yeah.
keep it.
Yes, he was making sure they got back.
Why do I kind of feel like they should all have like jumped out at the same time?
Yes, so since Stanley Kubrick had already shot 2001: A Space Odyssey, it was believed that he was hired by the American government to shoot the fake landing. In quotations, the fake landing.
Right.
If you watch that film, the visual effects are unbelievable,
Phenomenal.
for the time, and this has led some people to suggest that he used similar visual techniques and effects to create a convincing-looking moon landing. You can kind of see in the film that it's very ahead of its time. So the theory is that potentially he used the same technology to fake the moon landing.
Although that would have been, it was 1980. The Shining was released, wasn't it?
Yes.
So we're talking good old 10 years. I
Yeah.
mean, it was released in 80, so I know he was probably filming it in 79, wasn't he? So 10 years.
Over 10 years, yeah.
10 years. So technology would have improved anyway.
Yes.
In 10 years of filmmaking.
Yeah. So this is where The Shining comes into the theory. Conspiracy theorists believe that there are multiple clues in the film that point to the fact that Kubrick shot the moon landing, and this was his way of confessing it. So just a disclaimer, I don't personally believe this theory. I'm not sure any of us really
I'm
do.
going to
But
jump in there. They believe it's his confession, but
Yes.
it must be pointed out that he, while he was alive, never.
no, I think
And-
there's also a...
And am I right, Jack, in thinking that most of this came out after his death? Because I know that
Yeah.
his family have been adamant that they wished people wouldn't keep bringing this
Oh,
up
no,
because
sorry.
because their family said he never had anything to do with it. He didn't film the fake moon landings, and they wish that people would stop going on about this.
Okay, I apologise
Now-
to the Kubrick residents.
But then you'll have people saying, "Oh, that's because the government is probably threatening them if they say they didn't."
Well,
So
anyway, I'm just bringing it up because it's an interesting...
So anyway,
yeah,
we're coming from
take.
the focal point of the conspiracy theorists
Yes.
who say there's things in this film
Yes.
that are so blatantly obvious
Well.
that he's saying,
Yeah.
I'm giving you the clues here, guys.
Okay, so I'm going to try and my best to explain these.
Okay, go for it.
The Overlook Hotel.
There, look, yeah.
At the beginning of the film, it's mentioned that the Overlook Hotel was built on an ancient Indian burial ground. The manager of the hotel, who shows Jack Torrance around, has an American flag on his desk, and in front of the window in his office is an eagle. This is thought to be a nod to the lunar landing module named Eagle. That's a bit of a stretch, though.
Okay. Are we going to go through all this and then pick up on these points and discuss
Well, you
these points?
can. I'm just presenting it.
Wasn't there another part of this?
Yeah, see, I spotted something yesterday. Tell me if you've got this down.
Possibly.
But the eagle, I dare say you're going to talk about the window, aren't you, as well?
Not in this theory, but I
Okay,
think I know what you mean.
okay,
Yeah.
We'll talk about maybe the window in a bit. So you've got the eagle and definitely the flag sitting on the desk.
Yeah.
Okay. However, people at that time, and lots of people, even now, people, have an American flag in their office
Yeah.
room or whatever. What I noticed, whether it's got anything to do with this, the name of the manager is prominent in all the time in that
In
shot.
the shot, yeah.
Okay.
It doesn't go out the shot. It's there, right at the bottom of the screen. I can't think what the manager's name was. It's Stuart.
Stuart.
Astronaut.
Yeah. But if you read it with it from the front, the words Starman. over the
Oh.
name.
Yeah.
Oh, there we go. I didn't know that.
Now
Really?
they could have chosen any name.
Yeah.
They
And
could
that
have
was
chosen any name,
interesting that
but in that name, you don't have to jiggle the letters about or anything.
Yeah.
You can see Starman.
there's a couple of extra letters in there, but it does say Starman.
Now,
Oh, there we go.
what's the coincidence that the manager would have Starman in his name?
I did not know that.
There you go. We noticed that yesterday.
Yeah, we did.
Congratulations.
I'm proud of that now.
Maybe we're the only people that noticed
Oh, yes.
Starman.
Sorry, Kubrick residents. We're adding to the theory.
Adding to the theory.
So the second one was the carpet patterns.
Right.
In a
Yeah.
shot taken from above, we see Danny Torrance, son of Jack Torrance, playing in the corridor on a patterned carpet. Conspiracy theorists believe that it looks strikingly similar to the Apollo 11 launch pad. He even has toy cars and vehicles placed
Yeah, that sequence. Yeah.
around the carpet in a similar way to where vehicles would be on the launch site.
Right.
Yeah.
In the same scene, Danny eventually rises up from the carpet and he is wearing a sweater/jumper, depending on what country you're in.
A very poorly knitted one.
Yes. And on it is a rocket with the text Apollo 11. And it's actually got the
Very,
rocket.
very blatant, yeah.
So
Yeah.
what we're saying is when he stands up, he is literally
Yeah.
taking off from the launch site.
Yes. Yes.
Mhm.
This is seen as a big clue that Kubrick is indeed talking about his involvement with the fake moon landing project. As Danny rises up from the carpet, seen as the launch pad, wearing his jumper, Apollo 11, he enters the dreaded room 237. Now, in the book, the room number was 217, but it is widely believed that Kubrick changed it to 237 as the distance between the Earth and the Moon is roughly 237,000 miles.
Yep.
I actually googled this just to make sure,
Mhm.
and it actually said 238,000 miles.
Oh.
But I assume this is some kind of estimation, or
Well, since
it does
then,
vary.
they've obviously
Measured
checked
it.
with the mirrors on the moon.
Yeah.
They've made it exact. This is-
Well, I thought that was interesting. 'Cause it's like,
let's put it this way, it's very close
yeah,
to
Hmm.
the figure.
I thought that was kind of a bit of a contradiction though, because if we can tell how far away the moon is, then surely we would have been able to.
So what was the
Yeah.
what was the number of the room?
Room 237.
But that wasn't the number of the room in the book.
In the book, it was 217.
Yeah, so there was no real reason for him to. I mean, I've got to say that he changed a lot of aspects from the book.
Yeah,
I don't think Stephen King was that happy with him.
not till now.
So he changed a lot of aspects. He didn't. A room number is a room number, though.
Yeah,
I mean, you didn't need to change it. You had to
Yeah.
change it to a number that is very, 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 very close
It's for a reason.
to the distance from
It's for a reason.
Earth to the moon.
I also saw something in a documentary I watched, which I'll bring up in a minute, on the actual tag on the key to the door.
Oh yeah, I saw that tag.
It says room number, but NO237, so room NO237, which apparently is an anagram for moon room. But it does feel like a bit of a stretch.
That does feel like a stretch.
That's not in my notes, but I know that was something
that's stretching it
that feeds in. You wait for the other ones.
Okay.
Ooh.
Other small clues that I found doing my research. We know the famous moment when Jack Torrance is writing, "All work and no play makes Jack a dull boy." This is very silly. Apparently, all, as in ALL, is actually A11.
Okay, Apollo.
Meaning Apollo.
No, I think that's
That
stretching it a little
that
bit.
is a
One
super
of-
stretch.
One of the biggest reaches, yes.
Yeah, that's a super stretch.
Why do I imagine somebody going through like that frame by frame to
Trying
check to
to
see if
yeah.
one of them looks like a one?
What things they can kind of almost if
Yeah.
carry on.
When Danny comes out of room 237, he has been beaten, and his Apollo 11 jumper is torn and ripped. He is also silent and doesn't speak when asked what's happening. This is to represent the secret that Kubrick was forced to keep after his involvement in the hoax. This is also added to when Jack Torrance begins to go crazy and rants about his responsibilities for the hotel secrets. So this was basically Kubrick using his characters to vent his
I think from that
frustrations.
point, we only hear Tony speaking, don't we?
For a bit, yeah.
His imaginary friend.
You do your tone.
Hi, I'm Tony. Danny's not here right now.
Danny's gone away.
Hi, Jack.
Hi, Buzz. I'm wiggling my finger right now.
You have to
I don't
wiggle,
remember
you have
that
to wiggle your finger.
line. That might be possibly an extended one, which I've not seen.
Oh, really?
Really?
I don't remember
There
that
was
line.
half an hour.
Really?
extended.
Yeah.
Yeah, because we
Yeah,
watched
'cause
the extended
He was
version.
talking
didn't
to
we?
his mother, who what's the surname of the
Torrance.
Torrance? So he's like, yeah, "Hello, Mrs. Torrance."
Yeah, he's wiggling his fingers. isn't he?
Here anymore.
I've never seen that scene.
You know.
No.
We finally found something.
that Jack hasn't seen.
'Cause I was
no, we ruined it. for you,
We were
Jack.
going through the scenes.
Yeah.
I mean, obviously, I've seen The Shining, but I probably saw The Shining back in the
I've
early
only
80s.
seen. I know
so-
there's a UK cut and an American cut. I've only ever seen the UK cut, which is considerably shorter.
Yeah,
And I know you've seen the American cut.
yeah, which is like half an hour longer.
Yes. And we were trying to figure out which bits I haven't seen, and that's obviously one of them.
Okay. Danny's gone to the moon. That was the bit that probably tipped us off. That. Don't spoil it.
There are some bizarre details in the film that could
Okay,
be
okay.
considered clues or
Okay.
confessions. However, if you found this theory interesting, I recommend a documentary called Room 237, which goes into a lot more weird theories about this
Okay.
film. Some of them are just very bizarre and some of them are interesting. But as this was the moon landing episode, I thought it was an interesting theory to bring up. My personal feeling about this theory is that it's all nonsense. I don't believe it at all.
Okay.
I still believe there are some weird kind of hidden meanings in The Shining, but not this
Okay.
theory in particular.
Is there anything else you want to add on that one? Or can I jump? Oh, you can. Zach was
no.
jumping.
Well, you've added to my
Because
thing.
there was something that you spotted that on the murals in one of the rooms.
Hotel is built supposedly on a Indian burial site,
Yes.
which I've got to say is a bit of a trope.
Yes.
Okay.
A lot of horror movies.
The year before, 1979, the Amityville Horror came out, which was the first movie that had the house built on a.
Yeah.
And later you had the Poltergeist.
And it's kind of, I think that when it comes to The Shining, okay, I'm not knocking your favourite director here, but with Amityville Horror, it starts off with a family being murdered and then the father turning the shotgun on himself. In a building.
Let's take a dark turn. This podcast.
in a building that's built on an Indian
Burial
burial
ground.
ground.
And Poltergeist is another one.
And then you got and The Shining. You've got a hotel, which is built on an Indian.
Well, that's
burial
kind of
ground.
Stephen King's fault.
Yeah.
Not Stanley Kubrick.
But Stephen King obviously didn't write the Amityville Horror. But that kind of Indian burial ground with Pet Cemetery and other things has become like a horror movie trope. And then with The Shining, he's there in the manager's office, and the manager tells him that one of the previous caretakers had got cabin fever, killed all his family, and then shot himself with a shotgun. And you're thinking, hang on a minute, there's kind of a very, very similar thing going on between this and a movie that came out the previous year. But then, this is what got it for me, is in the Amityville Horror, it suddenly flashes up a slate saying, 1 month later.
Mm.
And what does he do in The Shining?
Yeah.
1 month later.
Tuesday.
Hang on.
Hang
Stanley
on.
Kubrick has basically redone.
I do know that
The Amityville Horror.
as a slight counter argument, I have heard that there was some studio interference, and they kind of tried to make him turn it into more of a conventional horror film.
Mhm.
So I wonder if the studio kind of had interference.
Back to the
Yes.
moon landings. I was just saying that for me, I remember the Amityville Horror, and it's kind of like, hang on a minute, we're watching almost the same movie here.
Yeah.
It was on an American Indian burial ground, and if you remember, the manager is showing him around, and there are lots of different murals
sculptures and
depicting
things,
Native American artwork. And there's a scene there, see if you can remember this, Jack, where Jack, the caretaker, is throwing a baseball against a wall.
Yeah.
Boom, boom, and then he ends up throwing it down the corridor. If you look at that scene, he's throwing it against the wall, which has got a massive mural on it that shows what looks like 4 Saturn V rockets.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Some
I know
people-
that either.
Big Saturn V rockets on the wall. Some people have also suggested that not only do they resemble the Saturn V rockets, but they could also resemble arrows.
Yeah.
And Apollo, the god Apollo, obviously had a
Used
bow and
arrows.
arrow.
A couple of ones.
So, but they definitely, I've got to say, they definitely do look like large Saturn V rockets.
There was a couple that I didn't write down, but I know of. One of them I've just remembered.
So have you heard that one before?
No,
Oh,
I've not had that one.
Hey.
Something for you to check
That's
out.
2. That's 2.
One of them was. Have you heard of the Gemini missions?
Yes.
Mm-hmm.
There was something to do with the fact that in the book there's only one ghost child.
Yes.
Forever
one ghost child, but there were two children that got killed, but they weren't, as you were going to say, twins.
But he changes them into twins, and apparently that's something to do with the Gemini
project, which was in fact the first low orbit mission of astronauts from America.
Yeah. One of my favourite pieces of evidence. I've just remembered. Evidence, I say.
Okay.
In the famous scene where Jack Torrance is stuck in the food cellar and he's
Yep.
kind of going a bit crazy,
Yep.
there's a shelf behind him
Mm-hmm.
full of a drink called Tang.
Okay.
Now, this is an advert from 1970.
We did see a lot of product placement in
Yeah.
that scene,
There
especially
is-
Heinz tomato ketchup. And,
Yeah.
In that scene, there's some Tang.
Okay.
And this is an advert.
Oh, we got a picture. Okay, listeners, you're not going to see this. This is an advert.
This is an advert for Tang, Spaceman, from 1970.
This is a typical meal served to astronauts aboard Apollo space flights. Oatmeal, sausage, toast, applesauce, and in a special zero-gravity pouch, Tang, the energy breakfast drink. Orange-flavored Tang with rich, natural flavor and more vitamin C than orange juice. Energy Tang for spacemen and Earth families.
Right.
There we are.
Oh, yeah, we didn't see that.
That's
It
another.
kind of looks like Tango.
Tang,
It does a little bit, yeah.
Maybe,
Maybe-
Tang turned into Tango.
Yeah, it might have done.
Just like Marathon became Snickers and
Yeah.
things like that. Name changes.
I didn't
Who
know.
knows? I didn't know drinking a Tango, I was drinking Spaceman juice.
Maybe they added an O because Apollo has an O on the
it.
end.
Yeah. Tang, Apollo.
Yes. So if anyone wants to say anything else about that.
Okay, well, we're discussing the theories behind the Kubrick movie, The Shining. The impossible window.
Oh, yeah.
In the office, the manager's office, when he arrives and he goes through his interview, there is clearly a window behind the
Yes.
manager's desk where you can see trees
Pointing very clearly outside.
outside.
Yeah.
But when you look at the position where it's depicted in the hotel,
Mm.
there must have been
There
just
should be a corridor.
Yeah.
or, well, certainly not a window to the outside.
Mm.
So people have been calling that the impossible room or the impossible window,
Yeah.
meaning that it's the impossibility. You see, it's impossible. They couldn't have gone to the moon. It's impossible.
Huh?
And that was another.
There are similar things to that. If you want,
I know you've got Starman, remember, sitting at the desk with his flag and his
his
eagle,
eagle, yeah.
in
Exactly.
with the impossible window.
If you watch Room 237, as I say, there are a few kind of things that add to that. There's one of, it's obviously a famous scene. Even if you haven't seen The Shining, you know the shot of Danny Torrance on his tricycle
Yeah.
going around the
Round and
hallways.
round,
Yeah, it's very iconic.
There's a part of the film where
In fact,
he's...
we were saying that we wanted a couple of those.
Oh, yeah,
bikes.
that would be
Yeah.
great.
Yeah, we wanted.
I've actually seen that carpet as well in B&M.
Have you
Really
really
wanted to
done?
get it.
Wow.
You got a Shining
Oh,
carpet.
that'd be awesome.
But anyway, he's the famous shot is the camera tracking behind him,
Yeah.
following him down the corridors. Someone mapped out the actual route he takes, and he actually goes up a floor
Right.
without actually ever going up
a
any
floor.
stairs.
Weird.
Well,
It's
you
kind
said
of
this a few times in your description about this. Things in the hotel. Kubrick being
Meticulous.
Yeah.
with his filming and making shots. But I understood from watching it that things changed, like the impossible window or impossible room, and the layout, the hotel, and the carpet changing, and furniture moving, and there is a depiction of the maze on a table where Jack is looking down at the maze.
Yeah.
And also where the maze is outside, there is a picture of the maze on a board, and they don't match up at all. The maze is different.
The maze is a weird one.
Yeah.
It also changes size a lot.
Well,
doesn't
the maze in the book, it
Yeah.
was topiary animals.
it?
Okay, in the book they were meant to be topiary. There was no maze. Okay, and then when I think it's in the final, I haven't read the book for years, but I think in the final sequences where Danny's trying to escape with his mum, the topiary animals come alive and try to attack them.
Yeah.
And Kubrick said, "Well, we're not going to do
I'm being
this.
attacked by leaves.
This is like asking me to film the moon landing." So he switched it to the maze. But the point is, the maze doesn't match the picture of the maze outside.
Yeah.
There are all these differences, and as you say, there's differences within the hotel and the layout, and everything keeps changing. I put that down to the fact that that's part of the malevolent spirit, that things, the whole hotel itself changes.
It itself is a maze.
Yeah, itself is a maze, and it's changing.
I think on as subtext as well, I think Kubrick wants to make you feel a bit uneasy without really noticing it.
Very much.
Yeah, I mean, the music really did.
Music's great, yeah.
And I kind of couldn't help but I thought when I was watching the maze and they're charging through the maze in the snow, and taking into consideration almost like things, the impossible room, which kind of made me think of the room of requirements in Harry Potter, that it's a room that doesn't exist.
Yeah.
And that room obviously can't have a window to the outside. Things in the hotel changing, and although we didn't see the carpet flipping round, Hogwarts, things move all the time.
It wasn't obvious.
It's almost like the hotel was Hogwarts.
Yeah.
And the maze resembled, I think it's the Goblet of Fire. They had a maze in it,
Oh, the triangle.
charging around.
That's twice that's come up today.
And it's kind of like, I think J.K. Rowling might have got some ideas.
I mean, yeah, she did take a few ideas from...
But, okay, so back to our moon landings. This is going to be Kubrick's confession.
Yes.
A confession that he never
Yeah.
actually physically said anything about.
I believe there is also a mockumentary called Dark Side of the Moon.
Somebody pretending to be him.
Yeah, it was kind of like it was kind of pointing fun at the theory.
Yeah, I think there was somebody who was meant to be kind of like a Kubrick lookalike.
Yeah.
And I think, again, his family got really annoyed about that.
Yeah.
So where do we all stand on this? Well, how do we explain it? I've got to say that it's so blatantly obvious that Stanley Kubrick put things in there pointing towards the Apollo missions and possibly the Gemini ones as well. That could have just been a coincidence. So how could this be? Why was it? Now, for me, I know that man has landed on the moon because the two biggest pieces of proof for me is the lunar orbiter that has hence scanned the whole surface of the moon in high resolution and has photographed all the landing sites, and you can see where those landing sites are. In fact, even today, funnily enough, a friend of mine on social media put up a picture that he bought himself a new big refractor telescope because he's an avid astronomer. And some of the posts after that were other astronomers saying, "Oh, if you look at these coordinates, because the telescopes these days, you can basically, they're all computerized, so you can punch in the coordinates, and you say, I want to look at the Horse's Head Nebula, and rather than like in the old days where you'd search for it, it just literally using GPS and everything, it goes, turns itself, and you literally ask it to show you things. And they'll give him all the different coordinates for the different landing sites. Oh, you've got to try and see if you can see this one and that one and the rest of it. So the landing sites are there.
Yeah.
They are there. And when mankind goes back to the moon, they will be inevitably proved to be there.
Yeah.
And the other piece of proof is, as we said right at the beginning, that's why I said about right at the beginning, you're jumping on the thing about Russia. Other space agencies tracked them.
Yes.
And those governments who don't like America would be the first people to say, no, you're lying, you naughty, naughty Americans. You've never been to the moon, have you? See, that's exactly what they would do.
They wouldn't leave it to the people to try and figure it out.
Yeah.
They wouldn't leave it to the people. They would say, no, it never happened.
Yeah.
We can prove it. There are no moon landings. So,
or we didn't track you.
So, from the perspective of the proof
yes,
and the things that we've discussed, I personally can't speak for everybody else on the planet, but I am adamant that the moon landings occurred. They are a real thing. Now, if that's the case, Stanley Kubrick, as a director, knows that he didn't film the moon landings because the moon landings actually happened.
Yeah.
So then we have to ask ourselves, well, if that's the case, why has he put these things so blatantly in his movie?
Yeah. There are a lot of different
There are a lot.
interpretations of the film.
There are a lot of. I mean, you could say that maybe he was himself a very avid backer of the whole idea of America going to the moon, and decided to put it in as a homage to going to the moon. But countless movies, directors put Easter eggs in them, don't they?
Yes.
You know, E.T. There's Yoda walking down the street in the Halloween bit.
Yeah.
Oh, look, we're at Raiders of the Lost Ark, and there's R2D2 and C3PO on a bit of...
His plane's called
Which
Obi-Wan.
obviously make no sense within the
Obi-Wan.
context of the film.
Make no sense, but filmmakers do that. They like to drop things in. For me, it is so blatantly obvious that he has put these things in there for a reason, known best to him. But because the moon landings did happen, he therefore would have known he didn't film them. Okay, so he's not making a confession. So we've got to just surmise why he did that. And the best thing I can come up with myself, or how I feel about it, is that if between because he brought out 2001: A Space Odyssey in '68, the moon landings happening, which was a phenomenal movie of its time.
It still holds up now.
Yeah. Then 1 year later, you get the moon landings. Going back to you saying some people, that can't be, that's unbelievable. And then that 10-year stretch through the 70s, it makes me wonder if somewhere along the line, people were already saying, whispers were coming through to Stanley Kubrick saying, people reckon that because you did 2001: A Space Odyssey, Odyssey, that you filmed the moon landings, and that kind of rumour.
You want me to film the moon landings? Here you go.
So as a director, he goes, right, okay, I'm doing this. I'll tell you what, I'm going to do the moon landings.
What's the most creative way I can do it?
Sneak in the moon landings that everybody keeps telling me that I supposedly filmed.
I can just see him being like, I'm gonna make a confession that everyone's gonna believe I faked the moon landings, and people are going to talk about it on a podcast in 40 years' time. He's like, what's a podcast?
I don't think he necessarily thought that deeply about it. He probably just thought. I mean, you both are film directors yourselves, and if you heard that somebody felt that you'd done something as a secret, you might yourself say, do you know, I'm going to just sneak a little homage in here.
Just to tease people.
Something on a shelf in the background, something here, something there, just because,
because some things are unexplained, and they are left unexplained.
I mean, he certainly put that in there.
No,
that was not totally.
There's no question. No
questions. I couldn't help myself. Director's name, Starman. It was there right in front of you. He's put these things in there, but it certainly isn't
for people to talk about.
Yeah, but he's done it for his own reasons and not as a confession for the moon landings.
Yes,
so that's how I feel. Anyway.
Yes, and to add to that as well, there are countless different theories as to what the film means and everything.
Yeah,
this isn't the only one. There's other things about how it's to do with America, how corrupt America is and everything. There's a lot of different interpretations.
I find it's very dodgy ground sometimes to walk on the analysing films
because
and
it is possible to overanalyze something.
I mean,
I love film analysing. I don't.
I know, but
I can go
I
far.
There was a particular author. I can't for the life of me which one it was, because this is back when I was at school, and when you used to do those book studies at school, and you had a horrible question that came up saying, "What do you think the author was thinking about?" Yes, and they put one of these authors to take his own exam questions, and when it got to that, it's like, I was actually thinking about, I could really do with another cup of tea. But if you put that on an exam paper,
you get zilch.
Because they want a really deep and meaningful and thoughtful. And as an author, he just said, well, no, it's not deep and meaningful. I wrote the story, it's coming out of my head, it's flowing, that's how it is. There's nothing deep and mysterious and wonderful.
I just wrote a story.
I just wrote a story. And I think that over-analysing things can be a big
It
danger.
is possible.
People can go too far.
As a slight counter, I do think film is an art form, and there are lots of expression that goes
yeah. Oh, yeah, definitely.
People
into film. Nothing's just to tell the story. There are things
God,
going
no.
on.
I mean, and books as well. You just look at
Yeah.
Animal Farm and things like that. You know, they have meanings behind them. You can read Animal Farm and take it as
A story.
a story.
Yeah.
A story. You can watch Animal Farm, the animated.
You can see it for
Animal
its surface value,
value, but without.
but then you can look deeper.
Without understanding exactly what it's trying to tell you about
Yeah.
Russia, you know, and so I fully take on board that. But sometimes you can go, I suppose it's that fine line you got
It's a
to.
fine line.
I recommend you try Room 237 because there are some very silly theories, as you say, that go way too deep and make too many connections, weak connections.
Yeah, we'll look it up, and you need to go and check out the giant
I need to watch
Saturn
the
V rockets, and you need to check out
Watch the extended version of The Shining.
I do.
the
Yeah.
Starman.
Yes.
It's right in front of you, Jack. It's right in front of you.
Honestly, how did you miss that?
It's interesting because
It's
that
proof.
even when I was researching, that didn't come up
Didn't
in
come
any
up.
articles.
That
or
was the
anything.
first thing I said, wasn't it? We're watching
Yeah.
it because we were watching it not only for because I hadn't seen the extended version, and as I haven't seen it for years. Was it the first time you'd seen The Shining?
Yeah,
all
it
the
was
way
the first
through?
time I'd seen it.
But we were specifically also watching it instead of just watching a movie
through the lens of
we were looking for these
Little things.
in
tales
preparation
ourselves.
for this podcast.
and that jumped out me. That
Yes.
just
Straight
jumped
away.
out me straight away. Starman.
There we go.
I mean, coincidence, I don't know. Anyway, so there we go, ladies and gentlemen.
As a kind of end to that
Oh,
little
yes,
bit.
yes.
Ooh, I feel that this theory is a step too far, or should I say, one giant leap too far.
Oh, you've been waiting to pop
was
that
quite
one in
feeling
there.
Yes.
Do you know what time it is?
Oh, I don't know. What time is it?
Time, I don't know.
What's
It's time for everyone's favourite segment.
Oh, yes!
Yes.
Let's get quizzical.
Let's get quizzical, quizzical. I want to get quizzical. Let's
me
get
hear
into
your mind talk.
No,
Let me hear
let's-
your moon talk.
Yeah, let's
Moon talk.
Moon talk. Or let me see your moonwalk.
Oh, yeah.
We need to work on that.
It's a bit small in here.
If it's
Next episode, we'll work on that one.
okay.
Okay.
When we're on Mars,
Yes.
can you moonwalk on Mars? That's a good question.
Or is it Mars Walk?
Is Mars walk? Yeah. Or should it be an Earth walk when you're on Earth? I don't know.
We'll definitely do a Mars episode. 'Cause
Yeah,
that
I
sounds
love
like
the
good
idea.
fun.
Anyway,
Anyway.
it's quizzical time. Let's get quizzical.
Okay, 3 questions. These are to do with the moon.
The moon.
Okay.
All right. Okay.
Okay. They're probably quite easy, but I
I'm
don't
gonna
know.
fail completely on this. Yes.
I don't know.
Is it made of cheese?
Okay, question 1. What do many astronomers believe caused the formation of the moon? A, a meteor, B, the sun, or C, a volcanic eruption?
I would say a meteor.
Meteor.
Correct.
I would say a meteor colliding with the Earth and then the
Yeah.
debris getting caught into the Earth's gravitational pull.
Yeah.
And when you're in space and in a void, flat earthers, when you've got a mass, you have mass weight. More mass you get,
Crushing it all into-
more mass you get, the more gravity crushes in on itself.
Yes.
And then you have this ball of rock. Which is then,
Notice it's a ball.
yeah, it is a ball. It's a sphere. Okay, it's not a flat disc. It's a sphere which then is locked. It's got gravity of its own. Although I think it's only moving like a centimetre or something away from the Earth
Every
Yeah,
year.
progressively, yeah.
you know, to the tiniest amount, but suppose, and that is then counteracting against Earth's gravity. So that's where we go. And of course, flat earthers. That's why we have tidal tides, where the moon pulls. The
Yes.
gravitational pull makes the sea go out.
It's kind of like an egg shape, isn't it?
Yeah.
With the tide. That's why we have tides, because the Earth
We
moves.
never covered tides on flat Earth.
The Earth moves under the water, basically, doesn't it? And
Yeah.
the moon pulls the water away from the surface.
Exactly. So the tide goes out, and then as the Earth rotates away from the moon,
Yes.
that becomes the gravitational pull becomes weaker, and the tides come in.
So
something like that.
yeah, so
Okay, so we got that one.
So-
Question 1.
most astronomers believe that a large asteroid struck the Earth, and the molten rock thrown into space from the impact formed the moon. So that's basically what you said. In more detail.
Well, there you go. Going back to what I was saying about a drop of water, obviously with surface tension, but if you have something in a void, it will. If you're up in the space and you see somebody in the space station and they have a drop of water, there's no gravity, but it's still through water tension creates a sphere. So you're talking molten rock, fluid
On a larger scale.
on a larger scale, and it's going to make that spherical shape, which then gets peppered by bits of.
Well, yeah, it's
meteorite.
got loads of impact
Oh
sites
yeah,
on it.
because you've got pieces of debris zooming around all over the place, impacting.
Wouldn't that be like a really huge meteorite, though?
What?
that hit the Earth?
Yeah, but this is it's got to be while the Earth is forming.
Oh,
So yeah, the Earth itself at that
So we're
time
talking
would have just
billions and
been
billions and billions and
it would
billions.
have- well, probably while we've got our stellar nursery of planets, with the debris around the sun, literally starting to slowly come together, clash, collide, compress down, and
Yeah.
create the planets our known planets in our solar system. So it would have been very, very early on in there. So
Crazy to think about.
yeah, but that's one of the things. If you can go up to the moon, I know they've brought moon rock back, and again,
We've seen a piece,
bits.
haven't we?
We have.
We've seen a piece of the moon.
But that's the thing.
That was at the Leicester Space
that's
Centre,
when you get
wasn't
the
it?
correlation between rock on the moon and rock on the Earth, and you can see the similarities, mineral contents, and all the rest.
Very
of it.
sparkly,
Yeah.
from what I remember.
Yeah,
Anyway.
you don't want it on your boots.
No. Question 2. What is the moon's atmosphere made of?
Oh, this is good. I didn't think the
Ooh.
moon actually had an atmosphere.
Go with your instinct.
It hasn't got one.
Correct.
I was going to say, you're throwing me out there, Jack.
It was a trick question.
You're
The moon
you're making me feel like, what? Have I gone wrong here?
Have
somewhere?
I missed something? A key bit of information?
Was moon atmosphere 101?
it's gonna
actually
make me
lying?
sound really stupid if I don't know.
There
Yeah.
is no atmosphere.
Hey.
So the moon is too small to
Anyway.
have enough gravity to hold on to an atmosphere.
Yeah, unless you're having a party. You want some atmosphere at your party then.
Party on the moon.
Party on the moon. I bet you if they do that, they'll put a moon base there and they'll do things on it. You know.
Yeah.
You want some atmosphere? Come to the moon party base.
Moon club.
That sounds like an advert.
That's it.
Or a good
The only place on the moon that's got a real atmosphere.
Okay, question 3. Final question.
Oh, only 3.
There's only ever been 3.
Yeah, there's only
So
ever
there'll
been
be 3. Oh,
Yeah.
right. Okay.
We can add more, but
No,
I don't
3's
know.
good. 3's good. We're on a roll.
Which planet in our solar system has the largest moon?
Oh.
Ooh.
Oh.
I know what I kind of want to say, but it's probably going to be wrong. Don't know.
It's not a fact that's jumping into my mind. I would probably go for the biggest planet, which would be Jupiter,
That's what I was thinking.
but it might be something unexpected like Neptune. No, I'm going to go.
Well, if we go for different ones,
Okay.
then we cover more
Don't forget,
ground.
the 2 gas giants are Jupiter and Saturn,
Yeah.
and it just strikes me that it should be. Off the top of my head,
I think Jupiter.
We're thinking Jupiter.
Yeah.
Correct.
Yeah, thank
it's not
goodness.
Phobos, is it?
No, what I have here is Ganymede.
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 Right,
Oh.
Ganymede.
Ganymede is
Or
the
it's
largest.
Phobos. Which one's got Phobos? Which is the planet of Phobos? For some reason, Phobos was coming to my head. Come on.
Name of a Doctor Who story, actually.
Yeah.
So Ganymede is the largest moon in our solar system. Earth's moon is actually the 5th largest. So
Oh.
we've got a pretty small moon. Or mid-table moon anyway.
Small moon.
There you go. That's,
the moon.
that is the end of Let's Get Quizzical.
Yay, let's
Hey.
get quizzical. Quizzical.
Bonus question: is the moon a giant space egg?
No. And we don't talk about that Doctor Who episode.
Yeah, Doctor Who episode "Kill the Moon" with Peter Capaldi. It's not the
We'll get to
best.
that on Screen Planet soon.
Hey. So, what have we learned?
Oh, we've learned
Oh my
so
god, we've
much.
learned so much. I've learned about The Shining, which I didn't expect.
Yes, you've learned stuff about The Shining. We've learned stuff about The Shining. We've learned stuff about
The moon landings,
the
space
moon
travel.
landings, and the conclusive proof that they're real. That Kubrick's film isn't a confession.
Or is it?
Or is it?
Open it up to the audience.
Yeah, come on.
Comment below. What do you think?
What do you think? We're not trying to tell you or convince you of anything.
No, not at all.
okay?
I don't personally believe that theory. I just thought it was an interesting one to bring up and
yeah.
talk about. So.
Just as a poll, okay, I'm obviously 100% moon landings
Yeah.
are real because they did happen. Don't have to believe in them. They're real. What about you guys?
Make that 2.
Right,
They
so-
happened.
Yeah, they definitely have.
Okay,
Definitely
so,
happened.
So everybody here,
It's a subject that still fascinates
Is
me.
is a
it's still
moonite.
fascinating. Okay, for me, I want to see further exploration of the moon so people can actually see
Just
Conclusive. Yeah.
conclusive proof of the moon landings.
Unquestionable.
And then it's nailed, solid. But I'm sure there's some way somebody will be saying, no, it's all CGI.
we were saying earlier about the how it's going to be as common to go to the moon as it is to get on a plane, like a commercial air flight. We should just buy tickets for all the people who believe that the moon landings were fake. Just send them up first, show them the moon, and then bring them back down.
They hypnotised us. They used drugs.
They put gas in the air. But yeah, no, it's a fascinating subject.
Moon landings, they happened.
Yeah, that's what we feel anyway.
Just
You might feel different. Please put it in the comments.
the subject of space travel is just fascinating to me.
Yeah,
I love it.
we got to come back and take a visit to Mars.
I mean, this episode's been
Because Mars,
on for a
we've got-
while.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes.
It's goodbye from Buzz.
Goodbye from Jack.
And goodbye from Zach.
Bye.
Now we know.
Now we know the moon landings happened. Now we know.
Now we know show.
Yeah.
Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learned something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Zach.
I'm Buzz.
And I'm Jack.
Yay, we got Jack back.
Hooray! Finally.
He's back
Is
in
your
the suit.
special guest this time?
Yeah.
Am
Are
I
you our
have
special
I been,
guest or
have
are
I
you
been relegated to special guest now?
Oh dear.
or promoted? Depends how you look at it.
Sorry to our formal
Special
former
guest star.
Yeah, so Jack's back. This is great.
So what are we looking at
I'm
this
I'm
episode?
a founding father of the Now We Know show.
Well, Jack's come back right at an opportune time in our spooktastic
Shocktober season.
series.
I had to come
season
back
of
for Halloween.
podcasts.
I had to come back for Halloween. I couldn't
So
miss it.
we're 2 down. This is number 3.
Right.
And in this episode, we are discussing the Halloween movies franchise.
Yeah, so this is the Michael Myers, Halloween, Jamie Lee Curtis, Dr. Loomis,
Laurie Strode.
Haddonfield.
John Carpenter.
Yes,
Halloween movies. Not Halloween movies as in generally any movie that you watch on Halloween.
Right. Okay.
But-
that does sort
but,
of make
Jack-
it a bit more specific.
But, Jack, there is an added special bonus you get for coming to the studio today.
Okay.
And that is we've also got a huge
Oh my
variety
God.
of Halloween cupcakes.
It's like a pile of cupcakes and sweets.
This is going to be sugar overload. And this is, we're going to be kind of reviewing these Halloween treats
as we go
as
along.
we go along through our journey through the movies.
Lots of E numbers.
Lots of numbers. That's it. By the end of it, we'll all be wanting to stab
Steaming
each other.
If you enjoy the Now We Know Show podcast, why not support Zak Wylde Productions on our Patreon page? Become an official ZWP patron for as little as £1 a month for exclusive early access to all our latest episodes, videos, behind the scenes, updates and more. Okay, so Halloween.
Halloween.
Cupcakes.
Okay.
Where are we going to start? Are we going to go with John Carpenter's
Let's
Halloween?
Go straight in there with John Carpenter's Halloween, 1978.
What do we
The
think?
original.
The original. Some would argue the best. I would probably.
It's pretty good.
It's
Yeah,
pretty
it's
good
pretty good.
because it's where it all started.
It's the one that's the kind of the simple premise where it's just a man in a mask stalking teenagers on Halloween.
Yeah, complete.
Basically, it started it all, didn't it, really? When
Yeah,
it
Well,
came to
literally,
it?
it literally
I think that was what was sort of was it all encompassing. I mean, I was around and watched it when it first came out, and it was something that hadn't seen before. And I mean, of course, that iconic piano,
the music is
brilliant. You know, because that when the way you just did that, Zach, it is quite reminiscent to like Jaws. It's like 2 notes coming in.
yeah.
And
It's always the simple music. That's
simple,
the most
and it
effective
was like,
one.
ooh, that really put a shiver up your spine.
Well, it was composed by John Carpenter.
Incidental, yeah.
And it was straightforward because you had this boy, Michael Myers, who obviously murders his sister.
Well, that's the big reveal at the beginning, isn't it?
Yeah, well, because that's right. Because if you remember, the camera is tracking around behind the mask, which at that time it was a clown mask, if I recall, because he was dressed as a clown.
Yeah.
And
It was like a title, Halloween 19 something.
Well, the original title was going to be the Baby City, Baby City.
Baby City, the Baby City,
The
City
Baby
Murder.
City, like Boss Baby.
The Baby City Murders.
Right, Babysitter Murders.
The Baby City Murders.
Well, I did
Not the
get
babysitting murders.
Baby,
Like people sitting on babies.
babysitter murder.
that. No, we haven't even started the cupcakes.
Anyway,
Okay, so it was called that, and then they switched it to Halloween just
to associate it to
the
the season,
The season.
and that obviously was part of its success.
That's right. So you know,
I think is it arguably the original? Is it arguably like the ultimate Halloween film for like watching at the Halloween season?
Well, we are going to be discussing Halloween
I
movies
mean,
in general.
Yeah, I do kind of find myself revisiting it pretty much every year.
But I mean, it throws itself up every year simply because the name Halloween comes up, and then subsequently,
It's
all
a clever
the movies.
title, really, isn't it? To call it after the actual.
Yeah, I mean,
season.
I suppose it's if you've got something and you call it Christmas this or Christmas that.
Christmas the movie.
Christmas the movie.
I'd watch that.
So we've got Michael Myers as this psychopathic. Something clicks in this little boy's head and he kills his sister brutally.
It's kind of left a little bit ambiguous. Isn't it?
Yeah.
They try and explore it a bit more
Well, they
in the
do.
later
They
movies.
explore it, and we'll discuss that as we go along. But all this keep. I mean, Dr. Loomis that pops up. He loves to use the phrase, Michael, he's pure evil.
Good old Donald Pleasant.
It's good old, we love him. And so he gets obviously put into an institution, which he escapes from some years later. And I think you pointed out before we came into the studio the inaccuracy in the credits.
Yeah, there's a weird inconsistency with the credits of Michael Myers. I think they credit him as the wrong age, or the ages don't quite
Add up.
add up. Yeah.
But anyway, so he's an adult man of what age?
I think he's like,
Late 20s, early 30s?
yeah, something like that. I think it's like 15 years after he was the kid.
We assume he's like 7 or 8 as a kid.
Already, yeah, I can see where we're coming from.
Yeah.
Yeah. So then he escapes, comes back to Haddonfield, and then goes on a killing spree,
Yeah.
which is straightforward enough. But it was creepy the way it was done. He would suddenly be popping out from behind a hedge and then disappearing again and things. And what was the other interesting thing at the time is I do believe he was meant to wear a clown mask again.
Oh, really?
I believe that's the case. Somebody might be able to comment on that, but of course he didn't. And I can't remember what the reason was that they didn't give him the clown mask, but then they needed to find him a mask for the actor to wear, so they grabbed the one that we now...
It's synonymous.
with Michael Myers, but it's actually a William Shatner
Captain
Kirk mask.
Which is a weird thing
Which
anyway.
they sprayed white.
Would you buy a rubber Captain Kirk mask? It's kind of an odd thing.
I'm going to dress up as Captain Kirk for Halloween.
With a rubber face, almost like you've
But it's like
stolen his face.
it's the worst Captain Kirk mask you can even imagine, with its Ken Dodd hair.
Well, I think
that kind of white face of Michael Myers has become so sort of iconic.
I think
it's one of the big...
that's part of the creepiness of it, because you don't know, you've never seen his face. That is his face.
kind
It's
of
so blank.
It's human enough, but it's also very blank.
Yeah, and of course, when you go through the camera shots, and it keeps going back behind the mask, so you can imagine yourself if you've worn a Halloween mask and you've got that breathing sound in the mask, which is and you're just sort of like seeing the binocular vision out of the eyes.
The POV.
And it's brilliant, absolutely brilliant, very creepy.
It's the most horror of all of them, I
It
think.
keeps you on the edge of your seat all the
very
time.
much so.
This
Very much
continual
so.
kind of
Tension.
and the way he's chopping his way through people,
Yeah.
moving from house to house, and nobody's really noticing what's going on at the time.
There's that one scene in the original, where he's got that girl up against the wall, and he's got this a kitchen knife, which is like kind of the average length of a kitchen knife, and he holds her up against the wall and stabs her, and walks away, and she's kind of left pinned to the wall. But it's like, how big is that knife? So I would have had to go through her into the wall and have enough in the wall to keep it.
A good 2 inches in the wall.
Unless you like stuck the handle in as well.
Yeah.
Even that would be a reach.
I mean, that is a serious knife you've got in your cutlery.
I mean, I'm sure throughout the movies the knife does get longer.
Yeah. So and that becomes again synonymous with Michael Myers. Is that carving knife?
I think it's one of my favourite endings of a slasher film, the original Halloween.
Yeah. Again, so we come to the end of that. Again, most people have seen it, so there's no spoilers. He goes out the window, gets shot by Loomis, doesn't he?
Yeah.
Falls
Kind
out
of the
window.
big final showdown of the
There's
film.
the body line on the lawn.
He must be dead now.
They come down, boom.
He goes.
And it's just that shot of him not being there is so
creepy.
And the you got that the needle drop of the music starts coming back in as well, right at that moment.
It's brilliant.
Takes you to the end of the film.
How did he survive that?
Exactly. And then
as you're leaving the cinema, I'd imagine that's like in the back of your mind, like he's still out there, he's not been defeated. You've got no closure.
Yeah.
And I think that's
Quite the cliffhanger.
I think that's what's brilliant about that ending.
Again, I remember watching it originally when it came out, and then that's what attracted me to the second movie, because when I went back to watch the second movie, I think it was probably the first movie I'd seen at the cinema where it started exactly where the
A
previous
proper
movie
part 2, yeah.
had
Do you want
stopped.
a weird fact about the first one?
Go on, weird fact time.
There's no blood. Very little gore. You don't see
I mean,
any
it's
blood.
very low budget.
Yeah.
I think we've seen a documentary about it before. haven't we?
Oh,
There's a
what was
really
that
good-
called?
The
Oh,
Movies We Love, I think it's called.
The movies that made us.
That's the one, yeah. something like that.
But the jump scares are timed
Mm.
beautifully. you
But
know.
it's so low budget. It's almost, I love when a low budget film actually reaches the sort of public consciousness, because then you've kind of got that hope of, like, as a filmmaker, if you
Mhm.
make that film with the sort of bare minimum, you
Mhm.
can actually,
And
with
that-
the
and that-
right skills, you can
that
make it into something.
character has because there is a big series of the movies now, but that character has become so iconic, like other ones that jumped straight to mind, like Freddy Krueger and Jason Voorhees, that people will dress up as that character.
Yeah, it's an easy. Well, even are we
Yeah.
skipping to
Go on,
what
we
happened
can
last
mention
night?
it.
We can briefly mention the fact that, well, let's put it into context. This podcast is also to coincide with the fact that and this is why we're discussing the Halloween movies, is because the new latest and maybe final Halloween movie is literally just being released at time
think
of
it was last
recording this
week it came out,
podcast.
so,
Yeah. So, and we went to see it, didn't we?
Yes, and the reason I bring that up is because one of the audience members actually came in with
Yes.
a pretty good Michael Myers costume.
That's it.
spoiler
Yeah,
scene.
yeah.
And I gave him a round of applause because
Yeah.
I thought this is good.
It's good
This is
commitment.
dedication. This one,
But we'll get to Halloween
We'll get
ends.
that, that's
We'll
the-
get to
We'll
Halloween
get there.
because funny enough, it's at the end.
I also have many thoughts about that film. so-
We'll
Okay.
get to that. We'll get to that.
So we've literally sort of talked about the first Halloween, the original.
Yep.
Going to move on to number 2, but
I
it's
think
Halloween.
We've forgotten about the.
It's Halloween cupcake time.
Cupcake time.
Right, I'm going to go straight in with these ones. Okay, so we're going to be rating these cupcakes as we go. Take a break between movies. So these are Tesco's. Tesco's. These come in a pack of 2, so we've got 2 packs because we're going to have a spare one. And they're Tesco's 2 Halloween cupcakes with hidden centres. Oh,
That's
yeah.
very cryptic.
But they are actually, see, this was the problem we had, wasn't it? We went out shopping for Halloween. We started off with the idea of going Halloween candy snacks. But frankly, all the Halloween candy is just normal
Stuff
sweets.
repackaged.
Because it's like, we
Halloween
went into
packaging.
one shop and there's this, Halloween, and it's got spooky bats and stuff on the packet. Inside it was just like mini Mars bars. It was like, well, the actual
I know
sweets.
in Burger King they're doing Whoppers, but they're making the buns black and
Ugh.
orange.
I don't know about that.
A black burger looks
I
a
don't
little
know
bit
that.
sinister.
But we ended up looking at all the candy. It's just, well, all they've done is change the packaging, but the actual candy sweets aren't Halloween orientated.
Nothing interesting.
So that's why we decided on cupcakes. So straight to the cupcakes.
Yes.
Now these ones, taking the wrapper off, I think they look pretty impressive. Don't they?
There's a pumpkin and a half.
Well, they look like pumpkins.
These are pumpkins. Okay,
that?
you guys have that one.
I'm intrigued to know what the bit on top is.
Well, we've got, basically, listeners, we've got these pumpkin cupcakes. They're in a green cupcake holder, which is pretty snazzy. And then it's got
It's a very
pumpkin.
black
Pumpkin.
actual
Pumpkin. Oh, want to escape.
cupcake down.
Yeah, cupcake down. Pumpkin icing on top, which is lovely and orange, with a stalk sticking out.
I'm gonna eat the stalk first.
I'm just peeling the whole. It's quite dark inside.
That looks very
It
chocolatey.
looks very Christmas puddingy.
I am very intrigued to find out what this centre is.
It does say hidden centre.
Can't tell what the stalk is.
Yeah, going in. Oh, it's very,
Will it be orange flavoured icing?
very soft icing. Now, I've got to say, Zach knows I'm not a great cake lover. So
I'm not.
This isn't the podcast for you,
Yeah,
then, is
I'm
it?
not a big cake eater either.
We say as we have a big pile of cakes in front of us.
Oh, mine doesn't seem
The
bad.
cake itself is really nice.
It's very moist. The hidden centre seems to be chocolate. What are you laughing at?
Nothing.
I mean, you got to understand, listeners, we're all bearded men, and now we've got orange icing stuck all over our.
Was it the fact that I just ate the entire cake in one?
It was actually the word moist.
Oh, the choke. That was very moist.
I quite
What
like.
was the centre though?
Mine
it was just
mine
chocolate.
Chocolate.
I've got no centre. I needed a more interesting centre.
Yeah,
I'm going to need a drink after
it
that.
certainly looked like pumpkin.
Okay, but
we got-
the
we got-
Tesco's twin pack of the pumpkin cupcakes. I enjoyed that.
Okay, for the 2-pack,
Yep.
£1.50 each.
Was it right?
Was it worth £1.50?
That's 75p.
I think you stick 4 in a packet for 150.
Yeah. So it's quite expensive. They do look good though.
Yeah.
They've made them nice.
They're pretty stand out in comparison to the other ones we
nice and
have.
moisty. Yeah. I think I like them. Moist.
Moisty.
Out of 10.
Moisty.
Do we have any beverages?
Yeah. Interesting you should bring that up, funny enough. It's Halloween. So what do we have? Well, when I was a lad, way back in the early 70s, and we had Halloween parties, flashback time, in the early 70s, Halloween parties, my dad always used to change the light bulb. I might have mentioned this before. Change the light bulb to a red light bulb, and like the whole house ended up looking like a tart's parlour. But there you go. And I'll save most of the traditions that we had for our special Halloween special, which is coming up next after this one. But one of the things we always used to have to drink was bat's blood, which was Cherryade.
Ozzy Osbourne style.
That's it, Cherryade. And we've got some Cherryade that we
nice.
managed to track down. It actually took us a while to get Cherryade.
Yeah, we had to visit 2 shops.
Yeah, two mega supermarkets to actually find.
Special Sainsbury's own brand Cherry Aid.
Other
Sainsbury's.
products are available.
So this is Sainsbury's bat's blood, and with no added sugar, which basically means that it's got loads of sugar in it, but they haven't added any more than they normally do.
I think we'll be right for sugar, I'll be honest.
So do you want to? Whoa! Pop that open. And let's all
Careful of the fizz.
Ah!
Yep.
Okay.
Well, yeah.
I need
Somebody
to
should have
charge
told you
some
that.
glasses.
Somebody should have told you that bat's blood can be quite fizzy. That's my one, so I'll have that. That's it. Oh, look at that. That's cool.
Quite pink.
Yeah, I know. From when I was a kid, my beer was with a red light bulb. I always imagined it to be more red than this.
Yeah, it's definitely more on the pink side.
Refreshing though.
Oh, I like the smell of cherry. Listen to the fizz on that.
Yeah, it's quite fizzy. Let's wash it down. Anyway, cupcakes.
First cupcake out of 10.
10 being really good.
10 being like the perfect cupcake, I'd
Perfect
say.
cupcake. I didn't actually think. I don't eat that many cupcakes, to be honest with you. But I actually quite like that. I didn't think it was too sweet.
I think it was what I would expect a cupcake to be.
I mean,
Yeah.
you've still got most of it in your moustache.
Most of it is in your ginger moustache.
I do.
You've gone even more orange than you normally are. I'd give that a nice 8.
I was going to say 8 as well, yeah.
There you go.
I think I'll third that, 8.
It's a
Really?
higher end.
That's a good start.
Good
for the
start for the
cupcakes,
pumpkins.
For the Tesco's pumpkins. Right, so Halloween 2, an inventive title.
The sequel.
I have seen this one, but not for a while.
Now I liked it, and I think it sort of introduced to me where Michael is kind of this unstoppable force. At this point, he is now. We agreed. I'm racking my brains because I haven't seen the movie for years, but he's kind of now on the trail of Laurie Strode, isn't he?
I think I always get the impression like she's the one that got away. So she's
Yeah.
kind of like, he's the one
So
that
I
he
think-
couldn't kill. So
I
he
think
kind
he
of
overhears
targets her.
that she's at
Right.
the local hospital
Yeah,
or
because
something.
it starts, as I said before, it starts immediately. The first film,
Which is
finishes.
quite unique at the time. Usually
So-
you wouldn't have a film that goes straight away.
She's off to hospital. He's obviously escaped.
Yeah, he's
And
been
then-
shot however many times.
Then he hears that she's gone to the hospital, so he follows to the hospital, and this killing spree occurs at the hospital with lots of different inventive ways to murder.
Yeah,
them.
it's way more inventive
Yeah.
in the sequel
And,
than the first
and
one.
because it's Halloween, the hospital's on minimum staff, it's all quiet, shut down, everybody's off doing their thing. And I think the whole hospital setting, again, brings that kind of uneasiness because
Because it's
like,
empty.
and it's scalpels.
It's supposed to be a safe
place, a
Yeah.
place of healing.
Yeah, exactly.
And it's not a place where you've got some lunatic going around.
I think the worst kill in it is the claw hammer. on the security guard.
Oh, he goes out. He's in the storeroom place. There's an area which is being worked on, isn't there?
Something like that.
Or is it
But
storeroom?
he
Yeah.
gets a claw hammer to the head.
Would you
I
agree?
didn't quite like the where they turned up the bubble, the heated baths.
Oh, and he boiled
They
someone.
boiled somebody's head in it.
Although the first one is obviously what kind of kicked off the slasher genre, would you agree the second one is more of like a traditional slasher film in that it's set in one place and it's kind of more focused on the killing spree? The first one's kind of more of a horror suspense.
Yeah, you didn't know what was going to happen in the first one. Second one, you now have
It's kind of more
you
of a
have an
slasher.
angle on Michael, and I suppose that's where I was going to say with the second movie, it takes it up a notch from the point of view that Michael is more than human.
Yeah.
Because he's obviously been shot in the previous one,
But he's now getting shot further.
I know he's getting shot and damaged in so many
And
different
he's
ways.
got inhuman strength. He's picking people up by the neck.
Yeah,
Yeah.
suddenly he's become man or evil man plus. To bring this kind of tension of, oh my goodness me, it's not just a man, it's somebody with these.
Yeah, I think it's kind of your baseline slasher horror film. It's kind of up a gear from the first one.
Yep.
And loads more blood.
Yeah. So it's when that again the audience at this time is probably enjoying this type of movie for what it is, and just like with the Jason Voorhees Friday the 13th movies, it's always you watch the movies just to sort of. It might seem quite crass to say that you're seeing them to see the kills, but when you're looking at it from a movie perspective, you know that these are actors, you know that they're not real, you know that it's, and so you're looking at it and saying, "Oh, have they done this really? Are these really good?"
I mean, slasher as a genre is always very light on story. It's
Yep.
pretty much just you're introduced to the core characters. They're usually
Yep.
a group of mates,
and then it's how.
then they gradually get picked off until there's one left. That's kind of every slasher film.
Yeah,
more or
well,
less.
there's all these tropes in it where if you see a girl in one of these movies that gets her boobs out, she's gonna die.
Yeah.
It's the one who doesn't is usually the one who's gonna survive.
Yeah.
It's the one that goes out.
The shy one. That's
There's one that'll come out the cabin into the woods with a torch that always runs out.
It turns
of
out
battery.
she's been
And she's
taught by her prepper father that she's like super tough and
it's like,
mean.
who's out there? Is there somebody there? And you think, who does this? But I think that's part of this kind of horror genre, that it gets the audience to kind of almost say that to the screen when they're watching it in their heads.
that is
Why
Why
are you doing
this?
this? Don't go round the corner. Don't open that door.
It is that. It is. That's what I love about the horror genre. Is it kind of evokes a lot more emotion in people than a lot of other genres. Obviously, you've got comedy, which is subjective anyway. But you can always get, with a slasher film, everyone can agree.
Mm-hmm.
Don't run upstairs. If the door's open, why are you going upstairs and hiding in the closet or
in
whatever?
the closet.
Don't go outside.
That's
into the
one of the
woods.
things I really
And it's
like about the
also
slasher
it's always time jump scares. It's we're just about to open the window and suddenly a cat will jump on the windowsill and it's the old it's just a cat.
The false one.
It's just a
fake out,
cat,
yeah.
and then you turn around and suddenly it's like, they do it all the time, but we love it. You know, you can't.
It's
escape
fantastic,
it.
yeah.
And of course, we praise it when they go, "Oh, now that was an inventive one."
Yeah.
That was a good kill.
Yeah,
I mean, now you don't really. I think the volume of slasher films isn't as much as it used to be in, say, the sort of 90s and 80s.
Mm-hmm.
That was kind of where it sort of was at its most prevalent.
Slasher season.
Yeah, nowadays it's more, I would say, more sort of paranormal horror films you get nowadays.
Yeah, certainly. Well, just because obviously we went to see Halloween Ends, the intros coming into that was kind of paranormal.
Trailers are all very similar, yeah.
Oh, there was definitely something to do with exorcism. It's Pray for the Devil. It's a new one.
That was the
coming
most
out.
kind of inventive-ish, but then again it sort of played on the whole Exorcist and...
Yeah. So, but that's the thing with the movies. I mean, maybe it's because in recent years the whole TV thing of ghost hunting has become quite a big thing.
Yeah,
And so,
with the light of sort of Paranormal Activity being such a big hit.
Anyway, that was Halloween 2. So shall we dive straight into another taste testing then?
I think so, yes.
Right, let's go for... What about this? This is a Mr. Kipling.
Oh, it's not a cupcake.
Yeah, so we're still going for the
a cake.
supermarket's own brand. Now, this is the bizarre thing, because this is what we were saying about the candy. You're looking at chocolate and stuff, and you go, well, it's just the same thing. So it's a bit difficult with some of these things, because it says Mr. Kipling, exceedingly good cakes, because it's Halloween. And they've changed the packaging, so they've got a spooky tree with a spider's web
The
and
Batman
a
logo.
colour bats. Yeah, Batman logo. And these are 6 chocolate and marshmallow slices. And what they've got to do with Halloween, I
That
have
doesn't
no
sound
idea.
very scary.
No, but the only reason that I chose these ones is because it looked like they'd actually tried to attempt to make the actual cakes themselves.
Make them pink.
Well, yes, they're kind of, goopy looking. So I don't know if I don't know if they sell these normally.
I think that's kind of what they look like, just with different colour.
Oh, look, they're in individual
I
packets.
got my own little box.
So we take the wrapper off, and look, they come in individual coffins.
Put that in your lunchbox.
Yeah, it's like a lunchbox cake. So actually, these are, what did I say, marshmallow and
Chocolate and marshmallow.
chocolate marshmallow.
Would you... Oh, okay. Well, if you look at the side of the packaging, obviously it's transparent packaging. You can see there is a real goopiness to the centre.
Okay. Right, let's go for these. Right. Oh, it's much drier than the last one.
What are you getting? Where's the marshmallow?
I don't know.
It just tastes like cake.
No, tastes like paint. Well, I don't know that.
Yeah. I'm getting the paint.
Quite like the texture.
It's not as moist as a
Yep.
moist. What is it with the word moist?
Don't know.
Jack? Moist.
That,
Moist.
by comparison, feels really artificial.
Yeah, that's really factory
Mr.
produced.
Kipling's supposed to be like the...
Exceedingly good cakes.
I quite like that. That's not too
All right.
bad. Again, I'm not really a cake eater, so any cake's quite...
If I'm at a Halloween party, right? Because this is what we've got to do. We've got to think these Halloween cupcakes. We're at a Halloween party. They're there on the spread. You go take one and go. "Ooh." The last one I had, I enjoyed enough to say, well, actually,
I might go back for
I might
another
go
one.
back for another. That thing was a definite not. That was like no.
One and done.
Yeah,
on that.
like, yeah, that can somebody else can eat the rest of those. So I'll give that a 4. Not terrible, but where was the marshmallow?
Yeah, I didn't really get the marshmallow.
I don't understand that.
The packaging is lying to us.
Yeah, just because it had bats on makes it Halloween.
I thought the kind of stuff on top might be sort of marshmallow texture, but it wasn't. It was just nice.
Maybe that's what the paint thing was. Maybe it was trying to imitate a marshmallow flavour in the icing.
They ran out of food colouring, so they just painted it pink.
Yeah. Okay. So Mr. Kipling, I think I'll give it a 4.
Yeah.
I'm going to say a 6. I don't think
Right,
it's
so-
Interesting.
too bad.
Okay, that's fair enough. Fair enough.
I don't know. Can we go into decimals on these?
No,
Okay. All right.
stop being stupid.
Okay.
Back to my
I
bat's
think
blood.
I'm going to have to go for a 4 as well. I did not prefer it.
Swig some bat's blood, and we'll move on to probably one of the
Most controversial, maybe?
Yeah, most
controversial,
divisive.
I was going to say odd movies in the
Definitely
Halloween.
divisive. I've actually, I must admit, not seen this one.
Okay, and
So
we're
you're gonna have
talking
to fill
about
me in.
Halloween 3,
3.
Season of the Witch.
Now, was it actually called Halloween 3,
Yeah.
or was it just called Halloween Season of the Witch?
Halloween 3, Season of the
So they
Witch.
did actually put a 3 on it. So therefore,
It counts.
I would have. Therefore, I would have gone and seen that to consider that it's a third one in the series.
Yeah.
Yet, like you say, Jack, controversial. It's got bugger all, excuse my French, to
Well,
do
well
with.
the second one, the end of the second one was pretty conclusive that Dr. Loomis and Michael have a final showdown and there's a big explosion. We think that's it.
We
That's
assume
the
Michael,
end.
Michael has been completely blown to smithereens.
So the initial concept, from what I know about this film, is that the producers basically wanted to turn the Halloween name into a
Right, so this
Anthology
type series. So basically, every film would follow a different
Right.
story.
So
and then
that's
they would just
where
say
that's
Halloween.
where I was going to go with it. I was going to say, was it that they were you saying Halloween 3, not Halloween 3 as in sequentially a Michael Myers story, but Halloween as in the name. It's a Halloween
Yeah, so
movie.
so I think the plan was to do Halloween 4 and have a different story,
Right.
completely different characters and everything.
Well, they certainly went for a different story, didn't they?
I think at that point they probably realised that
So-
Michael Myers is why people are going to
Yeah.
to go and see the film.
Well, that's it. Well, I remember with great eagerness to go and watch Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, and coming out thinking, what the hell did I just watch? Because all I could remember was this particular jingle.
Happy, happy Halloween, 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 happy, happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock.
Should have drank some.
Yes. I think the cake's kicking in.
Yeah, because that's the brand of marketing on the masks.
Yes, right. The company is Silver Shamrock, based in Ireland, or from Ireland, because obviously the film is in the States.
It's very stereotypical.
And if I recall,
Something to do with occult sacrifices or something.
they've taken a stone from a stone circle, like some kind of. It might be in a sacrificial stone or some stone which contains.
I assume a witch circle because it says Season of the Witch.
Well, again, I can't recall
been a while
what it's got to
since
do
we've
with
seen it.
witches exactly, but it's all to do with this stone that is part of like it's taking a stone out of Stonehenge, and they've got tiny little slivers of it that they put in the Silver Shamrock labels.
Right, yeah, probably.
Each
yeah.
label on a mask has
This is
got
really
like a
weird.
sliver,
It is very
Having
weird.
not seen it, I'm
it's
kind
got
of
like a
intrigued.
sliver of this.
The
stone.
only real connection is that Halloween is a film within this world. They
Yeah.
see on the screens, like you'll see the Thing in the original Halloween.
Most of the thing from another world.
Yeah.
Fine. But you'll see John Carpenter's
Nerd alert, nerd alert.
John Carpenter.
Wah, 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 wah.
John Carpenter's Halloween on a TV screen in Halloween 3.
Right, so they maybe that was the thing they were going to do then,
Yeah.
and maybe kind of make out like it was the
But the
bigger
intro,
universe or something.
the intro, is that the one with the pumpkin that splits open and there's a skull in it on number 3?
That's the second one.
That's the second one.
That's
So
the
that's
poster,
Halloween 2.
isn't it? I remember the poster.
So Halloween 3, but we still have this major pumpkin theme because a lot of the masks are
It's the
pumpkin
pumpkin
masks.
masks, yeah. Because all I can remember is that this kid puts on this mask,
Yeah.
then watches a TV program.
Yeah, so it's an advert.
Okay, it's an advert.
Yeah, they put an advert on which does that jingle.
It has the jingle and like
It's
some
sort of
kind
like
of
flash
strobing effect
Strobe light.
that kind of activates
This
this
mask.
creepy
It
mask
activates
thing,
the witch stone, if you like, that's in the
okay.
mask.
and then it basically
You
turns.
could be making this all up.
It turns his head into like worms,
Well, you don't see his head so much. You just see him worms coming out the eye sockets and the mask, and like this.
and he dies.
He dies. And the idea is, for some reason, that they're going to distribute these masks and turn everybody's heads into worms.
Why?
For a mass sacrifice.
Yeah. Oh,
that's
okay.
it for us. So, yeah, it's
Oh, yeah,
very
that-
strange.
Well, that sounds intriguing. There.
I think it's got to be watched. It's a movie that's got to be
I've
watched.
got it on DVD.
But I mean,
I've not seen it.
It's the only Halloween you've got on DVD.
Yeah.
if you head into that one and think you're going to see another follow up to Michael Myers, then you'll be
I mean,
disappointed.
I haven't seen it, but I appreciate that they maybe just tried something
new.
They probably didn't know how successful Michael Myers would become.
Yeah, they tried, and well, it's a movie story on its own. Didn't really do anything for me. It's probably one of my least
Memorable.
Yeah, I wouldn't. It's not one I'd go and say, "Oh, do you know, I haven't seen that for ages. I'm going to watch it again." If you haven't seen it, watch it.
Yeah. I'm
Just-
intrigued. I'm intrigued.
Yeah, just watch it if you haven't seen it. But if you haven't seen it, I don't think that many people would sort of pluck it off the shelf to watch it again.
When you've got the other Halloween movies that you could.
I mean, after what I watched last night, it might be better.
Okay.
Ooh.
But then, so we've got Halloween, Halloween 2, Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, and then we hit
Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers.
So we're back to we're still numbering them, which is interesting.
So Halloween 4,
So
Return of Michael
completely
Myers.
forgotten.
You're going to have to remind me on this one, Zach.
Well, on this one, it turns out that Michael Myers was in a coma. He survived the fire.
Right, surprise the
He's
blast
just
at the
severely
hospital.
burnt, and so did Dr. Loomis. He's still around, but he's quite burnt.
Okay, because we do see further on in later movies, you do see Donald Pleasance with burn scars on his face,
Yes.
which is a throwback to that
So
particular.
this is the first in the Thorn trilogy.
Ah, the Thorn trilogy. Gotcha.
We'll get to that.
Yep.
It's kind of exploring the next couple of films. At which point, he hears on the radio that the daughter of Laurie Strode, Jamie,
Yep.
is revealed to be living somewhere, and Michael overhears this
And he's in a
coma.
he's in a coma, but he's in
He's
a
being-
secure unit. Or
He's
still have his
being
mask on?
transferred
Right,
to another facility. At which point, he then miraculously wakes up from his coma, murders everyone in the van, and escapes to go on a killing rampage to
what-
find Jamie, Laurie's daughter.
What year are we into now? Is this the 80s, I assume? Because it was the end of the 70s was the first one.
Well, must be.
It must be. I can't tell you.
I haven't got my phone with me.
I haven't got
to
the
Google
cheat sheet.
it. Yeah, cheat sheet. So,
But yes,
As
unfortunately,
soon as I haven't seen this one, I'll do some background
Yeah.
research.
unfortunately, Laurie is made out to have died in a car crash.
Yeah.
So no more
Laurie Strode.
Laurie Strode.
And is that the one where it ends up him falling down a mine shaft?
Yes.
Or a well or something like that?
Yes, it is.
Right. I've got little memories of that one.
Yes.
But on a rating scale, it's not, for me, it's not that memorable. 'Cause-
I mean, to be fair, of the Thorn trilogy,
Right.
it's probably the better of the three.
Okay.
1988.
Because they kind of try and explore this kind of supernatural, occult
Right.
side of things.
This is why he's superhuman.
Yeah, this is why he keeps coming back.
Right.
And they kind of make out that there's some kind of blood curse on his
Yeah.
family.
Well, like in Friday the 13th, it ends up being that Jason Voorhees is actually able to regenerate himself.
Yes, because
that's why
he's-
he's unstoppable.
Well, if you go to Jason Goes to Hell the Final Friday, he's actually
Oh yes, he's a
he's a deadite from the
Deadite
Necronomicon.
from the Necronomicon from the Evil Dead. He's a deadite. That possesses him. But by Jason X,
Yeah.
then he's got regenerative
Yes.
in his genetics. That's
Yes.
why he can't get killed. But with Michael Myers, it's more that it's some kind of evil curse.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. But I'm going to ask you a question because I now am recalling, you talk about the Thorn trilogy. I'm recalling the next two movies. I recall in the second movie the appearance of a man who's walking around with cowboy boots on.
Oh jeez.
With silver tips that sort of like clink when he's walking. Did he appear in the first movie?
No.
So that character is only introduced in the second movie.
In the fifth one, in Halloween 5.
In Halloween 5.
In the second of the Thorn trilogy,
Right.
he appears.
So we've dealt with Halloween 4.
It's the best of the Halloween Thorn trilogy.
1988 for anyone that
Right.
wants to know,
Okay.
Then we come to the next movie,
which is 1989, so the
How-
year after.
which, funny enough, if I recall, starts like Halloween 2. It starts at the exact point where the previous movie finishes.
Yep.
Apart from the difference is they chuck dynamite down the well and try and blow him up.
And he escapes.
But that's why I called it a mine shaft, because I think it's a well, but it's got another way out, and you wouldn't really
Yeah,
have
and he
that.
kind of floats down a river.
Floats down the river, yeah, and escapes. But then they keep introducing this man walking around in a big black hat and a black coat with his clinking boots.
Of all the Halloween movies, Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers, is somewhat of
Yeah,
a
it was-
bizarre obscurity.
It was a real letdown. It was kind of watching an episode of something where they've just done a filler.
It's a filler episode.
It's just to get from A to B so they can do the next movie, and then nothing ever really happens in it.
Yeah.
And then you've got this weird character walking
No
around with
memorable-
no explanation.
No
of who it
memorable
is.
kills of any kind.
No memorable kills.
It poses some questions, but it doesn't answer anything.
And then it just has this character that, if you've just gone to watch the movie, you go, why do they keep showing this character who's just walking around like a kind of an old Wild West gunslinger? You never see his face, and it's just walking around with his clinky boots. Clinking.
Kinky boots.
That's not kinky boots, but clinky boots. And you go, okay, tell me, I'm waiting to find out what this is about. And you get to the end of the movie, nothing.
It's quite strange because, again, it's got Dr. Loomis in it, Donald Pleasance.
Oh, Donald Pleasant's back in.
And he's kind of trying to work with Jamie, who's now become mute because she touched Michael Myers and is kind of becoming Michael Myers in a way. They have this kind of psychic connection.
That's very similar to what
So he
we had.
keeps kind of interrogating her, like, tell me where he is so I can kill him.
Is that the one that ends with the 2x4?
It's the one where they just end up catching Michael Myers in a metal net and Dr. Loomis
Chain net.
beats him to death with a 2x4.
I mean, that was probably the most exciting bit of the movie, to be honest. You waited the whole movie for this. But it leaves you really with more questions.
But
than
it could have
answers.
been ended there. But
That's
then
interesting that they've made
yeah.
that. They've made that same mistake again
and we
with future films.
after that, after the 2x4, it then goes to the police station where we see him in prison, where this creepy
Oh, yeah.
Toad
that's it.
character
Mr. Clinky Boots.
explodes the prison cell, kills all the police officers, kidnaps Jamie.
And
Michael's gone.
Michael's gone.
The end.
There's still no explanation who Mr. Clinky Boots is.
It's interesting that came out a year after number 4, and they've kind
And
of
it's
obviously rushed it.
Such a steep decline from the fourth one. The fourth one was they played safe. The fifth one was like cash grab. You
Yeah.
just think Michael Myers, it must be instant success.
And it was nothing.
Yeah, it's just nonish.
Nonish.
So how many Halloween films are there actually in the series?
Okay, maybe we should count it out.
Okay.
John Carpenter's Halloween.
1,
Halloween 2.
2,
Halloween 3, Season of the Witch.
3.
Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers.
4.
Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers. Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers.
6.
H2O, Halloween 20 years later.
7.
Halloween Resurrection.
8.
Rob Zombie's Halloween.
9.
Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
10.
Halloween 2018.
11.
Halloween Kills.
12.
Halloween Ends.
13.
13 films.
13.
Okay.
There we go.
We're over a quarter of the way there.
Good. Right. In that case, it's spooktastic.
Cupcake.
Cupcake
We're
time.
back to the cupcake.
I think
So-
I'm going to have some more cherryade.
Yeah.
We'll have some. Right, so these ones that I've just grabbed, the other ones were own brand Tesco's that we started off with. And these ones are Sainsbury's. Right. So Sainsbury's cupcakes. Halloween, they are, right, so they've got minimal wrapping. And do these look Halloweeny, guys?
I'm not sure about the dogs.
Well, this is the bizarre thing.
Play dogs?
The wrapping has got a cat on it, and a skeleton,
And a mummy.
and a mummy, and a Frankenstein's monster.
Frankenstein.
The cupcakes, well, 3 of them are kind of, you could call them pumpkin swirls with
I mean,
stars
they're
on.
Halloween colours.
Halloween colours, 3 of them, and then the other ones look chocolate, and they've got dogs on.
I mean, it's a brown swirl with a dog on top.
Yeah. I mean, is it meant to be a dog, or what the dog's done? I don't know.
It's a doggy do cupcake.
Well, so who's going for what? We got 3 of the chocolate doggies, and 3 of the.
Are they dogs or are they supposed to be bats?
And it can't be a bat.
I'm going to go doggy style.
It's
Sorry?
going to go doggy style.
I'll put my finger in it.
You don't want to put your finger in.
Right, I'm going to go for one of the totally bizarre coloured pumpkin-looking ones.
Oh, I'm gonna be adventurous. I'm going for the pumpkin
Okay.
snot.
It's got extra bits on it. It's actually got little pumpkin bits on it.
Attention to detail.
Little
Stars.
pumpkin bits. Right, so
Are
this one.
stars a Halloween thing? Not really.
Stars. Well, it's dark, isn't
It's got
it?
little. Oh, okay. So, looking really closely, it's got little purple bats on it.
I'm going in.
I'm going right. Oh yeah, purple bats. The topping's looking good. Although this is not a chocolate-based cake. It is a
Sponge.
vanilla sponge. It's quite a heavy top actually.
It's so chocolatey.
It's just very thick.
Very
Fondant.
fondant, yes.
Oh, that is very.
Oof. I don't like the. That is too much
Not
fondant.
too much fondant on these.
The dog on top's really chewy.
You've got a chewy dog in your
It's like
mouth.
cardboard. You're supposed to take the dog off.
Yeah. It actually says on the packet non-edible.
Part of the packaging.
Oh,
That fondant is takes some getting through.
Yeah. Try that, but chocolate.
Kind of feels like candle wax.
yeah. Well. Okay, so there was a vanilla sponge.
It's just
Too much fondant for me.
The sponge is fine.
Yeah, the sponge fine. I did it on the fondant. I think if you're feeding these to kids, you can have trouble on your hands.
Just think of the dentist bill.
No, not the dentist. I'm going to. Who wants to start on the ratings on these ones?
well, I had a different one, so
Well, I'm about halfway through mine, so I can't start.
Okay. Well, I'll start with for the pumpkin swirly one with the bits on top. Too much fondant. The vanilla cupcake was okay. So again, I'm going to go in for a 4.
Okay, that's different. I had the same as you, so I think 2. I didn't like that.
Okay, you give it 2. Right.
Well, I
how
had-
was your chocky dog
I had the doggy choc.
or your chewy
The
dog
doggy
choc?
chod.
Doggy
Sorry.
chod.
Careful how you say that, Jack.
Very, very chocolatey. It's like chocolate overload. The fondant on top was the same sort of volume as yours, but very thick chocolate icing.
So how do you rate the
the
Sainsbury's
actual
cupcake?
dog on top was cardboard. It was like eating a postage stamp. It was nice, but I don't think I could eat 2. They were
Okay.
like, that'd be a 1 and done, I think. I'm gonna say a 5 out of 10.
5. Okay,
Okay.
so I think at the moment the pumpkin ones.
Pumpkin
are,
one's good.
Yeah, the first pumpkin one we had. That's the best. So
we
far.
tend to do that with these taste tests. Is the first one's always really nice because the excitement's there, and then once we overload ourselves with snacks,
Start going out on a Saturday night, isn't it? So that was that cupcake time. So we're back on with our Halloween movie.
The finale of the Thorn trilogy.
The finale.
Halloween: The Curse of Michael Myers.
it's interesting that it's a trilogy, even though it's 4, 5, and 6. That's kind of an odd.
Well, interesting from what you say, you've gone 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, and then 6 doesn't mention
That's
6.
Halloween: The Curse of Michael Myers.
Right, so they've dropped the numbers now.
Yeah. So this is sometime after the events of 4 and 5.
Right. Now I've actually seen this recently.
Yes. So Jamie, Laurie's daughter, has now grown up.
Yep.
She's had a baby, but she has been kept a prisoner by this cult.
I can't remember how it doesn't explain how come she's pregnant though.
No, that's never explained in
So
the movie.
she went in the previous movie where she's being kidnapped.
She's a kid.
She's a kid, but now she's been kept by a cult and she's become pregnant somewhere along the line.
She escapes with the kid.
Yeah, and at the same time,
Michael Myers does as well.
because he's being kept by the cult as well. And it's something to do with, they tried taking her baby and marking the baby with the rune,
Yeah,
and it's something to do with this kind of Scandinavian
blood curse.
of Thorn.
That I think
Hence
they
why the movies
apply
get
it to a family, and to sacrifice a family that somehow appeases the gods.
or gods, yes, and so by putting this pure evil into that child, then that child then goes around murdering everybody else.
In their family, which is kind of explaining why he seems to go after Laurie Strode in this timeline. Because in this timeline, Laurie Strode is his sister.
I don't know how that works.
It's a bit weird, and that's only because it is.
Yeah, because
That feels like they're kind of grasping at trying to do a big twist, and they haven't really come up with much.
Jamie
Or thought about it much.
survives about 10 minutes.
yeah, before
Then
she gets
gets impaled on a thresher.
yeah, she gets threshed.
So
by
she's the main character for the last two films.
Two films.
Yeah.
And she gets killed in the first.
first
Yep.
5 minutes. Yeah.
That's bold.
At which point, the baby is found by Paul Rudd.
Yes, Ant-Man.
He, the guy that never ages.
Yeah.
I think he's a bit quirky, and it turns out he's Tommy, is it?
Yeah, he's Tommy
Tommy,
Jarvis.
and he's one of the
No, not Tommy Jarvis. That's from Friday the 13th.
original little kids that was being
Right.
babysat by Laurie Strode
Well, they
in
kind
the
of-
first movie.
Jumping in too much, but they do kind of play on that as well, don't they, in the remakes? So it's an interesting
Well,
development.
anyway, throughout this movie, basically, Michael seems to pursue
The baby.
him and the baby and some other side
So
characters.
why is he there? Is he just he's just a resident?
He's living across from the Michael Myers house.
And he
Right.
keeps an eye on, he keeps spying on the
'Cause
people living there.
He knows that Michael he's disappeared for however many years it's been, and he's basically keeping watch.
And he's become a kind of a bit of a
Recluse.
quirky recluse that people sort of think he's a bit weird.
Right.
Because the girl who lives in the house thinks that he's peeping Tomming her.
He now bumps in.
Peeping Tomming her.
He now bumps into Donald Pleasance, Dr. Loomis again.
I assume at this point he's probably quite old, isn't he?
He's quite old.
I
He's
think this
quite
one
old.
In
was...
fact, it was the last movie he appeared in.
Unfortunately,
Because
yes.
the movie at the end is dedicated to the memory of Donald Pleasance.
Right. This one was 1995
Right.
for all my
Yeah,
film
it's
date
surprising
fans,
because
aren't
it's quite a like a few years
That we-
after the last
I
one.
do recall all the iconic one-liners from Dr. Loomis about Michael, he's pure evil. He loves that one.
Wait, wait.
That's what he's always. That's all Dr. Loomis ever says.
Yeah.
He's pure evil.
They're pursued throughout the entire movie, and the toe caps guy.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I forgot about old Toby.
Turns out that he's
Clinking
Doc-
Dog
he's
back.
Dr. Loomis's friend.
This is Buddy.
Oh.
This is Dr. Buddy.
That's a reach.
And they're searching for the baby as well for
He's the
unknown
head
purposes.
he's the head of the cult.
Right? We don't know exactly why.
Why?
We never find out why.
In fact, he kind of gets killed in a mass killing by Michael, and you
Yeah.
don't even see him get killed. You just assume that he's been
Yeah,
killed.
we just kind of assume.
Killed off screen.
Yeah,
yeah.
it's like, oh, okay.
Again, we're now in an abandoned hospital type place.
Setting.
Paul Rudd, or Tommy, and the kid are being pursued along with a side character and her kid as well. So
Yes, that's the ones who were living in Michael's old house.
Right.
and there seem to be these. You go into this kind of
gosh, yeah, because
biohazard room.
it's suggested that the chap who is the actual owners of the house are Laurie Strode's father's brother.
Yeah,
it's
they
very
are also related to.
They're Strodes.
This feels like a lot of stuff to pack into the final,
I
final film.
got really kind of like, it's like, who the hell is everybody trying to say?
Considering
that?
as you said, the previous film, not a lot was going on. It sounds like they could have maybe stretched that out over two films.
Yeah, this one just seemed. It was better than the fifth one,
Yeah, it was better.
but it just seemed to pose more questions and answer none of them.
Nothing. And it almost struck me again. We talked back when in the original Halloween 2, they upped Michael to make him more stronger, more superhuman, more, almost like he's possessed but with abilities to be able to get shot and stand up again and continue onwards.
Immortality.
Yes, and I think they were trying to explain that he was some kind of
vessel.
of some demonic force that was doing this, but it failed, in my opinion.
Final confrontations go. They beat him supposedly to death with a pipe.
Oh yeah,
So he gets beaten with a wood
2x4.
2x4 and then a pipe.
Then
Yep.
pipe.
And then we
Turns out
just
it's not actually that hard to kill.
Paul Rudd and the baby and everyone, they drive off. Donald Pleasant says, I've got some things to deal with here. And then we just finish on a shot of the mask on the floor.
Nice. They get
Oh,
dragged.
that's it. That's
They
it.
get dragged down by a clawed hand.
He gets.
No.
Ah,
He gets injected. Michael gets injected with a load of green stuff that's never explained what the
Yeah.
hell it is.
Venom.
Well, I don't know.
They seem to have
It's
some-
just-
becomes Bane.
It just seemed to be in this hospital. It was almost like in a hospital in this kind of theatre area where you do surgery, and it's got loads of these water butts that are stuck around with toxic written on them.
What was that? They kind of had like little
What's going on?
babies in like.
Yeah, little fetuses
Tanks.
in tanks.
They're going to try and grow more, like
More-
I don't know.
It just didn't explain. It
Emperor
didn't
Palpatine in
Yeah.
Return.
It posed just more
wherever that was
questions.
There's
called.
loads of little Snokes everywhere.
Yeah,
just-
what was that last one called?
I don't know. It
Rise of that was it, yeah.
Yes,
Crikey, I
I
even forgot
should
the name.
remember that because I was in that movie.
was on last night.
Yeah.
Bingo card.
Do you know, I worked on that movie. It was good fun working on that movie, but I actually watched it. I've fallen asleep 3 times and haven't got the end yet.
Don't even bother.
So,
Rabbit hole.
Yeah, but it was fun working on it.
So it's a Star Wars special.
Legacy plan.
Maybe next May. Next May.
Next May.
Yeah, next May. We'll do
May-
a Star Wars special.
May-
May the
right.
4th.
Oh,
Let's hope May the 4th
God.
is a Thursday. That'd be good.
That'll be good.
Okay. Anyway, so that's the end of the Thorn trilogy.
Yeah, not a very
The
good
6th
trilogy.
movie.
So, having not seen it, does it set up for more, or is it
No.
very much
no,
a finale?
No, it's a finale of those 3 movies.
Right.
That's it.
You can watch those 3 movies as they are.
So it's not like there was going to be a 7th one. It was like just that's it.
That's
No,
it.
that's it. So, by all means, go watch the Thorn trilogy and see what you think. Yeah, but then we move on to
I'm less,
H2O,
I'm less
isn't it?
intrigued by those than I am the third one. I'd probably rather watch the third season of
Yes.
Witch and not
Yeah,
bother with those ones.
yeah. I think that's the thing because it's a big letdown if you're a Michael Myers fan of the character.
Yeah.
Whereas number 3 being that it's got nothing to do with Michael Myers, it was kind of a letdown if you went to watch it hoping to see a Michael Myers
Yeah.
movie, and then you find that it isn't.
Interesting.
But watching it for what it is, then 3 is 3. So then we're on to H2O.
H2O. Halloween, 20 years later.
And we get the return of,
Laurie Strode,
and
who
Jay-
didn't die.
and it's actually Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yes.
Again.
Yes.
Hello.
So I'm assuming this is a reboot.
I remember when it came out.
She faked her death, apparently.
Yeah, she
So it
faked
does continue on from.
From the number 2, that would be, wouldn't it?
Yeah,
Kind of.
they don't. They do not address the previous 3 films. They
Right.
just say that she faked her death.
Yeah.
That's all we
You
get.
assume.
When does she die? Then?
Well, you assume that because it's Laurie Strode and because it's Jamie Lee Curtis, older, obviously, years have gone by.
She's gone into hiding, and she's currently a head mistress at a school.
So therefore, it must ignore the others, 3 to 6. This one is a follow-on from 2. Yeah.
Right.
Okay. And I remember I was really excited. Halloween H2O. Yes, because because wasn't it 20 years? Was it called
20
H2O because it was
20 years later.
20 years later.
Not because it was set underwater.
H20.
It wasn't anything to do with water. No.
Fun,
was
weird,
Halloween
fun, weird,
20 years
bizarre
later.
fact. If you're talking about, we're talking science now.
Oh.
The pH,
This is now in no show
The-
territory.
Yes, we like this.
the pH level of water
It's got
is
nothing to do with flat Earth, has it? Sorry. Carry on.
the pH level of water is 7.
Okay.
Okay, H20, H2O, 7th movie.
Right. It's a stretch.
Clutching at straws there.
Yeah. Oh come on, I've had that for ages.
Go for it. Fair enough. But anyway, I was excited when it was actually coming out, doing the new one, and it's got Jamie Lee Curtis in it because I like Jamie Lee Curtis.
Back on track.
As an actress, she's
Familiar,
great.
familiar ground now. We've
The
got
franchise is back on track.
This is going to be good.
right.
And it wasn't.
Better than the previous
Yeah,
3.
forget the others.
This was the 90s now, wasn't it?
Yeah.
We're well into the
Well into
90s.
the
Or it
90s.
might even be into the 2000s now.
I couldn't tell you without. Go on, get your magic box out.
I'm a sucker for movie dates.
Well, anyway,
Um,
Michael discovers that she's still alive, so he goes to hunt
Hunt.
Laurie Strode.
Yeah, but this is where I have a big problem with the movie. Because Michael turns up in his boiler suit, okay,
Yeah.
and he looks like a anorexic 17-year-old has been put in that suit. It's just like he looks about 5'8", It's a baggy suit. He's got no muscle, there's no size to the character who's playing it, and the mask is so clean and white, and like somebody's pulled it out of the prop department.
No, it's had no wear and tear.
No wear and tear. It just looks like a white ghost mask. But he's just not. There's no threat. It's just like the most unthreatening Michael Myers you can imagine.
So in this timeline, she and him are brother and sister. Okay.
And they all know.
They played back onto that again.
And she knows that.
Yes.
Right.
So are they meant to try and say that Laurie Strode is like a illegitimate daughter of the Myers or something?
Did she have parents in the original?
No, she had parents.
Yeah, but how does Laurie Strode be
That's what I mean.
Michael Myers' sister?
Well, because the parents of Michael Myers had another kid.
Yeah,
But she has parents in the first one.
Yeah.
Like loving parents.
Her parents are Mr. and Mrs. Strode.
Yeah, but they're the Myers family.
Yeah, the Myers
Yeah,
family.
we biologically know how babies are born. We're just trying to work out why she has parents.
Back to moist again.
Yeah, they're adopted parents. They adopted her.
Oh,
Oh,
they
right, okay,
adopted
that's
her.
what we needed to
That's
say.
what I'm saying. So she was
all you needed to say.
she was a Myers
Yeah.
and has been adopted
By
and
the
given the
Strodes.
name Strode.
Yes.
Right.
And that's more sensible, Zach. This is what you were
I
missing out.
thought you'd seen these films as well.
Yeah, we have, but we need our vessel of
Vessel of
knowledge,
pure evil.
of knowledge to tell us
I
all
mean,
about.
I am standing here in a Nightmare on Elm Street jumper.
Yeah, so
Very on
you've got
brand.
your Freddy, your what they call it, channeling Freddy at the moment in your jumper, while drinking your bat's blood.
Anyway. So, they basically...
Hopefully you don't embody what
They
Freddy
basically...
Krueger, what
No,
Freddy Krueger's
anyway,
beliefs are.
let's just stop that.
Okay.
It'll invade your dreams otherwise. Anyway,
Are you
so
finished
yeah, come on.
picking on me for
So he finds Laurie being the governess at a school.
the head teacher.
Well, that is a governess, isn't
Why
it?
would you say governess?
It's America.
So then it just goes on a killing spree, doesn't
Yep,
it?
goes killing spree in school.
Oh,
It's one of those
typical.
ones where nobody can outrun a really slow walking,
They have
wimpy-looking Michael
they have a
Myers.
showdown. We think he's dead.
Again.
Yep. She then gets in the van to make sure he's dead, drives him off a cliff, squishes in between a log and the van, and then decapitates him.
I'll do it.
That
The
should
end.
do it.
The end.
Unless you're a deadite.
That sounds a little bit underwhelming, that one.
It's better than what we've had previously.
Honestly, it's. Have you not seen it?
No.
Right, watch it because it is better. But and I cannot emphasise this enough. The character of Michael Myers is so non-threatening. It's just, how can this person be scary? You just think you just go up there and knee him in the nuts, just like, oh. But that's that sorted.
And it was 1998, if anyone who's wondering.
Okay, so that means it's cupcake time.
Cupcake time.
Right, where are we now? We're on to
Oh my
6.
god, what have you done?
We're at number 8.
What have you done? You bought vegan cupcakes.
Oh my god!
grabbing veg by the bulbs. Hi, we're Derek and Chad. We're chefs and brothers who craft humble vegetables in the stuff of food legend. Prepare for veg unleashed. You
Right.
bought vegan cupcakes into the...
Well, yeah, okay. I'm not going to comment on vegan cupcakes
Okay.
because if
haven't
you're a
eaten them
vegan, if you're a vegan, that's fine. That's a belief
that's on you.
system. It's a belief system.
We'll just blame Derek and Chad. if they're
But
not right.
these are called Wicked Kitchen for pumpkin spice flavoured cupcakes.
Grabbing veg by the bulbs.
And it says sweet and warming pumpkin spice. Sponge cakes topped with dreamy vanilla flavoured frosting.
Grabbing veg by the bulbs.
You like the whole thing, grabbing veg by the bulbs.
We're chefs and brothers who craft humble vegetables into the stuff of food legend. Everything we create is a bold marriage of delicate and punchy flavours, crunchy textures, and all with knife-sharp attention to detail.
Right,
It
okay.
goes on brand with Halloween.
So we've got 4 cupcakes here, which have kind of like a, I don't know, what would you describe the topping?
It's a pumpkin.
They look, well, I know it's got a little pumpkin feature on the top, but it's kind of like more like a white snowball that's been dumped on top of a cupcake. Yeah, rather than a piped.
Like a fat lemon.
Yeah, fat. Then it's got this little smiley pumpkin on. Now, okay, these are vegan, so this is the time for the vegans to show me their stuff.
There's some weird ingredients in this, I'll be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah. Maybe if I'll read them afterwards, you can see if
Okay.
you can identify.
Kind of looks a bit sticky.
All right. Well, I'm going to unwrap it. It's heavy.
It's
actually a heavy cake.
It's very stodgy, isn't it?
It's a heavy cake.
I think the cake to icing ratio is very
Okay, it's half
Ooh.
icing.
Oh, that looks very stodgy.
That's weird.
Ugh.
I mean, obviously there's no milk because it's vegan.
No honey, because it's vegan.
What on earth is that like?
It's more
that
like
a cake?
It's kind of
More like
flapjack.
well, flapjack. It's kind of more like Jamaican ginger cake. Do you ever have Jamaican ginger cake?
I think so.
That's not. Oh God, that is not sponge.
No,
I actually quite like it.
I don't. I prefer the fondant.
It's not.
Not really getting any pumpkin.
I'm just getting nothing from it.
That's no flavour.
Where's the spice?
No flavour.
I actually quite like this.
I don't know where. Well, the cake is more like Jamaican ginger cake. It's not a sponge cake. I didn't even notice the pumpkin go
No
down.
pumpkin, no.
The little pumpkin thing on it. You had a sticky.
It just tastes like cardboard.
You had a chewy dog, didn't you? But the pumpkin disappeared.
I went to the doctor's for that.
That was an experience. It's not a cupcake. It tastes actually. I'll tell you what. It kind of tastes like maybe if I hadn't known that it was bought, I'd think that somebody's made that in their kitchen.
Yeah, it's a bit more homemade. Well, Derek and Chad made it. So.
What were the ingredients you wanted to?
Well, it says interestingly vanilla flavoured frosting. Do you get any vanilla? I got
Oh, it just tasted like a sugary topping.
Humicat.
What?
None of these really make much sense.
Well, there's another one if you want it.
Cider vinegar.
Well, I like apple cider vinegar.
Ginger. Do you get any ginger?
A little bit ginger.
Yeah.
That's why I was saying it had a reminiscence of a Jamaican ginger cake.
Cinnamon. You get any cinnamon?
There could be a bit of cinnamon in there. Yeah, I can
maybe
see
a little
that.
bit cinnamony. Fennel. Nutmeg.
Nutmeg, maybe. Yeah. Again, it's just. That,
Okay, I didn't mind it.
it was heavy cake.
Yeah. For a vegan thing.
But would you go back to the table for a second?
Maybe.
I ain't going to say that it's. Listen to me. I ain't. I am not going to say that it was foul. It was perfectly edible. I mean, it's certainly the Sainsbury's ones that we tried, which were in just overdose on sugar. It was better, I would say, than that. But it was odd. I don't know. Again, I'm coming in at a 4.
Well, I don't know what you were eating, but I thought that was horrid. So I'm going to give it a 1.
I'm going to say 7.
I'm giving it a 4 because it wasn't your traditional cupcake. It was for me like Jamaican ginger cake, which I like. Ergo, I'll give it a 4 because I liked it, but I didn't think the topping was anything too special.
I agree the topping could have had something on top, maybe a bit more cinnamon or maybe just something to sort of separate it.
Yeah.
But I really liked it. I'm going to give that
so
a 7 out of 10.
So you give for the Wicked Kitchen 4
Vegan
pumpkin
cupcake.
spice
I feel like that was the most divisive of the cupcakes.
And now we get into the most divisive of the
of
Halloween
horror
films.
films.
I
Yes.
assume. I don't know.
I don't know, maybe.
Okay.
Okay.
We've
trying to
done.
make some
We've now
tension.
finished with number
So,
7. H2O.
Yep, that was H2O. So pretty conclusive. Decapitated Michael Myers, right?
End of story.
He has no head.
End of story.
No more Michael Myers.
Unfortunately, in its direct sequel, Halloween Resurrection,
By the
There's a
title, I would
clue.
assume that there's a headless Michael Myers running around.
unfortunately, it wasn't Michael Myers
Oh, I remember.
that got decapitated.
Spoilers if anyone's not seen it.
It was one of the paramedics.
Ah,
He swapped
that's
places
it.
with the paramedic, and the paramedic couldn't speak because he'd been muted, and he put the mask on, got crushed, got
Blimey.
decapitated,
Well, that's a bad day at work, isn't it?
Yeah.
and he escaped. And therefore, now Laurie Strode is in a mental asylum.
Oh, it's got me a bit Terminator now.
Yes, they
So why are they stuck
This
her
was
in?
2002.
Because she decapitated.
because she
a
decapitated a
paramedic.
paramedic.
So she's in a secure unit.
Yes, and they're trying to give her lots of pills and stuff, but she's on it. She's hiding
Right.
the pills in
This is
her
very-
teddy bear.
Right. So this is very much Terminator
This
2.
is very
But
Terminator.
she knows that Michael is still out there,
Right.
and he's going to come for her.
Oh, really?
Yeah.
It's that sort of film.
Anyway, so she sets an elaborate trap to capture him on the roof of the building, Unfortunately for her, when he arrives, the plan goes tits up.
Okay. That's an English expression, by the way.
And she ends up getting stabbed and killed.
Is this all in the first?
This is on the roof, isn't
This
it?
is all in the first 10
I was going to
minutes.
say, I thought it was like
10
the whole
minutes?
movie.
Yep.
Oh, right, okay.
So Laurie Strode is no more. She's dead. She's gone.
She's gone.
Completely dead.
That was Jamie Lee Curtis again,
Yep.
wasn't it? Yes.
Hmm.
I'm intrigued.
And then what happens after that, Zach?
He goes home. He goes to his house. Unfortunately,
Oh, yes, it's coming back to me now.
unfortunately,
coming back.
they're filming a reality TV show there,
Oh, okay. It's just taking a left turn.
All about Michael Myers.
all about Michael Myers, and they've got somebody
A reality show.
Yeah.
pretending to
About
be
the
a
murderer.
haunted house.
Not like a
Like-
documentary or anything.
Yeah, like the Haddonfield, psycho murderer.
Not a reality show. Like a documentary about Michael Myers.
They're filming a haunted house thing, okay?
There's a big difference between a reality show and a
I
documentary.
I don't know, it's very the blurred lines these days.
Whatever. They're filming some kind of TV program in the house with
Right.
a fake Michael Myers going around pretending to kill people.
Okay.
Unfortunately for them, the real one turns up and ends up killing everyone.
That's an interesting concept, I suppose. It's a bit different.
Isn't that a bit like that Freddy Krueger movie? Where they're doing a movie of Freddy Krueger. And Freddy Krueger.
Oh, New Nightmare.
A New Nightmare.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what I couldn't get to the end of that. I got bored.
Oh.
Anyway, so I digress. So Michael is now back to his house, and he
He's murdering
is
everyone
murdering everybody.
So is there a reason why he went back to his old house? Is it
because he
just
lives there.
Because he lives there, because that's where you go. I'm going to go home.
So is that a thing that is a recurring thing, or is that just a thing that he wants to go back to his house?
I mean, he usually seems to be frequenting Haddonfield around that
Yeah,
particular
but you
area.
do kind of, again,
I'm just thinking
in,
from a screenwriter's perspective, like what
in
what all these
movies, you
things
do
mean.
tend to have like those towns that something's happened
Elm
and
Street.
it keeps coming back to the same town all the time.
Anyway, final confrontation, he basically gets electrocuted and set on fire. But then he's gone.
Right, or is
These are all very much starting to sound like the same ending.
he?
And that's it.
So Laurie Strode's now dead.
Yep.
She died a while ago in the
And
film.
Michael
by the
has
sounds
now
of it.
been burnt to death and exploded and dead and whatever.
Supposedly.
Okay, this is
But he's
this
gone.
is number
8.
8. Okay,
Blimey.
And that's it.
okay, that's it.
After that, clean slate, new movies, remakes.
Oh
That's
yes,
a
because
really,
now we're right. Okay,
that's
okay.
a really underwhelming end
Yep.
to a duology of
Do you want
Halloween.
to
Well, does it be a trilogy from the first?
Duology.
do you
Well,
want to-
Or quadrilogy if it
yeah,
counts
no,
the
it
first
should
two.
be. Yeah, it should, because they did connect, so it should be the 4.
Yeah.
Well, it might not be the most disappointing ending to a Halloween trilogy. Let's say that.
Okay.
Ooh.
Ooh, controversial. Should we go for our next cake?
Oh, I think we should wait until
Okay.
the next one.
Okay, we get through this one. So
So,
now
where are we now?
Cake.
we are, if I'm right in my movie memory, into Rob Zombie Zone.
We are.
There was a fantastic podcast, the Joe Rogan Experience podcast.
Mm-hmm.
There's an interview with Rob Zombie. So if anyone's listening and they're interested, it's a very good interview.
Okay.
Okay.
So,
Just as we're into Rob Zombie territory. just
so
thought I'd
Rob
mention it.
Zombie decides to resurrect.
He wants to do a Conan film as well.
Well, I wish they would do Conan Crown of Iron
Well,
just
he just did the monsters, didn't he?
to finish
Yeah, it
off.
wasn't very good apparently.
Anyway,
Conan of the Isles, is that the other one?
I don't know, but I mean, the original Conan trilogy was meant to be like Conan the Destroyer, which was
So-so.
So-so.
It exists.
But I'm just trying to think of the who was the original director? I should know this off the top of my head. But the original director had planned it to be a trilogy of movies with Conan, finishing with Conan Crown of Iron, where in Robert E. Howard's books, Conan has become king of Aquilonia, but then his other half gets
Yeah, you're wearing a
kidnapped.
t-shirt.
Yeah, I am wearing a Conan t-shirt. Gets kidnapped by a wizard, and so Conan throws away the crown, so to speak, and goes back to his roots of being the Sumerian wanderer and corsair in order to go on this one final adventure and save his other half.
So, Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Yeah. They, for a lot of it, about the first half an hour, it's all backstory. It's all Michael Myers as a kid.
Mm-hmm.
Leading,
Half an hour?
yeah,
Blimey.
pretty much. It's a big chunk leading up to the events of the beginning scene of him killing his sister.
That's interesting. I like that they kind of went back. I've not seen it, but
I haven't seen that movie for a long time.
Basically, he's being bullied and harassed by his parents and stuff. He's been brought up really badly and basically snaps.
Mm-hmm.
They really go into the analysing,
the
trying to
psychological
explain
side of
Do you how do you feel with that sort of thing? Like, for example, what comes to mind is the Joker, the new Joker film. Well, new, came out 5 years ago. How do you feel about them kind of exploring the actual backstory of some of these villains? Because I feel like what made Michael Myers scary is the fact that he didn't have a motive. He was just crazy. Whereas if you kind of explain it all, it kind of
detracts.
It can kind of give
can
you a
detract.
sympathy for the actual bad guy in a movie. But then that worked. You're talking about the
just in general, like
yeah, but with the
exploring
Joker, that worked.
Yeah.
I absolutely adored that movie, and I thought it was good they did that
yeah.
because it explained a lot of things. But you could also see the tipping point of what would push somebody over the top. In this instance, I think that the Halloween
So is
movie should really have been more to do with just an unexplained horror, an unexplained, just pure nasty,
pure evil?
pure evil.
So is this a complete reboot?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Right. So it doesn't have
Straight
anything to do
reboot.
with the John Carpenter.
No.
No, it is basically the first one again, but they go into the explanation as to why he goes
Right.
crazy.
Interested about that one.
And we worked through that, and that pretty much follows.
It follows pretty much exactly the same. Malcolm McDowell is Dr. Loomis.
Oh, Clockwork Orange.
And they end up back at the hospital for the
Yeah.
second one.
Fun fact: they don't paint Dr. Loomis in the best of lights. He's
No.
kind of blamed for a lot of it.
Yeah, I mean, Dr. Loomis in that one is not a nice character.
Is he,
He's kind of made out to be the villain.
He's been recast. How does
he-
he hold up to Donald Pleasance?
No, Donald Pleasance is
He is Dr.
Dr.
Loomis.
Loomis.
Right.
Whereas in this one, he's all out for selling his book, and Michael Myers is his study subject, and it's like, he's going and doing his
It's a
public
bit,
talks.
Yeah, a bit cruel.
And he's
That's
just,
more in the second one.
yeah, more in the second one. But
I don't remember that. I've seen that one.
but that's it. I mean, but when we get to the second one, I mean, so the original second one starts at the hospital, whereas the second Rob Zombie one starts at the hospital, but it's not all.
Well, you say that, but he gets shot, he falls out the window, he's on the lawn.
Yeah.
He doesn't disappear, but he's picked up by the paramedics.
And this is the Rob
this is-
Zombie.
Going into the second one, he's then driven away.
Cow!
At which point the paramedics hit
A cow.
a cow,
It's a brilliant scene.
The real villain of the piece.
and then he escapes, and we don't hear anything from him for a year.
Yeah. But so what I was trying to say is the original Halloween 2 was all in the hospital, whereas the start of Halloween 2 Rob Zombie starts at the hospital.
Kind of
Deals with it at the beginning
well,
of the movie.
you
and
say
then-
that it's kind of more like a dream sequence. You kind of imagine she's in the hospital.
I've seen that one.
Yeah. But then we move on. So
It's a year later.
and Laurie Strode is now up.
Michael has
grown
been hiding in a barn for some reason.
This is Halloween 2.
Yeah.
Right, we jumped.
Yeah.
What, out of interest, because it's a reboot, obviously Michael Myers is a different thing completely now.
Mm.
How does he compare to the original Michael Myers?
He's big.
Yeah, this is what the one thing for me about the Rob Zombie ones was that Rob Zombie said, we've now gone from like H2O, where he's just non-threatening, skinny little thing that doesn't even fit in the costume, to, right, let's just make him a beast.
Right.
And that's what he does. When he comes back, and he makes especially the appearance in the Halloween 2, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2, he's like a 6'6" Viking. He's just packed with
More
muscle.
Jason.
I mean, he managed to flip a car.
He literally he suddenly comes over as unstoppable strength.
He's more of an imposing threat.
Yeah, I mean, no, you can imagine this guy because of the size of the guy. See, that was the thing. When you've got a little man playing,
A very small man.
yeah, very small man, it's a very small man playing Michael Myers, who's then picking somebody up by the neck and holding him up against the wall. You're going, well, he must be possessed by some kind of superhuman demon to be able to do this, because the actual character is so physically unable to do that.
Yeah.
But in the Rob Zombie ones, this guy, he literally could just pick somebody up and snap him in two. He's just a monster.
Yeah, he doesn't
whole
need a
beast.
knife.
He's just a monster, and
Interesting.
he's going around just literally mullering everybody. I liked the second one a lot when I first saw it. I still do, although I've kind of gone down on the actual female characters in it a bit because they're
not as memorable.
They tend to be the Laurie Strode character, very screamy. Lots of screaming.
I'm not sure if I'm a fan in these movies of the kind of over-examination of why he's crazy.
It kind of had this connection with the mother, with Michael's mother, and these dream sequences with a white unicorn.
I remember, yeah.
I think it's just a white horse. I don't think it's a unicorn.
Wasn't it a unicorn?
It may have been.
I'm probably getting confused with Blade Runner. Well, it was a white horse anyway. Yeah, so it's this white horse, called a white horse. White horse dream sequences, which were all a bit odd.
Bit surreal.
And it's almost like by the end of it, that Laurie Strode has now become
just kind of
Michael-esque type of...
Yeah, because she kind of walks out of the barn after the final confrontation. Dr. Loomis is dead. Michael's been impaled and been stabbed. She walks out of the barn with the mask on.
Yeah.
See, I've seen that one. I don't remember that.
And then she ends up she ends up with that institution, doesn't she? And she's kind of having this dream sequence, and you feel like she's now taken on the mantle of Michael.
Kind of.
So is it the mask that's?
Well, I can't see it's the mask because the mask's really got nothing to do with it.
Yeah.
Because Michael is psychotic at the beginning of the whole genre as a child, wearing a clown outfit.
Yeah.
He only randomly chooses the William Shatner mask.
Spray paints it white.
It's just a random choice of masks. But it becomes the iconic mask. That's why it stays in the movie. But I don't think the mask has got anything to do with the power of Michael.
Interesting.
Yeah.
And that's the end of the Rob Zombie duology.
Yeah. Which I think are well worth a viewing if you've never seen them before.
Seen the second one. Don't recall much of it. Which doesn't always bode well with me, because if I don't remember it, then I tend not to have enjoyed it.
Right, we're going back
to Mr. Kipling.
Mr. Kipling again. This one, I've got to say, Zach spotted these ones, because these were meant to be an alternate one. It's a Mr. Kipling 6 terrifying toffee whirls.
I mean,
they're not cupcakes.
They look like they've got gherkins in them.
Yeah, they do actually.
They're green. They're green.
Yeah,
yeah.
They look like we've got a gherkin on.
It's got a spooky...
Is that what's terrifying about them?
In fact, they've used the same spooky cover as they had on the other cakes.
If they're toffee and apple flavour, that'd be really nice.
Ooh, there you go.
If they're apple with the
Dig
green.
in. So these ones are like a Viennese whirl, aren't they?
It's a shortbread, isn't it? It's a shortbread.
It has got some kind of a...
That does not look appealing.
Okay.
Well,
so we're taking a slight sidestep here because these are Viennese whirls and not cupcakes.
I mean, we've already had the cake stick thing. Mine is oozing white liquid from the side.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, the taste is the terrifying part.
It's not softer than I thought it'd be. And very dry.
Very, very dry.
We said that about the other Kipling.
Yeah. This is too manufactured.
I like about half of the filling, but the other half not so much.
What flavour is it?
I don't know.
It's meant to be terrifying toffee.
Oh, that's supposed to be toffee.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I'm getting toffee.
Oh no, stuck in my teeth.
Well, I'm actually very disappointed on several different levels. Firstly, all the cupcakes have looked Halloweeny.
Yeah, they look better on the picture.
Apart from Mr. Kipling, the first lot we tried, if you had them on a table, you might say they were slightly Halloweeny because of the colour.
Yeah.
But these things...
You wouldn't know the difference.
These aren't Halloweeny at all. These are just factory made. Mr. Kipling, you do not make exceedingly good cakes.
Go there.
What? It says, light shortcake swirl. Sorry, listeners. Mouthful.
Right, so dry.
I say it is very difficult to talk. Light shortcake swirl filled with a toffee flavoured buttercream and toffee sauce.
That's not light.
I didn't get much toffee at all.
It's
really.
not light at all. That's chunky.
It's very stodgy and dry.
Back to the bat's blood.
Much like me.
Don't choke. Don't choke.
Stodgy and dry. Oh no. Jack is now stodgy and dry. He's not moist at all.
No, I've lost my moistness.
No, Mr. Kipling, you can take a run and jump.
Jesus.
No, I'm going to give Mr. Kipling a big fat 0 on that last one.
Well,
just
really?
absolutely
Wow.
no. It's pointless. It's just a pointless mouthful of. Yeah.
I think if I was really hungry and I wanted something sweet, I'd maybe, but I'm going to go on the...
That's pointless food.
Need more filling.
It's pointless. It's just pointless food.
Personally,
Dust would be nicer.
I preferred it to the silly vegan
Bit of
thing.
dust.
The vegan thing promised so much and delivered very little, but I preferred it to that.
I was being generous with the vegan one, giving it a 4, but that thing was... Ugh.
I'll give it a 3.
I'm going to give it a 2.
Okay.
Right, so Mr. Kipling...
I've been nicer to all of these companies than you.
Mr. Kipling, no, he panned out on that one. It's not even Halloweeny.
Yeah.
You take it out of the packet.
What was
should've,
terrifying about that? The taste?
We should have had a...
Taste.
We should have had a rating on how Halloweeny it was.
Yeah, that was a big fat 0 on that one. If I put that in front of you and said, what season would you consider these swirls remind you of?
The only
Might have been nicer with it.
Easter?
The only Halloween
Christmas?
part of that was the packaging.
It would have been nicer with it.
To be honest, the packaging probably would have tasted better.
If it actually had a gherkin in it, it would have been actually quite
Yes, I think the gherkin would have been the terrifying bit.
Surprise gherkin.
But I like gherkins, so it probably would have improved
Just
it.
one of each packet has a gherkin.
Not a gherkin. See, they're missing out on it. Anyway,
Right.
we're finished with Rob Zombie, which brings us up to what number? Rob Zombie comes to what? 8, 9?
No, 8 was Resurrection.
Okay, so
9 and 10. So
Rob
we're now
Zombie.
on to 11,
We're past the 10 mark.
which
Well,
is
Well, technically, they are numbered, but they're also kind of reboots. So
yeah,
it's technically back to number 1. Or number 2.
number 2. So we're on to Halloween 2018.
right.
Or just Halloween.
Yeah.
So this is where we get Jamie Lee Curtis back, yeah?
Yes.
Now,
Huzzah!
I have seen this one,
So this
so I can
time,
contribute to the conversation.
this time, if I'm right, and Zach will correct me if I'm wrong, this time the whole genre resets,
Back to number
and this
1.
is back to number 2.
No.
End
No,
of number
1.
2.
No,
Oh, it's
1.
end of number 1.
Number 2 doesn't fit.
Oh, doesn't
Doesn't
fit.
fit anymore.
Right, okay,
Sorry.
so we've gone the original,
Yep.
and now we're number 2 is
Halloween.
Halloween 2018.
It's like the third sequel to the first one.
Yeah.
Oh, man. They really did keep coming back. They keep going back.
In this timeline,
Yep.
Laurie Strode is not the sister. There is no sister. He killed his sister.
Yeah, so
she's just
back
the
to
survivor.
babysitter again.
She's just the
The
survivor.
surviving babysitter.
I mean, that wasn't the case in the Rob Zombie one, was it? The
No,
sister thing.
it was.
Oh, they were brother and sister. Okay.
Mhm.
I missed
Yes,
that
because of
whole
the
subplot.
mother. I said the mother in the dream sequence. Yes.
Oh, see, I missed the whole thing.
Yeah, he fell asleep.
I did.
He fell asleep. So we're now the original Halloween, and then Halloween 2018 follows on,
This is however
And this
many
is-
years later.
and this is one where she's gone total Sarah Connor. Hasn't
Yeah.
Right, yeah. She's on the shooting range.
She's
and
got her own shooting range.
Yeah.
She's tooled up. She's
got traps and things.
trapped.
yeah.
She's got the perimeter fences
She's
installed.
ready. But if I recall, he is back in an asylum, isn't he?
Yes, because there is some other. Is it a reporter that wants to do a
An
Podcasters.
expose.
podcasters?
Are they actually podcasts?
It's us terrible
got all meta
podcasters.
all of a sudden.
Yeah, it's us podcasters.
Weird fact. We worked on House of the Dragon,
Yeah, House of
Game
the
of Thrones.
Oh yes.
The guy who's the podcaster in Halloween 2018, who causes Michael Myers to escape,
Is a Lannister.
and we worked with them.
I was
Yes.
in any scenes with him, but
That's our connection to
Well,
Halloween.
again, me and Jack, we're just the lowly scum of the earth. In
with the
our...
blood smudges in the background.
Yeah, we were just working the forge when you were hobnobbing with
Oh yes,
all the
yes. I am a highborn,
highborn. Yes.
Lord Holland of the Blue Fjords.
Okay, so we've got this.
It was the podcaster's fault.
podcaster's fault. So he goes in there, and what doesn't he show him the mask?
Yes.
So he shows him the mask, and it sets him off.
And fun fact, there's kind of like a sneaky villain in this one. The Dr. Loomis character, Dr. Sartain, kind of
Oh yes.
releases him.
Yeah.
He makes it look like he's escaped, but he basically
Releases
caused the
him.
accident.
And
Right.
for some reason, he's kind of a bit obsessed with Michael, but he's a bit of a
He wants to understand
psychopath.
him.
He wants to understand him, but he's also a psychopath himself because he goes around murdering police officers and things, doesn't
Yeah.
he? And it all gets very, very messy.
And doesn't necessarily go his way.
No, because he
Gets his head stomped.
yes, he gets a bad ending from Michael.
Lots of inventive kills in this one.
Yes, lots of action.
So we're back to the more traditional slasher.
Yeah.
Yes.
And upping the ante with the excitement, the action.
Music was good. I thought the music was good.
See, I recall really enjoying that one, the 2018 one, as kind of a sequel to the first, because
We did a
famously
marathon.
did a marathon of the three. At the time, there was three.
Yeah. And so Michael, you would think that by the end of it, he has
He's been trapped.
he's been trapped.
In a burning basement of this burning building.
That's right. And so he is. on the
He's been
building.
shot. He's had half his hand blown off with
yeah,
a shotgun.
That's it.
And you think that's it. He's done for.
I'm going to be controversial here and say that is my preferred finale to Halloween. He died in the basement. He got
Yeah.
burnt. That was it. We can forget about the next two. That's kind of in my head.
Personal
canon.
opinion.
Yeah,
You kind of because it kind of goes.
that's more of an ending to me.
If it was Terminator, he would liquidize and come out of the flames and then
Yeah,
come back and stop.
But he's
chasing
not a
him.
Terminator.
No, he is not. So they had to get around that.
We'll
So
have
what
to
they
do-
get around that? Where did they get around that? The next movie, he's hiding in a gun cabinet.
See, just forget about it. It's so much easier.
He's hiding in a gun cabinet. Yeah.
Unfortunately, firefighters come and save him
Yes.
unwittingly.
Unwittingly, they find him in a gun cabinet.
And he basically massacres all
All
of
the
the
fire.
firemen.
I mean, this is Halloween Kills. We should say is the next one. That is probably the most that I've seen. The most kind of gory in terms of like inventive kills.
They
and
they
amount of kills.
take the kill count and then
It lives up to the name.
double
Halloween
it.
Kills.
Yeah. But it also, at that point, what I didn't like, that's when they bring the town of Haddonsfield involved in it.
yeah.
The whole townsfolk become involved in
Yeah,
it.
it becomes like a folklore of the
It's
town.
like a witch hunt type
Yeah.
of thing. And I didn't like that.
I think
particularly.
they kind of make out that it turns the town into a monster.
Itself, yeah, we have become the monster. Type of
Yeah.
thing.
And the kid from the original comes back.
Yeah, Tommy
Not played by Paul Rudd this time,
Mhm.
but played by
is
somebody.
the original actor, I think.
Yeah.
And a couple of other characters. And they basically go on a hunt for Michael,
Mm.
and it doesn't go their way at all.
No.
Every attempt thwarted. Rather gruesomely, much to my smiling face.
It's the Freddy in
Yeah,
it.
because we saw this at the cinema, didn't we?
You did. You did a
did.
little preview before you went in there.
Back
Yeah.
in 2021.
Last year.
It's only last year.
Yeah,
Isn't
it's not. It's 2022.
It's been
Yeah.
a long year.
Yeah, it was good fun to see it at the cinema.
Yes, it was a good cinema experience. Yeah.
And I remember you guys coming back from there because I didn't see it at the cinema. I have seen it, obviously. But you came back and you were buzzing. You said it was really good.
Yeah.
Which leads us to, before the big finale, another taste testing.
Ooh.
Now, this one is quite odd because I saw it and the actual packaging on these, not cupcakes, they are cherry jelly 5 mini loaves.
Mini loaves.
And it's called Scream. And
That's not very on brand with what we're doing today. We should have been talking about the Scream film.
Scream. But then
Well, there's only 5 of those.
Then I realised that it's actually Saurine. Are you familiar with Saurine?
I've heard of the name, yeah.
So they've just changed the logo from Saurine to Scream.
Oh, very inventive.
Oh, very inventive.
At least they're going out.
The packaging is looking
What would
Halloweeny.
what would Mr. Kipling change his spooky name to?
Mr.
Crippling.
Mr. Killing.
Mr. Crippling.
Yeah,
Mr. Crippling.
there you go. He's Mr. Trickler.
Yeah, Mr. Crippling makes exceedingly
Crippling.
horrific cakes. No, it's not because they're nice. Oh, they're in individual packets. Look, there you go.
Oh, these are chunky.
Look, so we've got actual Halloween packets.
I was going to say that had a smell, but they're not out of the package yet. So
it,
it's
does
not
have, it does have a cherry
does.
smell, yeah.
It has a cherry smell, so these are meant to be cherry loaves.
it's permeating through the packet.
Now,
And they're vegan again.
what I will, well, you say vegan. Are they vegan or are they just they're vegan approved?
I mean, I would assume that means they're vegan.
Yeah. Yeah, well, you'd be surprised because well, I ain't going to get into a big vegan discussion, but
That does not look healthy.
unlike
like a
the
lot
Mr.
of carbs.
Kipling swirls that looked zero Halloweeny,
Judging by the
judging by the picture on the front of these, they're
are
like meant to be sort of bloody.
It smells like bread, but it's got like weird bits in it.
it's like it's got uncooked beef in the middle of it. It's like a sausage roll. Ugh. That's disgusting.
No. One, no.
It's like eating Play-Doh.
Oh my god! You can make that into like what was it like? There was a guy off the TV with the plasticine
Morph.
man. Morph. It's like what you'd imagine Morph.
Eating more.
Oh,
I'm
right,
gonna
let's
no.
go back in its
No.
packet.
Nope.
Look at the empty pastry at the top.
It's like somebody squeezed more.
Right, Scream cherry jellies,
0.
mini loaves.
0.
0 from me. Oh, I've still got half a mouthful.
Oh.
I'll have
it
some more
tastes
cherry coke. Bats bloody.
It's literally like eating plasticine.
Oh, no. You could plug a hole up with that. Sinking ship. Thank you.
I have a little bit as well.
Oh, yeah, they're definitely horrific.
I'm not even getting much cherry from
It,
that.
it looked appetising from the picture on
It
the
did,
front.
yeah. Is there any jelly in there?
Nothing. Don't know what it
I
was.
feel ill now after that. That is
Stodgy.
worse than Halloween 5.
So, Saurine's Scream. Get 0 from me, 0 from Zach.
Deliciously spooky. Definitely not.
Definitely not. What did they get from you, Jack?
There's a 1, I think.
Oh, I think they. Well, there you go. You're being generous.
Just everything. It was the texture. As soon as I bit into it, I was like, this isn't right.
It was just all wrong.
The filling had no anything to it.
Right. Well, I'll be putting those down the orchard for the foxes.
The one-eyed
They'll leave them.
the
foxes will
Cyclops vampire cherries on the front.
Yeah, but bizarre. Anyway, so we've still got one set of cakes left. We'll use those for the finale. But talking about finales, we need to get on to
Halloween Ends.
which is number 13.
13.
Which is an exclusive review from
Yeah.
Now We Know Show.
So
because
if
it's
you
only
don't want
recently
any
come out.
spoilers,
Turn off now.
no,
Maybe skip ahead a bit.
Should we go for spoilers in this, or should we just sort of discuss it in a ambiguous
Maybe
kind of
we'll
way?
go spoiler-free for now.
Okay,
spoiler-free for now.
ambiguous on it.
Yes.
Okay. Well, I'd say when I came out of the cinema, I'm going to jump right to the end. When I came out, I'd said it was, for me, it was a good ending, but not a great ending.
See, I was really not that impressed with the ending, to be
Okay.
honest.
Okay.
I think-
The start was great. The start actually had me
start
in the
was-
cinema go, oh!
A big shocking moment, yeah.
Yeah.
No
was like,
spoilers, but there is a
"Oh,
big...
that was good.
There's a good twist as well, because you're kind of expecting one thing and it throws something else, which is
That
good.
was very much the case that I felt, that I went into that thinking this is going to be another Halloween Kills.
Right.
I thought it was going to
Yeah,
continue
up
that
the ante.
up the ante again, but it was actually completely different to what I expected. But I didn't find myself dissatisfied about it. I liked it. It
Well,
wasn't
Yeah, but that's,
super
that's why I
amazing.
said for me it was good, but not great.
But what was...
Yeah.
But you did say, Jack, and I agree with you. You felt that this should have been that final, ultimate showdown.
Yes, it should have. It does not live up to the big sort of ending and finale, which I thought it was. I really enjoyed Halloween and Halloween Kills, as we've previously spoken about. So my expectations were pretty high, and I thought, well, if I really enjoyed these first two, if it sticks the landing,
Yep.
this will be a really great trilogy, or 4, depending on whatever. But I was just left a little bit like most of that film felt pointless. Didn't really go anywhere. Things weren't really explained, which won't go into too much detail.
Yep.
And the final 10 minutes were the sort of film that I wanted to see, and then before I knew it, it was all over.
Well, you say it was the film you wanted to see, but it was still cranked down, I feel.
But I don't
I mean,
feel like
it
you
just
cranked it
didn't
down for that fight. Maybe do that for the second one.
Yeah,
Introduce that
but it
kind
didn't
of
come
weird
out. It
twist.
didn't come out on a crescendo where you could feel it building, and then have this major, as we say, showdown finale.
Yeah, it kind of felt
This
like
is it. I mean,
this trilogy was kind of in the wrong order.
No,
Yeah.
this isn't a spoiler, but in the actual advert for this, in the trailer,
The marketing.
Laurie Strode's character, or should I say, the character of Laurie Strode, she says, it was something along the lines of either
Maybe
Michael,
he can die if I die
if
too.
I die too, which was a line that was never delivered in the
Movie
film.
at all.
So
Which is quite an interesting like moral concept.
and
anyway.
I kind of went into that movie expecting by the time we got to the end that ultimately the only way that Michael was going to meet his just desserts was if Laurie Strode also sacrificed herself.
Romeo and Juliet style.
You know, but it wasn't the ending. That,
It was
it
it
wasn't
was
the ending
not what I was expecting.
Did you not just feel it was just very abrupt? It was like, oh yeah, this is a Halloween film. Quickly do this little showdown.
Yeah, but that's what it was. It was a little,
End credits.
It was
Yeah.
a little showdown, not the showdown that.
But then if you look at that as an entire film, what is the first hour and a half all about? Like, that did not gel with me at all. It worked.
Yeah.
If you took the first hour and a half, put it in a completely different script,
it could have been a different.
it could have been
movie.
an interesting teen drama.
If
but-
they had called it The Babysitter Murderer,
Murderer. Yeah. Oh gosh. Well, yeah, that would have.
that would have worked really well.
But yeah, I enjoyed the experience.
It was the most outlandish of the three.
I always loved going to the cinema. It wasn't.
Yeah.
It was
the cinema experience. It was nice to
Yeah.
see the chap turn up dressed as Michael.
Yeah,
Myers.
that was good. But just as a film, it just didn't. Stick
So
with me
what
at all.
would you say when it comes to the whole series of Halloween? What was your highlight?
It's very much a mixed bag. I think to start off with, it was going well, but as soon as you get after the second one, it's a bit kind of.
It's got its ups and downs.
We don't quite know what we want to do. We don't want Michael Myers. Okay, that didn't work. Let's throw Michael Myers, but we don't know what to do with Michael Myers.
add a twist. Yeah.
Add a blood curse.
Then we'll make him really big and gigantic.
Yeah, because they attack it from several different angles just to try and see if anything will stick, and nothing truly lands.
From what I remember,
quite as the original did.
From what I remember with the Rob Zombie ones, he did feel very much like Jason. You could have just taken his mask
Yeah,
off and put the Jason mask
yeah,
on.
no,
and it would
I
have been a
agree
very
with that.
similar
I
story.
think that was the thing. That's why I keep harking back to the Rob Zombie ones as being from the original my most favourite interpretation, because it is that unstoppable force. But you're quite right. You know, you hit the nail on the head. I'm watching it and thinking this person could be Jason Voorhees.
Yeah, yeah.
This is just another Jason Voorhees movie. The way he's going around tanking everybody.
Yeah.
So, you know. But overall, I mean, I love Halloween, the movies as a concept.
Of the outlandish films in the series, I think it's probably the best of the unexpected twist things that had going on.
Branches.
Yeah, of the branches.
So I really enjoyed seeing Jamie Lee Curtis go the distance with it, though.
Yeah.
From the original to
Yeah.
the end.
I think it really needed her in it to really make it.
Yeah,
The only other one that's similar to that is that I can think of is like Scream, where you've had the same sort of main cast
They've
kind of all the
gone
way
followed
through.
all the way
Yeah.
through.
Other ones tend to obviously
Well, don't they make it? They kind of make a joke about it in the Scream films that they're kind of legacy characters.
Yeah.
Well, that's it, because the whole concept of them is talking about the tropes in horror
Yeah,
movies.
because it
Yeah,
kind of
yeah.
becomes really meta. I know you haven't seen Scream.
I haven't seen the last
Ooh,
one,
okay.
though.
Or the new Scream
Next
5.
Halloween.
Next Halloween we'll have to do the Scream ones.
My favourites, because mostly I have only seen these ones really, but for me it's the original Halloween and Halloween 2018. I'll be happy with just those two as an original and a sequel, and then it ends.
Number one and number two.
It ends at the end of the 2018
Well,
Halloween.
where he gets blown up. In
Yeah,
the
that's
basement.
it. That's my ending.
Yeah, that I could see that would work. You should bring that out as the Jack cut. The Jack cut.
But I really enjoyed Halloween Kills, and
Very much so.
Yeah.
I really enjoyed
that's
Halloween
kind of just a
Kills.
nice like treat if you want to see like the interesting kills and things.
So do you think, lads? Do you think that Halloween ends?
Is it really the end?
Is it the end?
It's probably too soon to say now, but I'd imagine with a character like that, although it's been a while, it's been over 10 years since we've had any Friday the 13th or any
I think
Nightmare on Elm Street or
definitely,
anything.
definitely.
So I think maybe it's time that we kind of bring those characters back and start exploring.
Or do you think it's time that they should come forward with a new breed of...
I mean, this is Hollywood we're talking about. They'll do
Well,
remakes before
as
they
it
do
stands,
original ideas.
The highest kill count goes to Michael Myers.
Yep.
Like, goes on.
He's got the highest kill count.
Yeah.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, because they've done so many Halloween films now. With this trilogy, they've basically upped the kills so much that he's overtaken Jason.
I mean, if you're in for the kills, I probably wouldn't. If you haven't seen the last one, I probably wouldn't recommend it. If you're in
Yeah.
for the
Yeah.
Most of them happen
Well,
off screen.
the ending, again, not giving any spoilers away, is pretty conclusive.
Mm.
You know, unless...
Or is it?
Well, that's the thing. You know, you would have said that at H2O, where she decapitated Michael, only for then the resurrection one for him to not be Michael because Michael has stuck the mask on somebody else. So, but that would be stretching it, I think.
I liked the ending of H2O with the decapitation because it felt conclusive, but then they had to go spoil it with resurrection.
Everything's got a twist in it.
Well, do you... Again, I'm asking the same question. Do you think that it's the end?
I don't think it'll ever. I don't think with a character that iconic that's in the sort of pantheon of Jason and Freddy, I don't think you'll ever get a final film. I think it will just keep going until it evolves.
I don't personally. I don't think if they did bring it back, I don't think they should have any of the Laurie Strode business.
Shoot him into space.
Anything? No, Jason.
We haven't had Michael Myers in space yet.
Michael Myers
We've-
on the moon.
We've had Jason. In
We've had
space.
Jason in space, Leprechaun, Pinhead. That's where we need to go.
Oh, yeah. So maybe.
But I think it's time. I think it's time that we explore. Maybe Blumhouse could do it. We explore Nightmare on Elm Street again because that's an interesting concept. I think they could do that.
Oh,
now.
they did the remake
They
on
did
that
the
one.
remake.
What was
what?
the character? The character they
It was
used.
the guy who played Rorschach.
Rorschach. Yeah.
12 years ago.
Yeah.
But
It's a long time in Hollywood.
Yeah, it didn't gel for me, that one.
No, that was
but it had-
very dark.
Yeah. You know, there we go. Halloween.
Who's your
Brilliant.
favourite slasher villain?
Yeah, let us know in the comments. Yeah, please send us an email. Get back to us about that. And we're going to finish off with our last set of cupcakes for
Last
Halloween.
Injection of Enums.
Ugh. Can we actually do this,
Oh my
guys?
God. I feel so full.
This is back to Tesco's again.
It's like the beer
This,
episode. all
this,
over again.
this is the 9 Halloween cupcakes.
The 9 cupcakes to rule
which
them
actually
all.
look like some kind of Halloweeny cupcake.
Kind of monster-y things.
The green ones just look sickly.
They look like Mike Wazowski from Monsters Inc.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, very true.
Right, so can we get this open without...
I think they could probably be done for copyright on that.
And the orange one look like Tribbles from Star
Do
Trek.
you think they've actually done that? That they've made it into Monsters Inc.?
I think that is a Mike Wazowski.
Now, my first problem is deciding what...
Well, from what I can see here, the orange ones are a cake, normal cake, and then
Oh, God, I've stuck my finger in it.
the blue and green
It's on me!
seem to be chocolate. So
It's
if
on
you either
me.
want a chocolate cupcake or a normal,
All right,
that's kind of your decision, really.
I've gone for the horrible luminous green one.
I'm going to go for a Tribble.
So who's the one with one eye in
Mike Wazowski.
Mike Wazowski?
I love how we've gone from Michael Myers to Mike Wazowski.
This is very sticky.
I guess I'm going to have to go with a blue one.
It's like spaghetti on top of this one.
Yes.
Oh,
What's that? It's like a
Not a good sound.
like a secret
it's the
topping. under
green.
there.
It's the green. It's
It's
putting
like
me off.
toffee or caramel or something.
Okay, so my blue one's got 3 eyes.
Okay,
We've all gone for a different one.
Mike's face is a bit chewy.
Okay, I'm going in.
Not Michael Myers, Mike Wazowski.
Oh,
It's very moist chocolate cake.
why is it so salty?
You've got a secret filling.
Have you?
That's really salty.
Is your salty surprise
Yeah.
there?
I've literally got a salty,
Salty
surprise in
surprise.
my mouth. And it has come from one eye as well.
Is it moist? You got the one-eyed salty surprise cake
One-eyed monster has left a salty surprise
in your
in
mouth.
my mouth.
What a finale.
Oh God!
Oh God, what happened?
Oh, I'm going everywhere.
It's like the cupcake was eating you. I don't know if I like this.
My fingers. Oh God!
Focus.
Why is it so salty?
It's in your moustache.
Oh,
It's like got little
Oh,
bits in it.
that's it. That's sugar overload.
someone needs to try a bite of this so I'm not going mad. It's so salty.
Oh God! I don't know if I can swallow this.
That sounds horrific.
Just think of England.
I'm trying. I'm
You're
trying.
really trying. Got a bit of green.
Oh,
Got a bit of green in your moustache.
it's actually colouring my skin. I've got green fingers.
This
now.
is horrible. I don't know what the middle is. I'm going to put my tongue in the middle.
I don't think that's supposed to be there.
Oh, it's the filling I think that's salty.
How was yours, Zach?
Oh, what?
You had the blue one.
Oh, I don't like it.
Oh God, that is hideous looking.
It tastes like The sea.
Right, well, listeners,
Try it.
I'm not trying your.
Try the bit that I've not eaten.
don't go for the Tesco's cupcakes that
They're a
look...
mixed bag.
Try the bit I've not eaten, just so I'm not. Think how salt. Just
No, he
finish
doesn't.
them.
Give us a second.
Give us a second, precious. The ones that look like Monsters Inc. Oy, I think you should avoid.
Put my one-eyed monster in your mouth.
Oh no!
It's weirdly salty. I don't
come
like it.
Come on, down in one.
It's still got like a salty aftertaste.
Take a little nibble.
He's nibbling.
See, that's the reaction I had. It tastes
What
like
the
salt.
hell?
Why does it taste like salt?
I know, right?
Yeah, weird.
Well,
I
salty.
don't want it. Take your evil salty cake away from me. Put away that fire.
I think they're going for like a salted caramel.
Then just stick it back in the box.
Yeah, that's not a winner for me.
That is an evil
I
thing.
don't think. I
It
don't.
looks very sad now.
I wonder if we can
I
donate.
spent about £5 on those.
Yeah, I think we'll see if we can donate those cupcakes to the kids next door, maybe.
Oh, the salty.
My one was fine until I had yours.
Yeah.
And then it was just ridiculous.
You don't like
Yeah.
Jack's saltiness.
My
No.
salty one-eyed monster.
Yeah, mine had one eye as well. Did you have the three-eyed monster? Did you?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, blimey heck.
Yeah,
That orange one. One nibble.
Yeah, it's grim, isn't it?
Yeah. Okay, so final verdict on the 9 Tesco's Halloween cupcakes that look like they've copied Monsters Inc. I'm going to give that a fat 1.
Yeah, I've got to go with 0 on that.
Oh.
I've still got a salty aftertaste.
Now, that's the thing. With the blue one, I would have gone maybe mid-range, about 5. But that sickly orange spaghetti one-eyed monster surprise makes the score plummet to 0.
Avoid the orange ones at all costs.
That feels like a waste of my money.
Yeah, that's
My hard-earned money went on that, and I feel
But
disappointed.
we did get a podcast out of it.
That is true.
So
That's true.
you
We
have to
did it
look
for
on
you, the listeners.
Our suffering,
We have subjected ourselves to the
Our
sugar
pain.
Diabetes.
to diabetes.
our high cholesterol levels.
That's it.
I'm
To,
going to be steaming on E-numbers. I won't be able to sleep tonight.
you know, and whatever happens tomorrow morning.
And we've successfully gone through all of the Halloween films.
Yes, for your delectation.
With much of your help, because
I'm sure there
between
are
us,
some.
I'm not some-
I'm sure the listeners out there have got to be Halloween movies within that whole long list of 13 movies that they haven't seen. Hopefully, we haven't put you off.
What are your favourites? We'd love
You
to know.
Maybe you think.
I'm really interested to see Halloween 3, Season of the Witch. Funnily enough.
Okay. Well, there you go. That,
Just by your description,
you
it
can-
sounds something like something
you
I'd...
can report back on that. So I would say we should finish off there with a good old round of Happy Halloween, Halloween. Come on, Jack. Happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock. And again, Happy Halloween, Halloween, Halloween. Happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock. Now, if you think we're annoying, you haven't watched the movie yet.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes. You can find the Now We Know Show podcast on YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music and Apple Podcasts. Check out the Zak Wylde Productions social media pages on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, or visit the Zak Wylde Productions website at www.zakwyldeproductions.com. Please get in contact, we'd love to find out how you're listening to us. So get in touch in the comments and don't forget to check out Zak Wylde Productions on Patreon to become an official ZWP patron today.
That's a sickly and over-sugared goodbye from Buzz.
That's The Shape goodbye from Zach.
That's a salty surprise goodbye from Jack.
Goodbye.
Happy Halloween, 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 happy Halloween,
Silver Shamrock. Happy Halloween, 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 happy Halloween, Silver Shamrock.
Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know Show. I'm Zach,
And I'm Buzz.
and in this episode we are going to be ranking all of the Michael Myers Halloween movies.
Yes, this is a little bonus episode.
Yes, so if you want to hear more about our thoughts on the Halloween movies, visit the Now We Know Show podcast and listen to episode 25.
Right, and what we're doing is we're going to rank 13 movies.
Yes.
Well, 13 is an unlucky number, so should we see if we can do 13 movies in 13 minutes?
We'll see. We're going to start at the beginning, compare them as we go along.
Okay, we've
And-
got a pile of movies. We're going to set them out on the shelf here
Yep.
as we go.
So by the end of this, we should know which is our worst and which is our favourite.
There you go. Sounds easy, but is it? Let's find out.
Okay, starting off. Halloween.
1978.
Yep, the original John Carpenter's.
Yep.
Really good.
Number one for me.
Well, we can't compare it to anything yet, so it's just going to go top of the list.
Top of the list. Okay. Next.
Halloween 2.
Yay!
Really good sequel, but is it as good as the original?
It's not as good as the original, in my opinion, but that's only because in the original, you would not seen it before in 1978. This was like a stalker with a mask and he's...
Now, for me, this was actually the film of the Halloween franchise I got on board with it with. This was the
Okay,
first
this is
one
the
I
first one you
properly
saw.
seen and really
Right.
understood what it
Okay.
was. So, yeah.
I mean, as you can see from seeing it and now comparing it to the first one, this one follows on exactly when the first one finished.
Which was really good to see.
Which was, at the time, something you didn't really get to see very often.
And quite gory at times.
Yeah, I mean, they upped it a bit. So I do like number 2, but it doesn't come in...
Unfortunately, not as good as the
not-
first one.
Not as good as the original, in my opinion.
Yep, okay, so there we have it.
Okay, next.
Controversial time.
Ah,
Halloween 3, Season of the Witch.
that's it.
Now, does this even count as a Michael Myers Halloween film?
It does not count. In my opinion, again, that's what it's all about. But Halloween 3, Season of the Witch, happy, happy Halloween,
Halloween, Halloween, happy, happy Halloween, Silver
Shamrock. Nothing to do with Michael Myers. At the time I saw it, disappointed because I was hoping to see yet more Michael Myers. This movie stands out on its own. Completely.
Just because it's obscure and
Yeah.
doesn't have anything to do with the rest of them.
So you got to rate it on, is it a good movie? And frankly, I think it's pants. I just didn't get it. I don't get it. And so that's going down the shelf for the moment. For
Short
me.
answer, it's not as good as the first two.
No, so we'll leave that on its own for the moment.
Okay, now we're going into tricky territory. The first of the Thorn trilogy.
If you don't know about the Thorn trilogy, go and listen to the other podcast and it'll fill you in.
Okay, so Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers.
Yeah, again, a letdown.
Personally, the preferred one, in my opinion, of the
3?
three Thorn trilogy.
Okay.
It's where Michael Myers comes back.
Okay, so yay, at last he's back.
I think it's very bland, but it's the best of the three. So
Okay, but
I
it's
think,
still going to be below Halloween and Halloween 2.
Yep, I think it's going to go above Halloween 3
Yeah, Halloween 3, again, an anomaly.
because it has Michael Myers in it,
Yep,
but below Halloween 1 and 2.
definitely.
The dreaded Halloween 5.
You summed it up, son. The dreaded. It is just like somebody decided to do a fill-in episode in some kind of soap opera, and there is nothing to the movie, no substance. It's just
It's very non-ish.
non-ish.
It's just filler. It is filler for the Halloween franchise.
I won't go into details, but you're like left at the end going, what the hell was that about? And why have we got so many unanswered questions?
Personally, I'm thinking below Halloween 3 Season of the Witch.
I am too.
Okay.
You know, it's pumpkin masks and worms. Beat that.
Okay, on to Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers.
Right.
The finale of the Thorn trilogy.
Yeah, it's certainly better than the previous one.
It's better than Halloween 5,
It tries to explain everything that's happened in the previous 2 movies.
but I don't think it's up to scratch with beating Halloween 3.
I think they kind of overworked it and maybe overthought it.
Yeah, there's so much. It has
Yeah.
so many questions that they leave unanswered.
Certainly above Halloween 5, but below Halloween 3.
Yep. Okay.
That's in. Oh, they're moving along. Okay, what do we got next?
H2O, Halloween 20 years later.
Yay!
The return of Jamie Lee Curtis.
Yay! We get Laurie Strode, the original Laurie Strode, back.
Quite good.
Didn't mind it at all.
The only problem with it is Michael Myers.
Yeah, he is completely and utterly unscary. You can't understand why anybody can't just beat him up. He is so scrawny looking in this movie. He is just not scary at all.
I like the ending, but we'll get on to where that goes with the next one. I think it's going to go...
That will certainly go above Halloween 3, I think.
I'm personally saying it's going to go above Halloween 4.
Oh, gosh, yes.
Yeah.
Oh, I see what you've done. Yeah.
Yeah, so that's currently sitting in
third place. That's
okay,
right.
So the sequel, direct sequel to H2O, we have Halloween Resurrection.
Right.
Completely undoes the ending of H2O.
Yeah, this is an odd one.
Even worse, they kill off Laurie
Laurie
Strode
Strode.
in the first 10 minutes.
Yeah.
That is not very nice.
Poor old Jamie Lee Curtis bites the dust.
I mean, it's watchable. It's certainly better than Halloween 5 and 6.
Yeah. This is a difficult one.
It's quite tricky. It's kind of
Would
mid-range.
you put it in the same area as Halloween 4? Or better than Halloween 4?
They tried something new with it, but I'm not necessarily thinking it really stuck the landing.
Okay. I think it's probably, for me, is going to go in above Halloween 4. It's in fourth place as far as I'm concerned, but it ain't great.
It can't be forgiven for the fact that they killed off Laurie Strode.
Yeah, even though the actress Jamie Lee Curtis came back and then disappears quite rapidly.
So, completely clean slate. We're now on to Rob Zombie's Halloween.
Nice.
Quite good.
Thought out. Not as good as the original because it's very difficult.
Well, they try and go back into the backstory and they explore that a lot more as to actually why Michael goes a bit crazy.
Although I will say that Michael is ramped up and is far more threatening in this.
That is definitely a plus point for this one.
Yeah. So I am going to certainly now replace Halloween Resurrection and stick in Rob Zombie's.
Please forgive us, we are running out of room slightly.
Rob Zombie is now into fourth place.
Sequel time. Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
Yay! Now I say yay because I really enjoyed this movie when I first saw it.
Personally, I don't necessarily think it works on its own, but as sequels go, I actually prefer this to the first one. I
preferred it to the first Rob Zombie movie.
Yeah.
Michael Myers is incredibly unstoppable in this.
Oh yeah, he flips a car at one point.
Flips a car. He is a Viking-style Michael Myers.
It's crazy. He's huge.
He is huge. The only bit of this that really kind of falls flat for me is they tended to go into this kind of dream sequence area that didn't really work for me. But as far as the action is concerned and the threat level, yeah, that one is
definitely a good sequel.
Yeah, I'm going to be a controversial here. For me, I prefer that to H2O.
Ooh. Okay.
What about you? H2O, the thing is, Michael's not threatening enough.
Now, that is a good point, because I was kind of vying towards going below H2O, but for that very purpose that you've just explained.
I laughed at H2O.
H2O's Michael Myers, by comparison, is nothing.
Could we put them... I mean, I'd say H2O is probably the better...
It's the better story. But
is it going to take third place, or is it...
For the depiction of Michael Myers in this one,
that's what Halloween's all about, Michael Myers.
Yeah.
I think it's got to go into third.
I'm thinking third place.
Okay, so you're going to drop that one into third and pushes H2O into fourth.
So, next we're on to Halloween 2018.
Right, now this is the rebirth.
Yes, this is a direct sequel to the original.
So we can now scrap all the other Halloween movies because this movie is Halloween 2 with Jamie Lee Curtis as Laurie Strode.
Very much so.
So this follows on from Halloween, the original movie, and ignores completely Halloween 2.
To be honest, I think this is second place worthy.
Yeah, I liked it. I mean, she does the old Sarah Connor in the later Terminator movies where she, has upped the ante.
Oh, yes, very much so, because she's set traps, she's got gun ranges, and she really kicks ass.
Yeah, so for the fact that it is technically the reimagined number 2, definitely, I'm putting that into number 2 as well.
Brilliant.
So that pushes Halloween 2, the original, into third place.
Followed by Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
There you go. Where are we now?
So we are in the middle of the new trilogy of Halloween films that has just come out, Halloween Kills.
Right.
Now this one, they ramped up the action and the gore tenfold.
Again, it is a filler story though.
That is true.
Yeah, it carries on from the last movie and leaves you
hanging. It leaves it hanging. It leaves it very open-ended, I feel.
See, I mean, up the ante on the action, brought the whole of Haddonfield community into the movie. Wasn't kind of my thing, that one.
Yeah. If you're in it for the action, very much so. Very good. If you're not in it for the action, maybe not for you.
Difficult call on this one.
Now, personally, I think it's kind of towards the higher end of this ranking.
Mm-hmm.
How
do you think it marks up to, say, Rob Zombie's Halloween 2?
Personally, I think I'd prefer to see Halloween Kills.
I would concur because I didn't agree with the dream sequences in Rob Zombie's, which kind of stole it. So I'm going to pop that one in. So that is now taking the 4th place.
Okay, so our final entry.
Yay!
Halloween Ends. We don't currently have the DVD/Blu-ray
Because it's
/4K.
only just come out in the cinema.
Yes, and
but
we
we
went-
have seen it.
We went to watch it, and
No spoilers.
If you want to find out the spoiler-free review of this, please go and listen to episode 25 of the Now We Know Show podcast.
So Halloween Ends. It is the end.
Supposedly, the end.
It could be the end. Go and watch the movie. Make your own mind up.
Okay, where do we think this stacks up?
Not as good as Halloween Kills.
Yeah, it's not as good as the new ones. I think it's probably the weakest of the new trilogy.
But does it rank to Halloween 2 Rob Zombie?
I think the major problem is the fact that it's lacking a lot of Michael Myers.
I thought it was good, but not great. So, in fact, because of the downgraded amount of Michael Myers in it, I've got to push that back into 6th place.
Yeah, so where's that stack?
That's going to go behind Halloween 2 Rob Zombie, but in front of H2O.
I think that's reasonable, yeah.
Okay, so listeners, let's look at our lineup. Our rankings are in 13th place,
Halloween 5, The Revenge of Michael Myers.
12th place,
Halloween, The Curse of Michael Myers.
11th place,
Halloween 3, Season of the Witch.
10th,
Halloween 4, The Return of Michael Myers.
9,
Halloween Resurrection.
8,
Rob Zombie's Halloween.
7,
H2O Halloween 20 years later.
6,
Halloween Ends.
5,
Rob Zombie's Halloween 2.
4,
Halloween Kills.
3,
The original Halloween 2.
2,
Halloween 2018.
and in first place, the original, the one,
best.
the only
John Carpenter's Halloween.
Halloween, starring Jamie Lee Curtis as Laurie Strode. And there you have it, listeners.
That is our ranking of all of the Michael Myers Halloween films. How do you think that went?
I think it went well.
I'd like to do another one of these.
Yes, we shall have to do it.
If anyone has any suggestions for other films or franchises they'd like to see rankings of, please, if you have any suggestions, comment below.
I feel a Friday the 13th coming on.
Oh, yeah! Nightmare on Elm Street.
Could do.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes.
That's a scary pumpkin head goodbye from Buzz.
And that's goodbye from Zach.
Goodbye.
Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know Show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learned something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Zach.
I'm Buzz.
And I'm Jack.
And in this episode we are celebrating Godzilla Day,
Yay!
which is on the 3rd of November.
So we've already started the show off by learning something new we didn't know before.
It's pretty cool. It's pretty cool.
I suppose you have things like Star Wars Day. Why not Godzilla Day?
Yep.
Any significance for that? Is it?
It's the day that the first Godzilla film came out.
Right.
The 3rd of November, 1954. So, this year we are celebrating the 68th anniversary of the Godzilla film series.
So in this episode, each of us have picked a Godzilla film at random. None of us know which ones we've actually picked, which is interesting. And we're going to briefly discuss the films we watched. I believe we have all picked a film from a different era.
That is true.
Zach, you're the resident Godzilla expert, so do you want to elaborate on which eras they are quickly?
So, as I understand it, Jack, you have watched a film from the Showa era,
Yes.
which is kind of your classic Godzilla films. I have watched one from the Heisei era, which is kind of the 80s, 90s. And you, Buzz,
Yes,
have
Buzz.
watched one from the Millennium era of Godzilla films, which is kind of just before Millennium 2000 and then just after, leading up to the 50th anniversary.
I suppose what we need to say to the listeners, because this obviously episode is all about celebrating the Godzilla franchise, I'm writing saying that the Godzilla franchise is the biggest, longest running film franchise in the whole world.
Very much so.
So you might not realise that, but we are talking about the longest running film franchise ever.
When you say longest running, is that how many films there are, or just how long it's been
I
used?
think it's both.
Oh, wow.
I think it's got the most films as well as the...
There's at least 36.
Right. Does that include, like, the spin-off
That
ones?
doesn't include the spin-off ones, but it does include the animated ones.
Right. Which is, we'll get to those. I
But there's
imagine.
three. There's three animated
Cool.
ones. If you enjoy the Now We Know Show podcast, why not support Zak Wylde Productions on our Patreon page? Become an official ZWP patron for as little as £1 a month for exclusive early access to all our latest episodes, videos, behind the scenes, updates and more. So before we begin to talk about our 3 films, this year is the 68th anniversary of the Godzilla series, and it is also the 50th anniversary of John Fukuda's Godzilla vs. Gigan, aka Godzilla on Monster Island, despite there not actually being that much of the film on Monster Island.
I think that is a recurring theme with these Godzilla films, is the mistranslated titles.
They are releasing a special Godzilla vs. Gigan short, which is live action, and they are also releasing a Godzilla vs. Gigan Rex short animation.
Is that like the short? Is that like a brand new thing, or is that just taken with footage from the?
I think they've previously done one for Godzilla vs. Hedorah.
Is it like just a trimmed down version of the film?
No, it's literally all suits. Nowadays,
cool.
They've just filmed a little short film.
Oh, I look forward to seeing it.
Yeah, I do, because Gigan's one of my favourite enemy monsters.
Oh yeah, the chicken cyborg
Oh, he's
monster.
brilliant.
Also, one extra fact, in America, they are showing, for the first time ever, Godzilla against Mechagodzilla on Godzilla Day.
That's the
The original.
No,
It's like the kind of 2000s-y one.
yeah, it's the 2000s one.
Right, okay.
It's the one before Tokyo SOS.
Okay. So
It's
they've,
kind of a 2-part thing, isn't it?
Yeah.
they've never seen Mechagodzilla as
Well,
in...
people have probably seen it, but it's the first time it's been released theatrically.
Right, gotcha.
And this is all in celebration of Godzilla Day.
Go Godzilla Day!
So let's move on to the movies. Jack, will you reveal which Showa-era Godzilla film you watched?
Okay, so I'm going to preface this slightly by saying that I'm not the biggest Godzilla expert. I've seen my fair share of Godzilla films. It's weird, in this country they're quite sort of hard to get hold of.
Oh, very,
with
very
kind of the
difficult
region
to get hold of.
coding and
Yes.
whatever reason they're just
I
quite...
can understand your pain.
Yeah,
We are in the studio with our Godzilla
yes.
specialist here, Zach.
Who has
Well-
tracked down all of the films that we can watch.
Yeah.
I do have the Criterion set, which came out a few years ago,
Ah,
which
yes.
is the whole Showa era, which is why I decided to do Showa era, because...
That makes sense.
Yeah, they're the ones I can actually watch. Okay, we'll start with a quote. The theme of the film, from the beginning, was the terror of the bomb. Mankind had created the bomb, now nature was going to take revenge on mankind. So I decided to do the original Godzilla from 1954.
Oh, very nice.
And that is a good choice. Let's start at the very beginning.
So let's talk a little bit about some of the history behind this film, just to get a bit of context as to what Godzilla is and what it represents.
I think that would be useful, because most people, when you think Godzilla, I dare say they just think, big monster rampaging around destroying Tokyo,
Yes.
but Godzilla is a lot deeper than that.
Especially in the original.
Yes, which is why I chose this one, because I think it's my favourite. Spoilers.
Oh,
So on August 6th, Little Boy, an enriched uranium gun-type fission weapon, was dropped on Hiroshima, and 3 days later, Fat Man, a plutonium implosion-type nuclear weapon, was dropped on Nagasaki. Scholars have extensively studied the effects of the bombings on the social and political character of subsequent world history and popular culture. One of the most famous examples of this is Ishiro Honda's Godzilla from 1954. We know that it's kind of an allegory for those horrendous bombings that happened at the end of World War II. Have you ever heard of Castle Bravo?
isn't that one of the American bases or something?
So, any guess what Castle Bravo is?
Doesn't ring a bell with me.
So this is kind of more history side of things. Castle Bravo was the first in a series of high-yield thermonuclear weapon design tests conducted
Right.
by the United States at Bikini Atoll.
I'm familiar with Bikini.
Yes, in the
Atoll.
Marshall Islands, as part of Operation Castle. Detonated on the 1st of March 1954, the device was the most powerful nuclear device detonated by the United States, and its first lithium deuteride-fueled thermonuclear weapon. I think I pronounced that okay.
Fun fact, Castle Bravo is the Monarch base in Godzilla King of Monsters.
Right. This will all tie into what I'm talking about. So, yeah, big tests of these big thermonuclear weapons, and it led to the unexpected radioactive contamination of areas to the east of Bikini Atoll. At the time, it was the most powerful artificial explosion in history. I might get the pronunciation of this completely wrong. Daigo Fukuru Maru, also known as Lucky Dragon 5,
Oh, I heard about this, yep.
was a Japanese tuna fishing boat with a crew of 23 men, which was contaminated by nuclear fallout from the United States Castle Bravo thermonuclear weapon at Bikini Atoll.
Yes, they were irradiated.
Yeah, so the crew suffered ARS, which is acute radiation syndrome,
Yeah.
for a number of weeks after the tests. All recovered except Kubayama Eikichi, the boat's chief radio man. He died on September 23rd, unfortunately, from complications of radiation sickness. So this event, this is why I've prefaced this event, would inspire Japanese producer Tomoyuki Tanaka to begin development of the now infamous giant monster film titled
Godzilla.
The Giant Monster from 20,000 Miles Beneath the Sea. It wasn't Godzilla. It technically was, but it was called The Giant Monster from 20,000 Miles Beneath the Sea.
20,000 miles?
Well, it's interesting because you can also compare it to The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, which came out.
Yeah, he was
At a similar
also
time.
he was also inspired by that film, which
Yeah,
I
but
think
The Beast of 20,000 Fathoms is pretty much what the Godzilla movie was based on.
Yeah,
wasn't
yeah,
it?
the 1998 version.
I
Yeah.
think they're all kind of tied in together.
To be
but-
fair, they should have really not called that one Godzilla.
Now, it's very interesting you mention all these things because it's part of what I wrote about in my dissertation for university.
Yeah.
And what I found through my kind of close examination of it was the fact that it was more of a synchronic social response to bigger issues.
Yeah.
It was a cultural response from both the Americans and their idea of nuclear war tests and things because they're very pro nuclear war tests.
I'm
And,
going
and
to get
things
onto
like that.
I'm going to get onto the American cut because I find that quite an interesting sort of comparison
Whereas
to this Japanese
the
one.
Japanese take it from more of a victimization standpoint.
Yeah. So Tanaka enlisted director Ishiro Honda, special effects director Eiji Tsuburaya. I'm sorry if
E.G. Tsuburaya.
if I mispronounce any of these names, and executive producer Iwo Mori to begin work on the film with the now title
Godzilla.
Project G.
Ooh.
It was a while until it was actually called Godzilla. So Ishiro Honda wasn't Tanaka's first choice to direct, but several other directors passed on the project feeling the idea was stupid, which is interesting. Honda accepted the assignment, and it was during the production of Godzilla that Honda worked with Koji Keiichi, and he would go on to work with him on quite a lot of other films, so this was their first. I'm going to talk a little bit about the American cut, because I find it quite interesting. Two different
It is
opposing
It is a
cuts.
stark comparison, yeah.
So for anyone that doesn't know, Godzilla, of course, is a Japanese production from Toho. But following the success, they sold the rights to Godzilla for only $25,000, which, looking back now, is
Nothing.
Nothing.
for a character that huge as well.
Literally.
Yeah, literally. But it was very heavily edited.
Yes, they
Yeah.
cut out a lot of the anti-nuclear connotations and things like
Yes.
that.
And also, didn't they come from the standpoint of almost like a reporter reporting on it?
For a lot of it, yeah.
Yeah, they kind of refilmed scenes and then sort of
They had
cut in little other
a
bits.
Japanese translator for the Raymond Burr character.
Yeah, Raymond Burr was the star of the American cut. Also was retitled Godzilla King of the Monsters.
Mm-hmm.
And it seems to do pretty well in America as well as in Japan. So that's all the history side of things out of the way. Let's get into the film. The tone of this film is what I think stands out for me, is why I love it so much. Straight from the opening titles, you've got the really sinister music.
Well, that's the thing. You talked about the Lucky Dragon, and in that opening scene with the fishing boat there, that even says on the boat.
Yeah,
Lucky
I
Dragon
mean, even
5.
before this, just the opening titles alone.
Yeah.
You've got the music that really
And
sort
this
of...
is all in black and white. so-
Yes, very dark.
There's only 2 black and white Godzilla films, just the first 2.
Yes. I quite like the second film I've seen.
Yeah, I need to watch
It
that.
kind of
again.
loses a little bit of the thread from the first one, but I still enjoy it. Interestingly, the music is by Akira Ifukube.
Haven't heard.
I think he's responsible for the iconic Godzilla music.
Ah, okay.
which
Good.
Eventually got kind of remixed throughout the film.
Several times.
Yes, yeah.
Do 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 do.
Yes, so-
But it's interesting you mentioned the black and white, because I don't know if this is a sort of sensitive subject, but I feel like it covers a lot of the imperfections of Godzilla.
Well, I think if you look at the later
Yep, I
ones,
kind of feel like it makes it
Yeah.
scarier.
well,
Yes.
yeah, definitely. Because you look at the later ones, and people would fob them off as being, oh, it's just a man in a big rubber suit stomping on things. And I mean, I look at it from the perspective of these are great. I love miniatures. You know, they built miniature cities that have been destroyed.
Lots
They've
of
got
map paintings as
All,
well.
all this stuff is fantastic. But yes, I can see where you say black and white does tend to to mask that quite well.
And it is, we're not going to do like a play-by-play of the film, we're just going to talk about bits, but there are moments where the Godzilla's trampling through the city and he's almost just a silhouette at some points. It's just smoke and lights, and you could just see him lumbering through the city, which I think is really effective.
Well, anyway, it's very much an anti-war film, but at the time there was a lot of external censorship and things that they couldn't have like actual nuclear bomb films
So they had to almost
presenting it in a negative way, so they had to kind of make a manifestation of this nuclear threat, and that took the form of Godzilla.
I mean, there's even a shot where I think at one point they're like quite high up on a building and his head sort of comes up and his head is almost like the shape of a mushroom cloud, and it almost looks like he is kind of, there is a nuclear bomb going off, which I thought was quite cool.
And I mean, it's very obvious at times that it is this nuclear metaphor, because he's literally breathing fire onto the streets and it's hitting everyone and everything. There is no discrimination. It's all just destruction.
And you see a lot of in this one as well, you see a lot of like the pain and anguish from the
well,
citizens,
you see all the victims in like, hospitals and things.
which I think they kind of lose in the future films. They kind of
the future
lose
ones
that.
do become orientated more towards entertainment, especially for kids.
The monster
I would say.
fights.
So,
That's something I was going to lead on to. I would have really loved to have seen this tone kind of carried through into more films, which is why I think, I know it's not very popular here, but I quite like Shin Godzilla because it kind of takes it back to those sort of horror-y, sort of
I'd
dark
say
tones.
a similar one would be The Return of Godzilla, which was in 1984.
Right, okay, I might check that one out. So it's designed to be, as we've said, a nuclear allegory, but I feel like the American cut kind of strips all of that out.
Yeah, it takes a lot of the kind of shots of people being killed.
I think a lot of the time as well, I noticed watching both cuts, there's scenes where, like we say, some of the victims are reacting to what's happening. And in the American cut, they turn the music up so loud that you can't even hear what the people are saying, because I feel like there must have been some kind of
I remember that there's a scene.
embarrassment for the Americans.
There's a scene where a woman is like holding her child, and they're gonna die, and they're talking about, we're gonna join our father soon and stuff, and it was like really like, oh god, this is super dark.
In the American cut, they bump the music up so you can't hear what she's saying.
Yeah, but there was also a lot of anti-Japanese sentiment in America as well. I would think it would probably been quite a difficult thing to actually put in movie theatres, because there was a lot of anti-Japanese sentiment. So would people go to a movie that's about Japanese?
Yeah.
You know, unfortunately, that's the way it was.
So, yeah, I think this is probably my favourite of the Godzilla films because of the tone.
I would agree to an extent that it's definitely the most powerful.
Interesting we said about it kind of gets aimed towards children.
Later on.
Why, we could talk about this a bit later on, but why did it become such a kind of kid-friendly thing, considering it's had such dark origins? It's kind of interesting. I can't think of another example of a character that's had such sort of dark beginnings and then become like a kid's mascot for Japan.
Is it kind of equatable to even Darth Vader? A character has become so iconic and so popular that...
But he's still evil
even
throughout
gets
all of
redemption.
The films, whereas Godzilla becomes almost like the hero, doesn't he, in a lot of the future
Yeah, I'm kind of an anti-hero in a sort of way, because although Godzilla in a lot of the movies helps to win the day for the humans, if you like, still it goes on generally leads to a rampage where there's destruction
there is
everywhere.
Definitely a big paradigm shift throughout the Showa series.
Yeah.
That literally they take the idea of Godzilla and change it to be the answer to something else, like pollution, Godzilla versus Hedorah, aliens, for instance, later on.
Yeah.
I mean, I suppose it's got to go along with the shift with a lot of movies. Dinosaurs and monster movies become popular. Yeah, I mean, American movies like Valley of the Gwangi and things like that, where you've got dinosaurs, become incredibly popular. If you've got a popular character that is going to sell movies and it's going to make money, then
T-Rex, Jurassic Park.
We've already
follow down that path.
We've already had King Kong by this point, haven't we? 1933. So it's not the first of its sort of kind with giant monsters, but it is.
It's the first one with those kind of nuclear connotations.
Yeah. So Godzilla was released in Nagoya on October 27th, 1954, and released nationwide on November 3rd, 1954.
Hey, Godzilla Day!
Yay!
At the time of the film's release, it set new opening day record for any Toho film, selling 33,000 tickets at Toho Cinema in Tokyo and selling out a Nishigeki theatre. As a result, Toho's CEO personally called Honda to congratulate him. Honda's wife Kimi noted that sort of thing didn't usually happen. So, big success in Japan, which is, again, interesting because it is such a dark thing. And I think, was it 1945 would have been the nuclear bombs. So it's only, 9 years later
Yeah.
from such a sort of
That's
horrifying
still a
thing.
fresh sense of...
I think if
that would've been
nobody's
quite-
seen the original Godzilla and they based their idea of Godzilla on the movies that came out through the 70s and onwards, where it's a lot more kiddified, then people really should go back and revisit the origins.
Yeah, for the most part, when I talk to other people that like Godzilla films, they seem to jump onto the Godzilla films later on, where it's more friendly.
Well,
Yeah,
take
we
it from
do.
me. I mean, as a kid growing up in the 70s, that's my earliest childhood memories of seeing Godzilla movies. And of course, we only had 3 channels on the TV, and it was kind of like, oh, what on earth is this? When you suddenly got to a Sunday afternoon and you've never seen it before, and they've stuck on a Godzilla movie. And
They're so out there, aren't they?
This is not just but the thing it wasn't like seeing King Kong or something like that, because remember King Kong, seeing the black and white King Kong is a big gorilla, but he fights dinosaurs in that on Skull Island. But with Godzilla, suddenly you've got this thing that is just, in comparison to King Kong, huge, gigantic, this, well, as we know now called kaijus, and so that was quite an eye-opener.
Well, they scaled him up for the showdown.
yeah, they scaled it up in the showdown, but yeah, and so that's my introduction was not seeing the original Godzilla, because as far as I can remember, they never showed the original Godzilla back then.
There is actually a reason for that,
yeah?
which I'll get onto eventually.
Yeah. For me, personally, it was Buzz. You introduced me to Godzilla
did.
with the DVD Terror of Mechagodzilla.
Just because I do like Mechagodzilla. Don't think Mechagodzilla was the first. Don't think that was the first movie I ever saw. My earliest memories are this moment where Godzilla is playing tennis with Ibra.
Oh, yeah.
Where Godzilla's picked up a rock and he throws it out to sea. At the Ibra listeners is like a big lobster monster, and then he bats it back with his claw, and then Godzilla hits it back with his tail, and it goes backwards, and it's like, what am I watching?
you say that, but it's like so totally different in tone to what we were talking about with the first Godzilla film. It's how does it go from then to there?
What's the name of that movie, Zach?
Which one?
The one with Ibra and...
Ibra Horror from the Deep.
Is that's the movie I'm talking about?
Yep.
Okay, because...
I think they do repeat the scene in Godzilla's Revenge.
Right.
Because they use stock footage for
Because I also remember, is it The Son of Godzilla?
Yes.
Where you've got the giant
That's
praying
the one
mantis.
after it, yeah.
Right, so the giant praying mantis, and you've got what I called Spygra, but I think the name is...
In the dub, they call it Spyga, but actually it's called Kumunga.
Kumunga. And I just remember going to school and we were all talking about Spygra, this giant thing. It was great fun. And you had the little mini Godzilla, which I don't think it had a name in that movie.
No,
it?
Not specifically in that movie.
And again, comedy.
It was only later.
Comedy moments.
It was only later they gave it a name.
Godzilla was trying to teach the baby Godzilla to breathe nuclear fire.
It just blew smoke rings.
And he ends up standing on its tail, and then it goes...
Which was funny.
But it was kept getting picked on by the giant praying mantis.
Yeah.
Because they were beating it up all the time.
Yeah, I think they wanted to eat it.
Which is, we keep referring to Godzilla as him. Have we got a definition? Because obviously this is Son of Godzilla. But if I recall, the praying mantises cracked open an egg. So did Godzilla lay the egg?
Or did he adopt?
Or was the egg already there?
The egg was already there. The egg was buried.
Yeah, but is Godzilla male or female? Do we know?
Male. I'd say male.
Okay, just wondered. Anyway, you were saying about the original...
Yeah, so this might answer the question, possibly. So from 1955 into the 1960s, Godzilla played in theatres catering to Japanese Americans in predominantly Japanese neighbourhoods in the United States. An English subtitled version was shown at film festivals in New York, Chicago and other cities in 1982. An 84-minute cut of the Japanese version was theatrically released in West Germany in 1956 as Godzilla, was just titled Godzilla. This version removes the Japanese Parliament argument, acknowledgement of Godzilla as a child of the H-bomb, because obviously it was in Germany, so it was quite, references to Hiroshima and Nagasaki, and an altered translation of the mother holding her children.
Right.
So that's another case that the film's been changed in different countries.
Wasn't there an Italian version called Godzilla?
Godzilla?
Yeah. That came out
Nice.
much later, though.
Yeah, but I don't recall it being aired. The original, I'm sure it has been aired on British TV, but I
Yeah.
don't recall seeing it ever in the 70s.
So the film was re-released theatrically in Japan in 1982 to commemorate Toho's 50th anniversary. After its release, the film remained unavailable officially in the United States until 2004. So I did take that as being the United Kingdom as well, because it tends to be
It was. Yeah, I think that it was really hard to come by at all anywhere
So that would explain why you
until
never really saw
the turn of the
Yeah,
millennium.
but it was through the fun, if you like, of growing up seeing the odd, and it was odd, and never in sequence. They weren't sequential. It was just
Random.
randomly what you might be getting the opportunity to see, seeing those kind of more fun monster movies, if you like, which got me hooked on Godzilla and made me want to go and see where it
rest of
came
them.
from. Where it came from, and then obviously where it went after that.
So this Godzilla film is part of the series known as the Showa era of films, which eventually ended with Terror of Mechagodzilla, also directed by Ishiro Honda and released in 1975. And of course we know that Godzilla as a film franchise, as well as a character, went on to become a huge pop culture icon.
Well, that's right. When it comes to the 80s, we were suddenly, I'm sure it was the 80s, I'm sure it didn't start in the 70s, but in the 80s you had the cartoon series of Godzilla.
Godzilla,
And it had
Godzuki, who could fly.
Who could fly, got wings under his arm. But they became incredibly popular. It was like on the most popular time, Saturday morning, kids' TV, you suddenly had this Godzilla cartoon
We've actually got
series.
3 episodes of that on DVD. It's very hard to come by.
With the first Godzilla film, I just find it fascinating seeing what this film was intended to be versus what it became, and even now what it is, like with the American legendary films that we've got. Up until literally last year, they did the most recent one. It's just become sort of big giant monster entertainment, where its origins are so much darker.
Yeah, the current batch, which I've enjoyed watching, have been very much along the lines of, I suppose, same with the Pacific Rim movies, was
sci-fi design.
with the what's it called, the Jaeger robots fighting against the other kaiju. It becomes, that's it. These are big action movies.
Big
But I
blockbusters.
certainly agree with what you brought up earlier, Zach, that I wouldn't say cartoony, but the more child-orientated Godzilla movies through the 70s and probably into the 80s, they did deal with a lot of ecological issues.
Yeah, pollution and stuff.
and
They just
things as well.
made a lighter sort of tone.
They even did one based on bullies.
Yeah.
I suppose
About
in
not
a-
allowing yourself to be bullied.
I suppose on a side note, we do tend to, as in culture, we tend to make light of things, maybe to that extent. But for example, World War II is such a catastrophic event that happened. Yet we sell games of World War II. We can play games,
Yep.
shoot people, and we sell that to kids. So I suppose to a certain extent, that's kind of what happened with Godzilla. It was such a dark thing, but it also, because it made so much money, it was marketed towards the sort of family.
Marketed towards children, marketed...
Would you say that would kind of perpetuate it to make it last longer by kind of adapting it to different things?
I mean, yeah, possibly.
But it's still, but I'll say
It's smart business, but-
still had themes in it. Themes that were meant to be there to. It's not just an entertaining.
It's not just a
film
blind
for,
entertainment.
for the kids, but it had social
Implications.
to teach them not to be litter bugs, not to do this, not to do that. Whereas the new movies are action movies, and they don't really deal with
That much.
any kind of global.
It's all about the
issues
spectacle
or anything.
nowadays.
Yeah.
I mean, you've got the kind of Mechagodzilla in the most recent one, which is kind of, I guess, a poke at the kind of tech companies that are making progress in the
Yeah, I think it was
technology world. but-
Apex is the company.
Yeah,
in
I
that.
suppose that's probably the only sort of allegory, but yeah, it's interesting. I just find it an interesting trajectory that this character's gone on.
Yeah, well, I say, huge franchise. So we're moving now from.
So that's my part.
So that's the Showa era.
That's the Showa era.
So now we're going to move on to the Heisei era.
Okay, and where's that come in at?
Well, Terror Mechagodzilla was 1975.
Yeah, so this,
Yep.
10 years later, 1984 to the mid-90s. That's the Heisei era of Godzilla films.
Right, so
that
when
we
I
know.
was watching, the Terror of Mechagodzilla, that was the first one that Mechagodzilla appeared in, yeah?
No, that was Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla, the previous film.
Right, so you had 2 in a row,
Mhm.
and that would have gone, 1970?
That was 1975.
Yeah, but that was the last one.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I would have been seeing the earlier movies then, wouldn't I?
Mhm.
In the later sort of mid to late 70s.
Yeah.
And then I did catch the Mecha Godzilla, which is, again, that's going to draw any kid in, seeing a robotic Godzilla. But it's quite a jump to say that they didn't make anything from 75 to when? 84. Wow.
So in this era of Godzilla films, they kind of went for that more scary approach to Godzilla. So we've gone drastic change from him being all nice and friendly to being a bit more scary, because he's more of a threat in The Return of Godzilla. But he then, again, kind of drifts into being the more kind of like an anti-hero towards the end of the Heisei era. Only 7 movies in the Heisei era of Godzilla. Do we know which one I watched? Any ideas? Testing your knowledge
I
here.
don't know the film well enough.
Like Jack, I love Godzilla, but
I'm going to say...
I am by no means an expert in all these movies.
I'm going to say Godzilla versus Space Godzilla. I don't even know if that's in this series.
I remember watching that partially with you. You
Is
only
that
got
in the
about
series?
halfway. Yep,
Okay,
it is.
that's a good guess then. Godzilla versus Space Godzilla.
Wrong.
I don't know.
Any ideas, Buzz?
When does this era finish?
Mid-90s.
Mid-90s.
Nope, sorry.
Okay.
I can't even guess at one.
The one I watched was the third one in this particular series of Godzilla films. Godzilla versus King Ghidorah.
Old.
Ooh.
Mr.
Have I seen this one?
You have seen
I have
this one,
seen
Jack.
this one.
It's good.
I
Three-headed
think I might be
dragon.
able to contribute to the
It
conversation.
is the first time that they introduced the concept of time travel.
Mhm.
So this came out the same year as Terminator 2, 1991.
Cool.
And
So
it
there was a big kind
yeah.
of time travel hype at the
Yeah,
time.
there's a big time travel kind of plot in this one. Long story short, people from the future come back in time. Japan's going to be attacked by Godzilla. We'll sort him out for you. They then pick up some people from the then present, go back further in time to World War II, where we discover that Godzilla has evolved from a Godzillasaurus, and he's been protecting this island of Japanese soldiers that are being attacked by some Americans. The people from the future then move Godzilla, who's now severely injured, into the ocean, away from where Godzilla is going to be irradiated by the nuclear fallout to then become proper Godzilla. But what they don't tell the people from the then present is the fact that the people from the future put 3 door rats on the island.
Door rats? What's a door rat?
Ooh, I think I remember, yeah.
3...
Well, think of what else is in Threes that you can think of that's also in that film.
Oh, I can't remember that movie at all.
Or 3 things.
3 door rats.
What's
Right.
King Ghidorah got?
Well, he's got 3 heads because he's a 3-headed dragon.
Anyway, these 3 really cute little door rats, which are kind of pets from the future, supposedly, are left on the island, which then get irradiated and turn into King Ghidorah.
I thought King Ghidorah was a space alien.
Yeah, Astro Monster, wasn't it? From
Yeah,
space.
in the Showa era, he's from space. In this one, he's from the future.
So we
Right.
should.
So this isn't the first
so-
time we've seen King Ghidorah.
No.
So we should preface that. From what I've taken from that is that these different eras are like straight reboots. They don't sort of carry on from the
Yes,
previous
so
one.
in the Heisei era, from The Return of Godzilla, that is a direct sequel to the original.
Okay.
Cuts out all the other 14 in between.
Oh, that's all the ones I've got.
So, the people that were time travel from World War II back to the then present, to 1991.
And everything's evolved.
There's no Godzilla anymore, but King Ghidorah attacks.
Right.
And it's like, oh no! And it turns out it was a big scheme from the people from the future to take over with their monster, King Ghidorah.
Chaos ensues.
Chaos ensues.
How do we get Godzilla in it then?
Well, so they moved Godzilla into the ocean, where he's supposedly been residing for the last 30 years.
This is the Godzillasaurus.
This is the Godzillasaurus. But what's happened?
No idea.
A nuclear sub has gone missing.
Oh
Of
dear.
course.
Dun dun dun, and as luck has it, Godzilla's back. Now bigger and more powerful than ever.
Oh, well, multiple universes.
Yeah. So if he's this is does this carry on from the other films or is this?
Yes.
So why is he now not there and then suddenly there again?
There is a bit of time travel plot hole.
wibbly wobbly.
Timey-wimey wibbly
That is
wobbly.
very much the case with this series because it
enough.
kind of eliminates the previous films, but also they happened and nobody forgets that they didn't happen. I think it's kind of an Avengers Endgame kind of
Right.
time
it's kind
travel
of a loose-
rules.
A loose
They've gone into the quantum realm.
So anyway,
quantum leap.
the people from the present aren't happy with the people from the future, so they go about putting Godzilla against King Ghidorah, and then they have a fight. At which point, King Ghidorah comes off a little worse for wear. Any ideas? Who remembers?
Gets his head bit off.
Does he get a head cut off?
He
And
get-
then at one point, I think, isn't there like a post-credit scene or something where you see...
He gets his head completely blown off by Godzilla.
Which one? Middle one?
Center.
You think that would be the most, like...
He gets completely annihilated and falls into the ocean.
Okay.
And the people from the future then get blasted by Godzilla. That deals with them. But unfortunately for everyone, Godzilla's back.
Right.
So he's out of the
So
way.
he then goes on
rampage.
what he normally does.
Does he get a robot head at one point?
Well,
Oh, okay. This
the
is a-
surviving people from the future go back to the future and resurrect King Ghidorah as Mecha King Ghidorah to then bring him back to the past to fight Godzilla.
So he gets another second round with King Ghidorah.
Yes, as Mecha King Ghidorah.
You picked a nice simple
So
one
does
to
he have,
talk about.
as you just said, Jack, does King Ghidorah now have a robot head
Yes,
Mecha King
and
Ghidorah.
robot wings
and robot
and loads of robot attachments and things.
Okay.
And then they have a fight
Again.
again.
So it's kind of like a cyborg.
Yeah, he's being controlled by somebody in a little pod. He's kind of
It's like a gamer.
Jaeger style.
Didn't they do that on... What, isn't that a thing in the reboot? Or the most recent one? Where there's a guy in like
Well,
a
they
skull
tried
or
to,
something?
yeah,
Yeah.
in his skull, and
Yeah.
it goes horribly, horribly wrong. Horribly.
Well, yeah, that just reminded me of talking about Terminator, but there's actually a cyborgy type character that kind of he acts very Terminator-like in this story, and he's in like a car crash and he's got like a burnt face, but he's just showing no emotion or anything.
So at this point, obviously, we're like several films down the line from the original.
Yeah,
We've definitely gone into like full-on sci-fi.
territory.
Yeah. So it's no longer a kind of a monster disaster film. It's more of a full-on sci-fi action.
Yeah, very much so.
Kind of dips into lots of different genres. Doesn't it?
So anyway, after their final fight, Mecha King Ghidorah kind of grabs Godzilla, takes him out of the city, and Godzilla then blasts him, and then they both tumble into the ocean.
Is that the end of the movie?
That was the end of the movie.
Again.
Again.
So in this era, have we now kind of lost that sense that the movies have a underlying message to the viewer?
I think
Are
it's
these now going totally kind of just for, as Jack said, the sci-fi
in
action?
this
blockbusters.
particular one. I think it's a lot to do with time travel and kind of exploring that.
Okay, so we're not sort of really talking about the way the human beings are destroying the planet and things anymore.
I mean, there were like lots of in the Showa era, from what I've seen. Especially, there's the smog monster comes to mind. Isn't there one that's all about
Yeah,
kind of
that's the
climate
pollution,
change? Yeah.
Right.
So this, as you said, is kind of leaning away from that kind of
So do you
that
think the
central
studios
message.
are sort of going, right, we can make money out of this?
Yeah.
Slap his name on it and he'll sell.
Well, Terminator 2 came out the same year, so I assume it probably jumped on the bandwagon with that.
I mean, does it get away from the earlier production? I mean, are we still talking about people in suits?
Yeah, still talking about
So
people
they-
in suits.
Practical effects.
Yeah, practical effects.
I mean, there must be by that point early CGI.
Yeah, early CGI, like laser beams and stuff like that. Yeah, I really enjoyed it.
From what I remember, I haven't seen it for several years, but I remember enjoying it.
Do you want to know a weird fact about
Yes.
it? Okay, so, weird fact. As the people from the future travel back in time to World War II, it is implied that Steven Spielberg's dad is one of the Navy officers on a ship, and they see this space, what they assume is a space ship, zoom past.
Oh, yes.
And they say, "You can tell your child when he's born, Major Spielberg."
Wow.
And it kind of suggests that
That
he
was the
got
inspiration.
Like E.T.
yeah inspiration for E.T. and Close Encounters and stuff like that.
Oh, there you go.
That's kind of like, is it Back to the Future 2, where it's like Jaws 39 or something, directed by Steven Spielberg Jr. or something?
I think it's very much the heavy sci-fi time travel stuff that I really kind of get involved with which I really like about this one.
See, I can appreciate that sort of tone with those films, but I think I just kind of prefer the more darker ones. But that's just personal
That's just you.
preference. Yeah.
Right. Does that come on to
round
me
off
now,
that
does
one?
it?
I think that rounds it off. It's I haven't really got that much to say other than I really like it.
Sounds like I'm going to have to go and watch this one because it's not ringing any bells to me.
From what
I remember
enjoyed
the earlier ones and I remember the more modern ones, but there's this gap for me in between.
How many films are there again? 36.
At least 36.
Right. So yeah, I've probably not seen the
How many
majority.
Bond movies are there?
26. 26.
So
I
there
think.
you are.
I
Just
think.
goes to show you, Godzilla, way out in front. Have to do a Bond podcast.
Bondcast.
A Bondcast, right. So is that coming over to me now?
Yeah, I think so.
Okay, so let me have it. What's my era? The Millennium era.
The Millennium.
How did the Heisei era finish?
Godzilla vs. Destroyer. Destroyer! I just had to say it. A creature created by the oxygen destroyer from the first movie creates Destroyer, and they have a fight, but unfortunately Godzilla gets kind of overloaded with nuclear energy and has a meltdown and melts. But anyway, Godzilla kind of passes on his energy into his son, who is kind of fatally wounded at that point, and which kind of revitalizes him. The end.
I think I noticed a bit of a goof, a mistake in the original Godzilla.
Okay.
Ooh.
The I forget his name, but the kind of main scientist guy,
Who invents the oxygen?
not the eye patch guy, the older guy.
Right, I think I know the one you're talking about.
I should get his name up, but I can't. He does a presentation where he's talking about where Godzilla's come from and where they think he's come from, and they say that he's come from the Jurassic era, which was 2 million years ago,
Mm-hmm.
which I don't think is
2
true.
million years.
Yeah, they say they say 2 million years ago. I think it's more like 40-something million years ago.
I was going to say, you don't really look at movies or TV programs for these kind of actual factual.
Yeah.
Well, I mean,
just found it
ma-
quite-
We watched Doctor Who the other day, and he was going
Yeah.
into orbit, and it said he's only 15 minutes from going into the orbit of the sun. And
That
it's
was
like,
quite funny.
How did he get from the Earth in 15 minutes to the sun? It's 94 million miles away.
What?
Really. But so don't base your facts on
I just
these
thought it was a
things.
funny,
Yeah. Yeah.
coincidence.
It's like saying, what was it, 2,000 miles below the sea?
20,000 miles beneath the sea.
Beneath the sea.
The beast from 20,000 fathoms.
Yeah.
That's like out the other side and into space.
We'll not go there. Anyway, the Millennium era, yeah?
Aha.
We've now come into a kind of we've gone from the original, which had that allegory of nuclear war and how bad it is and everything else. We should take that on board and not repeat our mistakes. I hope Mr. Putin's listening. And
Sure he listens to this podcast.
through all the 70s kiddies, giant monsters, kaiju movies with their kind of underlying little social messages in them. And we've come into now an era which I just feel is basically now pushing full-on action.
Yeah.
So
quite
with the
respectable.
Millennium era, we're talking all the way up to the modern Godzilla movies, or are they not included?
Well, the Millennium era is basically from Godzilla 2000 to Godzilla Final Wars, which is the 50th anniversary.
Mm-hmm.
So what, out of
So-
interest, what era are we in now, currently?
We are in the Reiwa era. So what era is dictated by who's the Emperor of Japan?
Okay,
Right.
Technically, at that point, the Millennium era was still the Heisei era, but they wanted to kind of
differentiate.
differentiate between
Okay.
one era to the next, and it
Millennium
was the
era.
Millennium. It's
We're
the
in the
Millennium.
Millennium era.
Okay, so we're in the Millennium era, and we're going full-on action, and Godzilla and kaiju movies have now become a big thing. Everybody, loves kaiju movies. Kaiju movies have become their own kind of thing, haven't they?
I mean, we've probably gone from like King Kong, Godzilla, the two big ones, to now like every country's got their own kind of kaiju, and there's hundreds and
I mean, even the UK,
characters.
we had a really good kaiju film, Gorgo.
Gorgo. That was a really good one. Really enjoyed that. In fact, I think the twist in that one was spoilers, is they capture Gorgo, don't they? Stick him in a pit surrounded by electrical cables
Yep.
to stop him getting out, only to discover that Gorgo is a baby.
Yeah.
Yeah, that was a brilliant
he's gonna
twist.
get big.
And then his mum comes and
Yeah,
rescues
his
him.
mum comes and rescues him.
And it's like
Ogra.
Ogra. It's like, oh man.
I like
gigantic.
the Goodies episode, Kitten Kong.
Oh, Kitten Kong.
You just had to mention that, didn't you?
Yeah. You mentioned something about Godzilla. They did one. What was it? They did a Jaws spoof in the
Oh,
Goodies.
I think I
Did
remember.
they?
Yeah, it was in a some kind. It was like in a lake where they had like a giant trout or something. It was hilarious.
Anyway.
The Millennium Era.
Yes.
And all out action. And for me, I've got to say one movie that stands out and I really, really enjoyed. And I think it has all sorts of different areas of sci-fi in it, and mutant humans, which we now think of the X-Men and things like that, or meta-humans nowadays with all their special abilities. And that is, you've already mentioned it, Godzilla Final Wars.
Yes, the 50th anniversary.
Yeah.
I think this possibly the first one I ever saw, the one you showed
Oh,
me.
yeah, yeah. Yeah.
You know,
So fond memories. of this.
interesting. This was an international co-production between Japan, Australia, the USA, and China.
Wow. Okay.
So it's got that. That's I think that's why it's got such a wide appeal, and the production, the money was sunk into it to make that sort of more big blockbuster type movie.
Yeah, it was basically a big celebration of all the Godzilla films that came before it, really.
And
It's the Day of the Doctor of Godzilla.
and if you like
Avengers.
the monsters, you get to see a whole bevy of monsters.
Oh, yeah.
in this one.
Most of them are in it.
Yeah. So it starts off with, I think it's a flashback to the Gatengo submarine.
Yeah, it's the big submarine that can
With
also fly that has a big drill on the
drill
front.
and that traps Godzilla in Antarctica.
Yes.
And then we jump forward to the Gatengo. Funnily enough, in the synopsis, that they're meant to be in the English Channel and battling Manda.
Yeah.
And they actually destroy Manda,
Yeah, it's kind of like a sea dragon.
sea dragon. They destroy Manda, who we watched one not so long ago, didn't we? Which
Yeah.
was called.
Now, I have said that this is kind of celebrating all the Godzilla films, but it is also a celebration of all the other kind of Toho films that also came out that had giant monsters in.
The
So,
tertiary characters. Yeah.
yeah, so this would be an example of Atragon.
We saw Atragon not too long ago,
Yes.
and that had a Manda in it, but it was more focused on the submarine, wasn't it?
Submarine and the Lost Continent of Mu.
Yes.
Basically, Japanese Atlantis.
Yeah. So anyway, so they get rid of Manda, and then unfortunately, all these monsters start
Rampaging around the
rampaging
world.
around the world. It's like, oh no! And then some space aliens appear. I think they were called the Zelians.
Zelians, yeah.
Zelians. In this particular movie, one of my favourite characters is the captain of the Katengo,
Oh, yes.
Captain Douglas.
He's a boxer, isn't he?
Well, the actor is Don Frey, and he was a mixed martial artist and a professional wrestler.
Oh.
He's just such a brilliant character. He's a big guy, massive bushy moustache, big leather coat, and a samurai sword. And I just love the character. It was just great, to see this big guy in there.
That's interesting. We haven't really mentioned any of like the human characters in any of these films because they do tend to sort of take a bit of a backseat for a lot of the majority of these films.
And but for me, that he stood out. It was like, wow, we've got a lead character now that is,
Yeah.
It's
Memorable.
Yeah, he's one of the memorable characters. The
Yeah.
only other one I think you briefly mentioned was the guy with the eye patch.
Yes, Dr.
Sirazawa.
Yeah.
And so anyway, so the Zelians say that they can help stop the monsters from destroying
And I
Earth.
think they also mention an asteroid called Gorath, which is another reference to another Toho film called Gorath, which is on the path to destroying Earth.
Yes, but isn't that a hologram or something? They're lying about that.
They're lying about that.
They're lying about
It
that.
comes up later.
But also, we also have mutagenic humans in it
Mm.
because they've got this. Is it called M-base?
M-base, yeah.
Which is in their blood, and so these mutant humans can fight the monsters as well, and
Kind of have Gatling guns.
yeah. So they're doing all these fantastic flips and all sorts. It's going sort
There's
of
quite a few like martial arts
going
style fight scenes in
superhero
this one.
martial arts. I like it.
Do you know what year this was?
2004.
Yeah, this came out November 29th, 2004.
So we've come off the back of The Matrix, which
Yeah.
is like the big kind of sci-fi action.
Yeah, I would say that there's
'Cause what I remember is kind of Matrixy.
yeah, in a way, yeah, you can see that would go. So anyway, so these Zelians are saying they're going to help the humans to
Defeat the monsters.
defeat the monsters, but it's all part of their plan to actually take over the planet. Because it turns out that actually they're controlling the monsters, aren't they? Because they're controlling the monsters because they can control things that've got this M base in their blood. And so, and they start referring to the humans as being their food or cattle or something along those lines.
Resistance is futile.
Yeah.
Reference to Star Trek right there.
The Borg. That's it. So I actually like, in a strange way, I like the leader of the Zelians because he's got the sunglasses guy.
Yeah.
And he's very Matrix because he's got that kind of plastic black mac on kind of thing. And
Yeah.
he's almost like some kind of rock star alien leader.
Mm.
And so anyway, so then the Gatengo heads off to Antarctica to free Godzilla, which they
In
do.
a last-ditch effort
Yes.
to...
Aurora Rumble.
But the thing is, Godzilla has no M base in his blood system, so the Zelians can't control him. And then Godzilla goes on a rampage of beating up all the other monsters, which is fantastic because you've got King Caesar in there, Anguirus, Ibra, Hedorah, Rodan, Kumonga, is it?
Kumonga, yep.
And Kamakurus?
Yep, Kamakurus, yeah.
Kamakurus. But also, bizarrely enough, they have Zilla in there. As
Yep.
in the
Formerly,
Matthew Broderick's Godzilla.
They brought the rights back off of the Americans from the Matthew Broderick film.
And it was an opportunity for Godzilla to kick his ass. And he ends up literally, so there's a very short fight, and he smashes him into Sydney Opera House and
Yep.
then blasts him with nuclear fire.
I knew that tuna head wasn't up to much.
I mean, that 1998 Godzilla film is the one that they always show on the TV. And it was,
all the time.
yeah,
It was
fair to say it was a disappointment.
it was a big disappointment for me because when for a long time being a Godzilla fan, I'll say I'm a fan of Godzilla. I'm quite happy to say I'm a fan of Godzilla, and there hadn't been any new Godzilla movies, and then they started to suddenly have these adverts of this upcoming Godzilla movie.
Well, they referenced it in the
think one of the-
second Jurassic Park movie.
I think one of the earliest, but that was the thing. You kind of Jurassic Park, and you always have like the T-Rex going, "Rah," like the Jurassic Park sign falling down in front of the T-Rex. And then one of the adverts, if I recall it right, I don't know if you remember this, were people in a museum.
Yeah.
And there's a like a dome,
I've seen
glass
it.
dome
I've seen
roof, and a T-Rex skeleton in the museum, and all the people are going, "Wow, yeah, this is huge and terrifying." And then suddenly this massive Godzilla foot comes through the roof and just crushes it, and you suddenly go, "Yeah, Godzilla's back!" But unfortunately,
I mean, even he's not even that big, is he, in the film?
no, that's why I'm saying, yeah,
He's running around buildings, not through them.
through them. He's not as tall as the buildings, and then you start being somebody who's familiar with the Beast from 20,000 Fathoms. You go, hang on, this is actually the Beast from 20,000
They've just changed
Fathoms,
the name.
and they changed the name. Which,
They
if they
lose
hadn't
one
changed the name and not called it Godzilla, it would have been a perfectly good movie. But it just doesn't work.
It just doesn't live up to the name.
How did he get to Sydney then?
Oh, he's just
He swam.
Hollow Earth. What you
Doesn't
talking
he
about?
like
Hollow
get?
Earth.
Does he get like transported down?
Yeah, by the aliens at one point, yeah.
So anyway, so he ends up going around beating all the monsters up.
Did you mention Gigan and Mothra there in this?
Yes, because Mothra also comes to the rescue.
Yes, at the end of the movie.
Yeah, isn't it that the people from the Gatengo get transported to Infant Island and they meet the little twins?
They do have a kind of mystical kind of...
And Mothra gets in there because one of my favourite bad guy monsters that I probably mentioned earlier on in this podcast is in it, and that's Gigan.
Yeah,
So he has to fight Gigan, who is the monster cyborg.
yeah.
And so the original one's got like hooked arms.
Yeah.
And so he fights there and he beats Gigan, and then the Zelians.
He blasts his head off.
Yeah. And the Zelians, I think, don't they then infuse Gigan with...
They just rebuild him.
And then he comes back and he's suddenly got double chainsaw hands. And
He's
everything.
been Uber Gigan.
Uber Gigan. And he has to fight Godzilla like that.
And Mothra.
And Mothra helps out on that one. Godzilla gets a kick in.
But oh no, what's this? I did mention it earlier. The asteroid
Oh, the
It hits-
Gorath.
hits Earth, but it's not a meteorite. It's actually another monster.
Another monster.
Monster X.
Uh-huh.
So anyway, Monster X turns up, and Gigan and Monster X fight Godzilla,
Godzilla gets paced in, doesn't he?
which is when Mothra turns up to then fight Gigan.
Mhm.
Those two end up destroying each other, but Godzilla blasts Monster X. Another twist. So Monster X then changes into Monster X2, or colloquially known as Kaiser Ghidorah,
Right.
which is kind of like a three-headed dragon. We know who King Ghidorah is, basically
Okay.
King Ghidorah. He then grabs on to Godzilla and kind of starts absorbing all of his energy.
And then that's when the human mutants give him a boost of their energy.
And the guy with the moustache.
Yes. And suddenly Godzilla,
Yep.
superpower.
Yeah, blasts off several of King Ghidorah's heads. Oh, no, Kaiser Ghidorah's heads.
Ghidorah's heads.
Then spins him in a circle, chucks him off the planet, and then blows him up in space.
There you go. It's just a huge fun romp, this movie.
Very much
Final
so.
war.
It's a celebration.
It's a celebration of all things Godzilla with loads of the monsters in there. Sadly, no Titanosaurus.
Yeah. He does appear in kind of, I think it's the beginning title sequence as some stock footage.
Any King Kong?
No
Nope.
King Kong.
No, there you go. But it was a good movie.
Yeah.
I remember
enjoyed that
enjoying it. From what I remember enjoying
I
it.
enjoyed that movie, and so that's why I chose that one, because it basically has so much action in it and so many monsters. It's just a total monster fest.
Interesting fact, going back to my movie, Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, that was originally going to be a remake of King Kong vs. Godzilla, but they couldn't get the rights to King Kong at that point because of the, I think, 70s version of King Kong, and they didn't want to have the two crossover. The way of getting around that was they thought we can have Mecha King Kong or Mechani Kong from the previous Toho King Kong film, King Kong Escapes.
With Doctor Who.
But still, the rights didn't allow for that. So they then thought, okay, what other popular monsters could we revisit? Which led them to King Ghidorah.
There you go.
There we have it.
So that brings us to the most recent sort of legendary.
Yeah. So
Godzilla
what do you
film.
guys think of the new ones?
I like them.
I like them. I don't like Godzilla's feet.
Oh,
I think Godzilla's feet look too much like sort of like a stunted elephant foot.
oh,
I like
so
it when he's
mean.
got big toes.
I can see.
I know it's petty, but
I kind of see the appeal. They're entertaining enough.
they're
not necessarily-
entertaining movies.
Yeah.
But this whole Hollow Earth thing, I just don't.
Yeah, that was
no, just
rubbish.
it's rubbish.
Oh, no.
Well, no, it's
I
not-
disagree with you entirely.
I also think the Mecha Godzilla in the last one was a bit wasted. Like they could have like had that as its own thing and kind of either had King Kong or this.
I
mecha
see what
thing.
you mean by that, because
Feels quite crowded.
we recently watched Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla, the original one. That film feels kind of a mix between a remake of King Kong vs. Godzilla and a remake, well, it's kind of like a subtle remake of Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla at the same time. It's really weird.
Also, can you name any of the human characters in the last three films?
No, the
Charles Dance was in it at one
Charles
point.
Dance,
Yeah, Charles
Bryan,
Dance.
Bryan Cranston was in one. I think.
Yeah. For
Wearing
like,
a really bad wig because he was doing
like half an hour.
he was doing Breaking Bad at the time, so he was bald.
Yeah.
But
Why not just
Oh
have the
yes,
character
that's
as
right,
bald?
because he had that really bad wig on, didn't he? Bless him. I worked with Bryan Cranston.
That was-
I love Bryan
He's a really nice.
That was in the
bloke.
2014 one.
Yeah.
and he gets killed like 20 minutes.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, but this is the Hollow Earth thing. I don't mind the idea of Hollow Earth if they had kind of like chambers in the crust of the Earth, but they kind of like make the whole of the inner the Earth right inside is all upside down, left and right, and it's kind of
Very Avatar-y.
And King Kong like jumps from the Hollow Earth to the surface like and
Really quickly.
yeah,
really quickly.
and it usually takes like that
Well,
wormhole.
Godzilla
Blasts.
blasts a hole all the way to the centre of the Earth,
I thought that was great.
and it's like, okay, we're going a bit funky here.
Oh, it was awesome. The fights were awesome.
Now, okay, if you look at them in the
If you want to turn up for 15 minutes of fight, then
yeah,
fair enough.
if you compare them, you know, kind of like to, well, in modern times, the Pacific Rim movies, you've got giant robots fighting kaiju. It's good fun. What more do you want? What more does the film offer? It doesn't offer anything more than escapism and giant things battling each other and smashing up buildings.
Good stuff.
Good stuff.
That's why I'm there.
Yeah, there's nothing deep about them.
I think if you're doing that vein though, then
Except the Hollow Earth.
don't have human characters then, or don't try and take yourself too seriously.
I mean, there has been calls for doing a humanless character Godzilla film.
Yeah.
Just having the monsters.
Just having the monsters.
I'd watch that.
Would they talk like in that odd Godzilla movie?
Godzilla says you have to learn to fight your own battles, you know.
Well, I think we're pretty sure that one's just a dream though, isn't it? I think he's just imagining.
Yeah, it's a bit weird, Godzilla's Revenge.
Well, there we go. So, what have our listeners learnt from the Now We Know show on this episode? They've learnt that this Godzilla franchise is just not some odd movies, but it's the world's biggest movie franchise.
Yeah, it's a misnomer to think that they're all just giant monster rubber fighting movies, because some of them do explore much deeper topics and themes.
Especially the original, where it all stems from.
Mm-hmm.
Also, if you're listening to this on a platform that you can comment, I'd love to hear your
Yeah, please
favourite Godzilla films.
Oh,
or
yeah.
Godzilla monster or something.
Brilliant, that would be
We'll give you a
fantastic.
shout out in a further Now We Know show.
I'm sure we've
podcast.
got international listeners who are probably from different parts of the world, so that'd be interesting.
Yeah.
What's your favourite Godzilla film?
Yeah.
Tell us what you do around the world to celebrate Godzilla Day.
Yeah.
So it's time to round off this podcast with our most popular segment, and that's the Get Quizzical section. Let's get quizzical, quizzical.
Godzilla style.
Let's get quizzical. Let's get into quizzical.
Let me hear your Godzilla roar.
Roars.
Rest in peace, Olivia Newton-John.
There we go. Yes, bless her. Right. Well, we are going to be asking our Godzilla-ologist, Zach,
wait,
the
what?
questions.
Oh dear.
Ooh, I can sit this one out.
Okay. You can chip in if you wish.
Oh yeah, I'll know all of them.
You can be our satirical person. Right. So, are you ready,
maybe
Zach?
I'll challenge you.
Are there multiple options?
There are.
How many questions?
I can't remember.
15,000 questions.
Let's go for it. Let's just go for this, all right? So, what day did Godzilla's debut film come out in Japan?
Oh, we said this earlier.
Ooh. What are the
If you
options?
can't, well, I'm going to say if you can tell me off the cuff, that's great. If you can't, I'll give you the options.
I know, because I wrote it earlier.
Go on then, hit me with it.
27th of October.
Or 3rd of November?
That was in international.
Hang on. So you're saying,
It came out the 27th of October in Japan.
and you're saying,
3rd of November.
and we've got a 3rd of November, 1954.
That's wrong.
Do you know, last quiz we did about Halloween, I reckon it was one of the questions, and that was wrong as well.
Wow, we're letting the segment down, guys.
Dear me. Godzilla. Right, okay, so Godzilla's Japanese name, Godzilla, comes from a combination of the Japanese words for gorilla and whale.
Correct.
Oh, you were straight in there.
What were the other
Yes.
options?
It was the nickname for a big person working at Toho at the time.
It does say here Godzilla was released in Nagoya on October 27th, 1954. So,
there you go.
Was it on the options? I'm confused.
No,
Okay. Well,
it wasn't on the options on this quiz. So I didn't know the answer.
honestly, hardcore Godzilla fan
So
like
where
me,
was it
I should be getting that
Where
one.
was it open on the 3rd of November?
It was nationwide release.
Oh,
so,
right. Okay. What two suit actors wore the Godzilla suit in the original film?
ooh.
God, I can't pronounce this at all.
Go on, give it a try.
Haru Nakajima and Kenchario Satsuma.
Not that I can remember.
his name is
Tsumo Kitagawa and Mizuo Yoshida.
Is there another one?
Katsumi Tezuka and Kenpachiro Satuma, or Haru Nakajima and Katsumi Tezuka.
Blimey.
I'm
Can I look at these?
I'm going to go with C.
Oh, they're looking now. They're having a look at my quiz.
I'm going with C. Third option down.
Okay. Well, it's become a Zach and Jack.
Yeah. Okay. We'll go with Jack's.
Wrong.
Ah,
Oh, no.
It was the last one. Haru and Nakajima.
I was gonna go
and
for the last one.
Katsu
But...
should have tried in.
Tezuka.
Should have fought harder.
Okay. The original Godzilla is a metaphor for an attack on Pearl Harbor, the Cold War, the bombings of Hiroshima and Nagasaki, or Chernobyl disaster. I think that's
Hiroshima and Nagasaki.
pretty obvious, that one. Sorry, guys. I didn't write this quiz, by the way. I'm stealing somebody else's. Right, okay. What giant monster film inspired Toho to make the first Godzilla film?
The Beast from
20,000 fathoms.
Correct. They put them down with the giant ants.
Well, you say that. That did come out the year before The Beast from 20,000 Fathoms, which came out in the same year as Godzilla. Similar.
Which American actor appeared in the American dub of the first Godzilla film?
Raymond
Raymond
Burr.
Burr. This is interesting because
Bingo!
this is obviously we're doing the Now We Know show. A lot of this information I have actually learned through my research for this show. So
See, and the listeners are learning all
Yeah.
this as well. See, this is what the Now We Know show is all about: educating people to subjects that are
they
fun.
may not necessarily want
Know
to
about.
learn about.
want to learn about. You will learn. You will
Learn about
Okay.
Godzilla, it's amazing.
How many Godzilla films are there?
36.
Might
35.
be. Yeah, I was going to say might
35.
be when this quiz was brought.
Are
out.
you including
Final answer.
the Matthew Broderick one?
I didn't write this
Are you
quiz.
including
35.
the
Final
3 animated Netflix ones?
35.
Yay.
Fine. Okay.
I win the
Well, it
quiz.
was either that 18, 46, or 23. It's going to be
Right.
later.
Yeah.
Okay. Who was Godzilla's first monster opponent?
Easy.
Oh, let me think.
Go on. You know it, Jack.
I know this
you
one.
know
I've
it.
seen
One.
it.
You know it.
It's the dinosaur one, isn't it? Anguirus? Is that right?
Bingo!
Yay.
Got it. Right. Which Godzilla movie held the record for the best box office success before Shin Godzilla in 2016?
Ooh,
Options.
interesting.
Options: Godzilla vs. Mothra, Godzilla vs. King Ghidorah, GMK, or King Kong vs. Godzilla. What's GMK?
Giant
Godzilla,
monsters.
Mothra, and King Ghidorah, giant monsters all out attack.
Ah, that's why. It's a very long title.
That's a good one. I like that one. I'm going to say, because of the American draw, I'm going to say King Kong versus Godzilla.
Okay.
I'm gonna say Godzilla, Mothra, King Ghidorah, giant monsters all out attack.
Ooh, which do I go for there?
He's
Okay,
the-
well,
he's
let's
the
find
Godzilla
out.
expert.
Let's find out. Wrong, Zach.
Oh, Mothra.
It was actually Mothra.
Damn.
You should have gone with your gut feeling on that one. So
I know that Mothra is so popular over there.
Yeah,
Interesting.
Should have gone for
Mothra
it.
is very popular in Japan.
I love
think-
giant monsters.
Which
All out
Godzilla
attack.
film had the most Godzilla screen time?
Options.
Options are Mothra vs. Godzilla, Godzilla Final Wars, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2, Godzilla vs. Megaguirus.
I'm going to say Godzilla versus Terra. What was it? Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla 2, I'm going to say.
Okay.
What was the other one?
It was Mothra versus Godzilla, Godzilla Final Wars, Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla 2, or Godzilla versus Megaguirus.
You mean Megaguirus?
All right, Megaguirus. Then. Sorry.
I think Mothra versus Godzilla.
Right, so you're going Mothra, you're going Mechagodzilla 2. And funny enough, I don't know the answer to this, but I kind of, if I was asked this, if you'd asked me this question, I would have gone for Final Wars simply because he's there
Yeah.
battling people all over the place.
I know.
Maybe, yeah, but there's a lot
Yeah.
of other things going on. That's my theory.
Okay, so you were right.
Yes.
Mechagodzilla 2.
Ah, what?
I feel like I'm in the lead here.
You get your ass kicked.
Well, I've seen Mothra versus Godzilla, and I think a lot of it is kind of those little fairies. It's like focused on that a lot
Fair
of the
enough.
time.
Okay.
And
Fair enough.
Godzilla's
In
kind of a
Destroy All
background.
Monsters, which monster was the first one to arrive at Mount Fuji in the charge to destroy the
Ooh.
Kelak base?
God, I've got no idea. I've not seen it. Have I got this one?
Yes.
Oh, I should have watched it.
This is basically the 10th anniversary.
All the options.
Options are Anguirus, Gorosaurus,
No,
Godzilla, or Rodan.
Anguirus.
I'm going to say Anguirus.
Oh. Wrong.
What?
Godzilla.
Godzilla.
Yes.
What?
You were both
I actually
wrong.
thought it was Baragon, but it didn't come up.
Yeah. In which movie did Godzilla fly?
No, I know.
Jack first then.
Interesting.
Do you need options?
Yes.
Okay.
I've got one in mind. If it isn't there.
Godzilla versus Gigan. Godzilla versus Megalon.
Megalon.
Megalon. Godzilla versus Hedorah or Godzilla versus Mechagodzilla.
Okay, the one I was thinking of isn't there.
I'm interested to know which one that
I
was.
think of the invasion of the Astro Monster because
Oh, okay.
he's on the moon. So I was like, maybe that could.
He kind of does a dance.
I'm going to say.
Is that the one who does that?
Yeah.
I'm going to say the second one. over
What,
that one.
Godzilla versus Megalon?
Yeah.
Okay. What's your answer?
Hedorah.
And bing, you're right.
Hey. Well, who's right? Me.
You are.
Okay.
I would
Zak
have no
Wylde.
idea.
Okay. In which movie does Godzilla talk?
Well, they kind of.
I know.
There's one that they kind of communicate with each other, but he does not speak in English. He's just, or Japanese. He's just.
No, it's definitely one where he talks. Actually,
In the dub, he definitely talks.
he talks.
Is it?
Right, do you need the choices?
Yeah.
Okay.
No idea.
Invasion of the Astro Monster, Godzilla versus Gigan, Destroy All Monsters, or Godzilla's Revenge.
Godzilla's Revenge. He's not really. His son talks.
His son talks.
So it's not that one. Invasion of the Astro Monster I've seen, and I don't think they talk in that one. What was the other two?
Godzilla versus Gigan or Destroy All Monsters?
It was 50-50. Destroy All Monsters, there's lots of them. Do they? I'm not sure if they don't talk to each other. I'm going to say Godzilla versus Gigan.
Yep.
See, now that's funny because you say that, and I remember watching Godzilla fighting Gigan and thinking that's such a cool monster, and I have no recollection as a kid of them talking.
What does his voice sound like?
Yes.
Hey,
Hey, Anguilla, come on! There's a lot of trouble ahead.
weird.
Okay. Which of these Godzilla films did not have a character named Goromaki?
Oh
Right,
my,
this
this
could
is
be
very
anything.
hard.
Okay, Son of Godzilla, Shin Godzilla, The Return of Godzilla, or Godzilla vs. Megalon. So which one did not have a character named Goro Maki?
I'm going to say Shin Godzilla.
I was going to play safe and go for Godzilla versus Megalon because that's got not very many people in it.
Which we get. All right, so
Megalon.
you were right.
Yes!
Megalon.
Deduction, my dear Watson.
There you go. Right, we're getting there. We're getting there.
The shot in the dark.
The original I think you're probably about equal on this at the moment. The original concept of the Heisei incarnation of Mechagodzilla featured on the poster drawn by Ori for Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2 was able to split into how many vehicles?
What are the options?
The original concept of the Heisei incarnation of Mechagodzilla,
Right.
which featured on the poster drawn by Ori
This is very specific.
for Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2 was able to split into how many vehicles? Was it 3, 2, 5 or 7?
I know that in the movie, 2. But
I'm gonna
not on the
say-
poster.
I'm going to say 7.
2.
Ah!
You got it?
I did.
Do you know what I was thinking? My logic was, I was thinking like, you know, in Power Rangers where they've got like the Megas,
Yes.
or whatever it's called.
Lots of
thinking
different things. One's an
head-
arm, one's an arm, one's a leg.
Yeah. I was thinking head, body, arms, legs, and the tail.
Power Ranger
Right.
style.
Okay, I hope you're joining in with this, listeners out there.
This has been a good quiz.
Okay, so which monster was blamed for the creation of Space Godzilla?
Oh.
Was it
This is a trick question.
Okay, Biollante, Mothra, King Ghidorah, or Mechagodzilla? So which one?
Wait,
was
hang on.
Which
Doesn't it
monster
get-
was blamed for the creation of Space Godzilla?
Doesn't something, if I recall, get taken into space, like off one of the other monsters?
Right, okay. In the film, they do explain that it's could be Biollante or Mothra.
Mm-hmm.
That's the ones we've got to go for.
Okay.
But which one specifically?
I'm going to say Biollante.
Now you say that with the controversy of the time travel element of Godzilla vs King Ghidorah, Biollante is actually eliminated from the timeline. So the only possible one it could be is Mothra,
Right, so you're going Biollante.
Yeah.
You're going Mothra.
despite the actual suit possessing elements of both Mothra and Biollante in the creation of Space Godzilla.
Okay, so this is a lot of...
In-
He's really analysing that.
In world
I mean, or-
trivia about this, I know so much about. Behind the scenes, not so much.
Okay, shall we find out the answer? Do you know, ladies and gentlemen? It's Mothra.
Boom shakalaka, I know everything.
Okay. Okay. What monsters got replaced by Mothra and King Ghidorah during the production of Godzilla, Mothra and King Ghidorah? Giant monsters all out attack. So the film would have more marquee value.
Okay.
I know.
The options.
The options are Anguirus and Varan, Manda and Varan, Anguirus and Rodan, or Rodan and Manda.
I know.
Zach's
I know.
looking
I know.
supremely confident on this
What
one.
was the first option?
Okay,
Just the first one.
Anguirus and Varan.
That one.
Yes.
You're both right.
No, so I should get a point for that. I said it first.
He knew it anyway. I should have said to you to say what you think. Oh, well, you did because you said that one. Yeah.
The only reason I went for that is because they're the only two I've actually heard of.
Okay. So you were the guesser and you knew what it was all
Yeah.
along. Right. Which of these movies is not, and I repeat, not a real scrapped Godzilla movie?
Okay.
Hmm.
I'm intrigued by this.
Right. Godzilla, it says, not a real scrapped Godzilla movie. Godzilla versus Ghost Godzilla. Godzilla versus the Devil. Godzilla versus Batman.
Batman.
Godzilla versus Bagan?
Yeah.
Bagan.
Batman.
Okay.
Batman.
What were you going to say?
I was going to say Batman because that's like an actual officially licensed character.
Godzilla versus Batman. Wrong. It was Godzilla versus the Devil.
No, that was supposed to be Godzilla versus Destroyer. They changed it,
Well, it wasn't scrapped then.
but it's not the devil.
Yeah, but it was that is saying it was not scrapped.
Well,
So that was one.
okay.
Controversy.
I mean, they've
Okay.
got two questions wrong.
Come on,
Now,
we're
so
almost at the end now. 3 questions to go.
it's like taking up the majority.
hang on. So we're saying that Godzilla versus Batman was actually Yeah, that was a planned one.
That was a planned one.
Yeah.
They scrapped it.
Scrapped it.
Okay. Who was the longest reoccurring character in the entire Godzilla franchise? Now, this is your choices.
Sorry.
It's not Godzilla, by the way. Okay. Who was the longest reoccurring character in the entire Godzilla franchise?
Mm-hmm.
Was it Akane Yashiro, Takai Aso, Miki Sagusa, or Kazuma Aiki or Oki?
Again, behind the scenes stuff, I don't really know that much
apologise
about.
anybody who's listening out there at my pronunciations of these actors.
I was
think-
waiting for the Sarazawa guy to come.
I
up.
think the last one.
I was going to say the last one.
Kazuma Akoi.
He's going to... Okay, just to add a bit of jeopardy, I'll go with the first one.
It was both wrong.
Oh,
It was Miki or Miki Sagusa. There you go. There's a picture of it.
oh, no, I'm an idiot. Hang on, is this the character or
That
actor?
was the character. it said.
Oh, I thought it was the actor. Sorry.
Okay. The box office results of what Godzilla film impacted the franchise in a huge way? So your choices are Terror of Mechagodzilla. So obviously from whatever they got made them push forwards with this.
Well,
So Terror of Mechagodzilla, Ghidorah the Three-Headed Monster, Godzilla Tokyo SOS, or Godzilla versus Biollante.
I am going to say Terror of Mechagodzilla purely because I know that there was like a huge gap afterwards. So I'm thinking maybe the box office was low.
Like I said, so the question was the box office results of what Godzilla film impacted the franchise in a huge way.
Yeah.
So,
So I think it was a flop. So I think they stopped making them until they revived it.
right. So it was
That's
not.
my-
I think that's a good idea.
So it wasn't the opposite.
Terror of
It was-
Mechagodzilla.
Yeah.
Okay. Wrong.
Oh.
It was Godzilla versus Biollante.
Oh, I knew they. Oh, I should have said it.
You should
What's
go-
the story behind that then? Does it go into detail?
Yeah.
No.
Well, it was a bit weird because in Godzilla vs. Biollante, they had a
that's the-
competition to come up with the next monster to fight Godzilla, but because that idea kind of failed and it didn't really have that much sway when they were creating other monsters in later films, they literally went back for let's go for monsters that people actually like. So they went back to King Ghidorah, Mothra, and Mechagodzilla
Right.
instead of coming up with new things. But they did then go back to the new thing
Have you guys
monsters
been counting who's got
in
not-
Space Godzilla and Godzilla
It's
vs.
just
Destroyer.
fun.
I
It's
think
for fun.
I think I'm a worthy winner, to be honest.
Oh, savage.
Savage. Although I will say, a lot of yours has been guesses, whereas when Zach's got it right, it's from his knowledge base. Right. On average, how heavy was the typical Godzilla suit?
On average.
Was it 50 kilograms, 100 kilograms, 170 kilograms, or 30 kilograms?
100.
Was the first one 50?
50 kilograms, 100 kilograms, 170 kilograms, or 30 kilograms?
170 would be too much.
I'm
Yeah,
going to
100.
say 50.
Right, you're going 50 kilograms. You're going 100 kilograms.
Yeah.
Now, I bench press 100 kilograms these days. Is what I usually start off my bench pressing on 100 kilograms. I know how much 100 kilograms feels like. Spread over a suit, it would be heavy and cumbersome. I can imagine a suit being like that. 170, no way. I don't think anybody would easily move that. 30, I'd do that with one dumbbell.
Well, saying the average Godzilla
That's what I was
suit.
thinking.
So,
yeah.
I would average. I'm vying for the 100 myself.
I would have said 100, but I want
you're
to
going
add
for
a
the
bit of
50.
jeopardy. So,
You're
yeah.
going for the 50, which is my upright row.
Okay, it's not much then.
Okay, let's go for it. Let's push on the 50.
170.
Wrong. It was the 100.
Hey.
Yay! I know I can bench press the average Godzilla. Yay!
That's a good thing to note down.
Yeah. Right. Here we go. Come on, guys. Come on, guys.
Was one more.
Yeah, we've got 23 questions. We're on 22.
Okay.
Which Godzilla film has the most monsters? Is it Destroy All Monsters, Godzilla vs. Mechagodzilla 2, Godzilla 2014, or Godzilla Final Wars?
I'm going to say purely because of what we've spoken about today, I'd say Final Wars.
I would say Destroy All Monsters. Are you including Monster X as one or two monsters?
Don't know. It says which monster Godzilla film has.
Because
the
I
most
know
monsters.
that most of the monsters that appear in Final Wars appeared to some capacity in Destroy All Monsters, except the ones that obviously hadn't been made yet.
Godzilla. Yeah.
But also it had Gorosaurus in it and Baragon.
I'm going to say
and Manda.
I'm going to say Final
So-
Wars because I remember, for whatever reason, there's like a montage at the start. Of
Here we go.
the
Here we
straw
go. Here we go.
monsters.
Final Wars.
Oh,
I was thinking that.
Right,
'cause
last
at the beginning there's
question.
loads of, like,
Last
stock
question.
footage.
okay. Okay,
In
that makes
what
sense.
year did Godzilla gain citizenship in Japan?
This is an interesting question.
Whoever gets
Oh, I'm
this,
sure I've read
whoever
about
gets
this,
this wins. There you go.
Oh,
Oh, I'm sure I read about this earlier because
So,
he was.
In what year did Godzilla gain citizenship in Japan?
give us a year.
2015,
Mhm.
2004, 1992, or 1997?
2004.
2004 because that was the anniversary, wasn't it?
You're both going for 2004. Wrong.
2015.
It was the 2015.
Ah!
You've lost so many questions by not going with your gut.
Jumped the gun.
Ah!
It was a draw. I'll take that against
We'll
the
go for
Godzilla expert.
Yeah! Fist bump.
Does that mean
Yay.
I'm a Godzilla expert as well?
Uh,
Just out of guessing.
less qualified.
From fandom, yes, you are.
Yeah. And I've done a podcast about Godzilla.
That's it.
So.
Yeah.
That's it. Good done. Way, I enjoyed that.
Happy Godzilla Day, everyone!
Happy Godzilla Day.
Can you do your best Godzilla roar of any era?
Oh, I couldn't do that. Oh, God.
Okay, never do that again.
I'm leaving
I
now.
regret asking.
Uh,
Do you know how the Godzilla roar was created?
it was a violin and a leather glove, wasn't it?
Reversed. See,
Reversed, was it?
Godzilla expert over here.
So how did they go about deciding on that?
I imagine it was just sound mixing. They did a
I
lot.
mean,
It's
Doctor
probably-
Who, they reversed it. They slowed down a toilet flushing for the Yetis.
Yep.
Did they?
Mm-hmm.
Oh, that's
Old
interesting.
radiophonic workshop.
So we've learned lots about Godzilla in this Godzilla Day episode
Celebrating everything Godzilla.
and the 50th anniversary of Godzilla vs. Gigan.
There we go.
So happy 68th anniversary, Godzilla.
He's a pensioner now.
And a citizen of Japan.
Do you think he has a disabled badge on his car?
Who has a car big enough? If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes. You can find the Now We Know Show podcast on YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music and Apple Podcasts. Check out the Zak Wylde Productions social media pages on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, or visit the Zak Wylde Productions website at www.zakwyldeproductions.com. Please get in contact, we'd love to find out how you're listening to us. So get in touch in the comments and don't forget to check out Zak Wylde Productions on Patreon to become an official ZWP patron today.
That's a kaiju goodbye from Jack.
That's a Mecha Godzilla goodbye from Buzz.
And that's a stomping Tokyo and pummeling all of the buildings into nothingness. Goodbye from Zach.
Goodbye.
We told you not to do that again.
Hello and welcome back to the Now We Know Show, the show where we discuss a topic of interest and by the end we will have learned something new and hopefully you will too. I'm Zach.
And I'm Buzz. And in this episode, we're talking about Krampus, the Christmas demon.
Ah! If you enjoy the Now We Know Show podcast, why not support Zak Wylde Productions on our Patreon page? Become an official ZWP patron for as little as £1 a month for exclusive early access to all our latest episodes, videos, behind the scenes, updates and more. So, before we get into Krampus, it's time for Word of the Week, 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 Word of the Week. So, Word of the Week is all about old English words we don't use anymore. All you have to do is write down what you think it means in the comments and we will then reveal what it means at the end of the episode so you can find out if you got it right. The word of the week this week is Circudary.
Circudary.
Spelt Circudrie. Circudrie.
No Googling.
So comment below what you think circudrie means. Find out at the end of the episode.
Excellent. Right.
Krampus.
Krampus. Who is Krampus? What is Krampus? What is it all about? Anyway,
I've heard of Krampus.
well, let's start from the beginning. You're standing here with your Christmas hat on.
Uh-oh. That is
You're-
telltale signs that it may be the Christmas season.
You're playing the part of St. Nicholas.
Ha-ha!
Whereas I have my Krampus hat on. My horned hat.
The Horned Beast.
That's it. And I have my Krampus bell.
Yep. Yes, listeners, it does say Krampus on it.
Yes, but you're lucky because I didn't bring my sticks in with me to beat you with.
Oh dear.
Or my basket to put you in.
I dare say we're going to find out all about this during this podcast.
We certainly are. So, Zach, what have you heard about Krampus?
Well, I've heard about Krampus that it's kind of this horned demon that stalks children during the Christmas season. My knowledge really stems from a lot of movies that have recently come out.
Yeah,
based around Krampus?
Krampus has become kind of a popular figure in films in recent years, and we're going to look at that later on.
Yes, we are.
After we discuss where Krampus and the festival of Krampusnacht comes from.
Okay.
Because that's really what happens these days. It stems from the festival of Krampusnacht, which is Krampus night,
Oh.
and
Is that German?
it's German and Austrian. It's sort of from the Germanic regions,
Right.
basically, is where it comes from.
So there's obviously a lot of history surrounding it.
Yes, there certainly is. So let's take a look at that history, and hopefully I will be able to enlighten you and our wonderful listeners to what or who Krampus is exactly and where it stems from. When it comes to celebrating Yuletide or Christmas, people usually these days think of it, we've got to build up to Christmas Eve,
Yeah.
have Christmas Day, stuff your face with as much as you can, drink loads, feel like, I've consumed 10,000 calories, and keel over in an armchair and fall asleep. And then the following day, on Boxing Day is what we call it in the UK, then everybody goes, thank goodness that's over for another year. that's not what I do when it comes to celebrating the festive season.
Perchance, what do we do for Christmas?
Well, everybody does it different. People who are Christians obviously celebrate Christmas in a Christian fashion.
As the birth of Christ.
There's an awful lot of people these days that aren't Christians but celebrate Christmas of a time of, as it is, it's meant to be a time of
Celebration.
and goodwill to all, and spreading the milk of human kindness.
Yeah.
Let's say that. And then there's other people that are more into their paganism and they prefer to celebrate Yule. And being the Viking I am, I like to celebrate more of a Viking style Christmas.
I think you're leaving out a portion of the population, the bar humbugs,
that
don't celebrate Christmas.
Yes, we do know a few bar humbugs. And then I do it my way, which is a winter festival based on...
Yeah, what do you call it?
Well, it's a winter festival. It's called Winter Festival, but I call it Winterfest.
Winterfest. I
Winterfest.
like that. I like that.
Winterfest, which starts off with Beowulf Day
Oh, yes.
on the 24th of December. However, if we're talking about the Christian style of Christmas, then an awful lot of people see that starts on the 6th of December.
Right, and why is that?
Well, it's St. Nicholas Day.
Okay.
And St. Nicholas Day is the 6th of September and goes through to the 6th of January, 12th night, if that's correct. And so you've got a big period. I mean, in the medieval period, when Christmas was celebrated, it went on for a long period of time. I think it was a good three-week celebration.
Right.
And it was a time
I would not say no to a 3-week celebration.
Well, it was a time of feasting and partying and seeing, relations and friends in your village or town. It was a time of abundance because you've gotten past harvest. You've got an awful lot of food that doesn't necessarily keep well over the winter period.
Right.
So there's an excess of fruits, vegetables, etc. And obviously people would have stored them, preserved them, smoked them, salted meats and everything else. But if you have an excess, this is a time to basically eat it as you're going in.
Party time.
As you're going into, the dark half of the year.
Right.
And then you've got winter to get through before spring starts. And So we've got this festival that originally lasted for a period of time, and now for a lot of people, and especially commercial companies, they've kind of boiled it down to all happen on one day.
Yeah.
So there's so much pressure.
A Christmas blowout, if you will.
There's this huge build-up that usually starts in September, if not before these days.
Yeah, adverts, all on the TV.
Where there's the pressure to buy goods and to make Christmas the perfect Christmas. And then you all the Christmas music that you hear continually in the shops and on the radio and everywhere else. And I don't mind Christmas music. I actually quite like it,
especially during December.
Yeah, and I like Christmas carols as well. So they always make me feel Christmassy, and because it reminds me of my childhood. I had fantastic Christmases when I was a kid, and I was from a very poor family, but that didn't matter. It wasn't about being given the most expensive presents. It was about the few little gifts that you got and the time you spent with your family and the playing of games and really enjoying it.
Oh, that's nice.
And back when I was a kid, we had an open fire, and I just have wonderful memories of a childhood that wasn't a rich childhood by any means, but it was rich in what I experienced. Yeah?
So you're saying that this celebration kind of starts around St. Nicholas Day, which is the 6th of December.
That's right. So, but to round off what I was saying, because of commercialism, everybody's crammed into it. Must make this one perfect day on the 25th of December. And if it doesn't happen, if it's not perfect, it's so much pressure and it's ruined. Which is silly. If people can ease back and maybe spread it out, and Krampusnacht would be a good time to start.
Ooh.
So what we have is St. Nicholas Day on, as I say, the 6th of December. But the night before is Krampusnacht.
It's on the 5th.
On the 5th.
Ooh.
And we need to probably start with the origins of as you described, this demonic creature, which has over the centuries changed form in certain ways, but mostly depicted as in a humanish type of form, but more of a goat-like human.
Is it kind of like a satyr? Is that what they call?
Yeah, that's the thing. You have these characters like pan characters, which are not only in Eastern European country folklore, but also in folklore from across the world. The same kind of creatures come up again and again, where it's the legs of a goat, but
body of a man
and horns. Very Satan-looking, the way the Christian Church
made
Satan.
That's interesting. Is there kind of like a connection to the devil and stuff with this?
When we're talking about and focusing on the origins of Krampus, these stem from rituals which are very pagan. So
right.
These would have been Germanic pagan rituals.
These are quite like ancient.
Way before Christianity came in.
And kind of adopted it.
Well,
adopt it?
Absorb
it.
That's the kind of thing with a lot of religions, and speaking solely on the aspect of Christianity. Christianity, when it starts to take over, whether it be in the Scandinavian countries with the Norse mythology, or in this case with Germanic pagan celebrations, you've already got entrenched traditions within communities
for lifetimes,
for beyond people's memory. And so introducing a new religion, a religion such as Christianity, tried to quash these kind of...
That's a good word, quash.
Yeah, quash, and to get rid of these kind of very traditional pagan
ideas and celebrations, yeah.
Exactly. But the problem is the pagan celebrations are so popular and enjoyed so much that they end up, in a lot of cases, bowing to the local traditions and kind of end up, as you say, incorporating them in.
Right.
Watering them down.
That's sneaky. That's a sneaky move.
So that people can keep those traditions but still follow a new religion.
So you're saying these really enjoyable celebrations. What was it that made them so
Christians
enjoyable?
Don't enjoy themselves, by the way. But I'm just saying, talking about the history,
well, these pagan.
Yeah, talking about the history of Krampus is what we're talking about tonight.
So these pagan rituals and celebrations, what was it that really made them so enjoyable?
Well,
But what did they do?
I suppose you had to be there. I would imagine it would have been a lot of, again, feasting, drinking of, whatever the traditional drinks would have been back then. Probably mead, probably the oldest type of fermented alcoholic drink that I can think of in Europe would be mead, because that is fermented from honey. And there would be dancing and probably a lot of fertility rites. We're coming into we've now come into winter, so we've got the long dark nights. People have got to get through winter.
Well, that's it. The actual sunlight now, it's kind of getting dark around lunchtime, isn't it?
Oh, I think sunset today in the UK. Obviously that varies because you can be in Scotland, but I think for Middle England where we are, I think it was about 3 minutes to 4 in the afternoon.
And that's as of time of recording, by the way.
As of time of recording. We're recording this and it is Tuesday.
Yeah.
But Sunday in Scandinavia, there is a town right in the north of Scandinavia known as Tromsø, which is now past the Arctic Circle. And the Arctic Circle being the line between where the sun rises and sets. So on Sunday was the last day they had of sunlight.
What? So it's just dark all the time?
Completely dark now.
Wow.
How
long does that
The
last?
sun won't come back above the horizon, I think, until about... I haven't got the dates in front of me, but I think it's about the 12th, 15th of January.
Okay, so in the new year.
Yeah,
Wow.
New Year.
That's kind of creepy, but also cool.
So they've got this period of time when they're in complete darkness.
Wow.
No sunlight.
30 days of night all of a sudden.
Yeah, and I do believe it swings the other way. So, they'll, in the summertime, they have no night.
That's weird to think about.
Anyway, so you can imagine these old pagan folk living. I mean, obviously, we've got global warming that we always mention global warming. But back in the Victorian times in the UK, we used to have on the River Thames what were known as frost fairs.
Yeah, the frost fairs.
Where the Thames would completely freeze solid.
Was it true at one point they had elephants on it?
Yep. Yeah, I believe so.
Wow.
But they used to put the booths up, which is an old-fashioned term for a tent. But the tents would be erected on the ice. There'd be ice skating. The River Thames would freeze so solid that the ice was that thick. It was probably a couple of feet thick minimum.
When was the last frost fair?
I believe the late 1800s.
Wow. Okay.
So we've had a period now of just over 100 years where...
No.
1963... we had a really, really bad winter in the UK.
Yeah.
But progressively, as we've noticed, we're getting warmer.
Warmer and warmer and warmer and warmer.
Less and less snow. And harking back to my childhood, it was just like a guarantee. I remember in the shed in the garden, we had the sleds hanging up.
Oh, cool.
My father built... I remember this lovely wooden sled that my father built me. And back then you could go to your blacksmith, because we still had...
Local blacksmith.
Yeah,
Wow.
Blacksmiths are still around because they still do all the shodding of the shoes on horses, When a horse needs to be shod, you need a blacksmith. But there was probably more around. And so I remember he built this sled for me and then got some... Where you had cartwheels, they had a metal band that ran round the wheel. They didn't have like a rubber tyre on them or a wooden wheel. You needed a metal...
To kind of hold it together.
Well, to hold it together, but also to wear.
To increase the kind of
durability.
duration of how much it could be used.
So you got some of that metal and put the strips under the runners.
That's clever.
And then he painted it red. And I remember this red sled that we had.
Oh, nice.
I absolutely loved that as a kid. But the thing was, the reason I mention it was guaranteed every year that sled had come out of the shed and we'd go sledding.
Guaranteed. Oh,
guaranteed.
Honestly. What happened?
Building snowmen, even trying to make, rudimentary igloos as us kids did.
Snow now is just like wishful thinking.
Yeah, wishful thinking.
Like, the association between Christmas and snow is like every year. Advertising everywhere.
You mean the kids that go into McDonald's and they come out and look, it's suddenly snowing.
Yeah, and everything. All the advertisements on shop windows,
snow,
cakes,
snowmen,
whatever. Snow everywhere. Except actually the weather.
Yeah, the weather doesn't like us in the UK at the moment for that. Not to say we won't get snow. And obviously, again, we're in Middle England, but higher up, Sheffield and above, You know, they
Fingers and toes crossed.
But even when they do get snow in the UK, it doesn't seem to last that long.
No.
You know, when you're talking about the Scandinavian countries, you know, it's there for months.
Yeah.
Yeah, so you're living.
That'd be awesome.
Yeah, well, not everybody likes snow.
I
There's going
do.
to be people listening to this saying, "Stop your snow. You can keep your snow." But I think that's the other thing. People get used to living in that environment where if you don't have snow, you don't have to think about snow. You don't have to deal with snow. Then going to work and commuting and all those things, your trains are running on time. Nothing really gets disrupted, and you get kind of used to that in life. But then when the snow comes and you get the disruption, and you know what it's like, we get a flurry of snow on the road in the UK, and suddenly there's accidents left, right, and centre.
Well, that's it.
Everything goes to pot. The whole
Like,
country shuts
I
down.
remember being a bit younger and having snow days at school where they'd call off school.
Yeah, but when I was a kid in the 70s, we would trudge to snow. So when I was a kid in the 70s, we would trudge to school in the deep snow, get to school, and we'd sit at the desks with our coats on because the heating system had broken down, and that's what it was. And then we all went out in the playground, had mass snowball fights, which I don't think you kids are allowed to do anymore.
No, not allowed.
And go home again. It wasn't like snow days. To be fair, a lot of the teachers probably lived near to the schools back then. Nowadays, a lot of teachers commute in, and if they can't get the teachers into the schools, and the parents commute in, and because not everybody can live near the school, so there's other factors involved. Suffice to say that the last time I was in Finland, going from the UK, you came with us on that trip to Finland.
Yeah, when I was little.
And we flew out there, and we landed on the airstrip, and the whole airstrip was just thick ice. You literally went down the
Whoa.
stairs onto the tarmac of the airstrip, and you were sliding all over the place. But getting in vehicles and driving to the hotel where we were staying, they're just driving like normal. You know, thick snow, they got the snow chains on, they're just going for it because they're used to living in those conditions. So we're going back to a time talking about Krampus where our pagan ancestors, our Germanic ancestors are enjoying these feasts and revelries. And Christianity comes along and kind of adopts them, tries to squash them.
Didn't
doesn't
quite
really
work.
So we'll adopt it along the way, and get sort of like make the most of it. You see what I mean? So we kind of talked a little bit about what it's like to be in the UK and how the weather's changed and things, but ultimately, Krampusnacht is all about the Christmas demon, and let's find out what he is, and what their job is. Okay?
Right.
So Christmas is a wonderful time of the year when a nice man with a big white beard,
Ho, ho, ho.
wearing red, it's you, Zak.
It's me.
Yeah, wearing red. He brings gifts to all the well-behaved children.
Are you well behaved, Buzz?
I try my best. It's a time of joy and love, and when everybody is meant to stand around the piano singing Christmas carols, eating mince pies, warming themselves by the open
Jolly
fire.
old time.
Jolly old time, and being nice to everybody.
Maybe a
for
good
change.
a cheese board.
Everybody being nice to
I'd
me.
like a cheese board.
Cheese board is a good idea. However, for those who haven't gotten over Halloween and want a little bit more horror in their festive season, Krampus, the Christmas demon, might make a surprise trip to visit them if they've been naughty this year.
Oh no.
So for all those people out there that are going, I know what it's like. We see it on social media. It's like, yeah, Halloween's coming. There's
Then everyone gets Halloween withdrawal symptoms.
So if you've got Halloween withdrawal symptoms, Krampus.
Extend it.
Extend it with Krampus. Okay, so let's dive into the story of Krampus, the Christmas demon. The legend of Krampus, comes from, as I've already said, Central European folklore, primarily Germanic, if you like. The name Krampus comes from the German word Krampen, meaning claw. Okay,
Ooh.
so when you see these images of Krampus, he's got like big clawed hands. Most of them are like big sharp fangs.
Ooh.
He's got his horns. Some of them have like double horns, don't they? We've seen
Yeah.
some of them.
It's great seeing some of the costumes people come up with.
We might call him Krampus now, but Krampus has also been known over the years by many different names which have been attached to him, such as Klaubath,
Klaubath. That sounds like somebody with a giant club.
Bartel,
Oh, that's cute.
Bartel, just with an extra E. Niglerbartel,
That's a bit more complicated.
Woobartel,
Sounds like a surprise battle.
Pelzelblock,
Sorry?
Pelsnickel. You'll like this one. Grumpfennickel
Oh, yeah, that's my
And-
favourite.
Krampuses
Ah.
with a Z on the end.
Now, that reminds me of a pumpernickel.
A pumpernickel. Pumpernickel.
Do you know what that is?
Pumpernickel. If I recall, if you don't know, if you've heard of pumpernickel is a bread. I think that's a German bread. Pumpernickel, but the word means fart goblin.
Yeah. Pumpernickel.
If you
fart
say
goblin.
if you know somebody who doesn't know that pumpernickel means fart goblin, then by all means go, you're my favourite little pumpernickel. And they'll have no idea. Anyway, so Krampus is this Christmas demon, and he's meant to come, and he's kind of he coming from pagan times. They used to do what was called a Krampus run, where they would dress up in skins, animal skins, sheep
Kind of like
skins.
ancient cosplay.
That's
then.
it. Put wooden masks representing
Kind of like
Krampus.
mummers.
Yeah,
Is that-
like mummers. We've discussed mummers before. So put these masks, wooden masks on, put the fur on, and then on Krampusnacht they would run through the village or wherever they are with chains. Chains may have come on later on with Christianity, but they certainly had bells. Okay, they had their bells, and they also carry. Krampus is known to either have a sack or a wicker basket on his back.
And what's that for?
Let's get to that.
Presents?
Not quite. It's the reverse. So they've got this basket he carries, and a lot of birch twigs, like what we call you make a faggot of twigs to burn on the fire. So you'd have these birch twigs, and they're for beating the children. So Krampus would come on Krampusnacht, and he would be there to specifically teach the naughty children a lesson. And the naughty children would be beaten with the birch twigs.
Oh dear.
They'd be stuffed into his basket, and they would be carried off to the underworld,
Oh dear.
where they would be tortured and eaten.
Lovely.
And Krampus isn't necessarily just Krampus by himself. There may be more Krampus, if you see.
So it's kind of like a
collective,
species
like a collective you
of
see.
demons.
So they would do a Krampus run through the village, ringing the bells. And Krampus, I think, is meant to have these bells because, in kind of a dark way, we associate listening out for Santa and the reindeer with
bells.
So the bells are presumed to attract the
Oh,
children.
this is like a lure.
A lure. Use
Oh,
the
I love
bells
it.
to
I
lure
love
the
it.
children.
I
you
love
see.
it.
So you get this little look, it's Santa.
Come on, children. Let me
Santa.
sneak you into my basket.
And then suddenly you're off to the underworld.
You're whipped up and beaten with twigs.
That's it, exactly. And so
Why are we smiling at this? This should be scary.
it should be scary, exactly. So as I say, Krampus is this Christmas demon, eats children, bless him, and said to be a companion of St. Nicholas, who is known to obviously give gifts to the poor and the well-behaved. Krampus, on the other hand, comes during the Christmas period to kidnap, as I've already said, to kidnap children who misbehave as a form of punishment. The true origins of Krampus are unclear and undetermined, as I've already mentioned, and it's kind of suggested, as I say, that the whole celebration, if you like, of Krampus and Krampusnacht dates back as far as pre-Christian origins. Yeah. However, we're talking about Krampus and we're talking about pre-Christian pagan festivals.
Mm-hmm.
There was a pagan goddess known as Percha, which again was worshipped in the Germanic regions, and she was a kind of a goddess who was both good and evil. Yeah,
Right. So kind of like a female Santa.
yeah, if you like, that was meant to bestow gifts on the good people,
Mrs. Claus almost.
almost, and punish the bad people. You see.
Ooh, that's going a bit darker.
So she was worshipped in the Alpine regions. It's got an upper Germany, the Austrian regions of the Alps, and her name, Percha, meant the bright one. And even the brothers Grimm mention Percha in their stories and mention that she was from the Upper German regions. Okay.
So is she kind of like this
Yeah, she
half malevolent spirit that's kind of almost like Krampus, or is Krampus?
No, she's not Krampus. Not at this pre-Christian era. So we're talking early paganism, as far back as we can find any kind of information about Percha. But she was a deity that was celebrated and worshipped. But she was that, if you like, good, with also the shadow, her opposite flip side of evil.
Right.
Okay. So she was a deity that was both good and bad, and over time Percha changed from being a goddess figure to actually being two separate Percha.
Huh.
And at that point they start to become described as what we see Krampus as now, these kind of pan-like goat demons. However, one of the Percha was good and one was evil. Okay, so you've got the kind of good and bad tradition of, you better behave yourself, you'll get the blessings of the good one, and if you don't, then you're going to have to face the bad one.
Or get given coal, is that something to do with Krampus?
I don't know exactly whether that was... It's certainly associated with Krampus, and it's certainly associated with, if you're a bad child... when I was a kid,
Well, it's a saying, isn't it?
I was associated that Santa or Father Christmas or St. Nicholas or Sinterklaas would leave a lump of coal for bad children.
Or Thor.
Sinterklaas, there you go. That's just for another day, that is.
For another day.
For another day. Anyway, so I believe that, yes, coal is also associated with
You'll
Krampus.
get coal in your stocking. But the thing about being given coal in a stocking is that it's actually quite useful. Mm-hmm. Unless it's just one lump. Is it one lump or like loads?
I just think it's just a lump. If it was loads, I'd be happy because you can put it on the fire and it stay warm. So, way. Anyway, so Christianity starts to come in. You've got these people that are still doing, celebrating these old Alpine Germanic pagan rituals and enjoying themselves. And as we've already said, it gets melded into the Christian belief because the Christians aren't able to completely exercise it from the locals' traditions, you see. So St. Nicholas appears, who is the all-malevolent character who rewards people and blesses people. But he needs his dark side. So Krampus is... The tradition of Krampus at this point has now been tagged on to St. Nicholas as his helper. So Krampus is like the opposite to St. Nicholas, but helps St. Nicholas. But
they're a double act.
They're a double act. St. Nicholas kind of allows him to deal with all the naughty children on Krampusnacht, you see. And as I say, that's this is where I did mention about chains. From my research, I don't believe the chains were associated pre-Christian. From what I found, it is that associating Krampus with having chains as well as his bells to lure the children in is an introduction possibly from the Christian church to mark the binding of the devil in chains.
Well, that would make sense given it's Krampus and that's association with devil.
Yeah, exactly. So Krampus, when we're talking about the being associated with the devil and his look, because he's like that demonic goat, again, he's shown at times to actually have one human leg and then one goat leg.
Ooh, I don't like that at all. That's weird.
That's weird. But in most depictions, having both being goat legs, and it's very popular. And back in the 1800s, when it became popular to send Christmas cards, images of Krampus were often sent out, and they were quite both kind of saucy as well as terrifying.
Maybe one for Hellraiser fans.
Perhaps. Anyway, so Krampus, as I say, his appearance has changed, and of course now his appearance, except in movies, where they've started to take more of a demonised approach to him.
Well, if you're moving into the kind of movie territory, then that's kind of where I came into the idea of
Krampus.
knowing Krampus.
Yeah, we'll cover that in a moment. But in fact, Krampus was originally depicted, as I said, as a half goat, half demon with a mangled, deranged face, bloodshot eyes, hairy black body, a long pointed. Oh, I forgot about the long pointed tongue and sharp fangs and horns that curl up from his head. And Krampus is often pictured, as I've already mentioned, with one human foot and one cloven foot. And that's how it kind of sat for many years. Although the modern depictions of Krampus, the Christmas demon, are still terrifying in appearance, he has kind of been made more wholesome in terms of how he takes his victims, but he keeps some original aspects that made him terrifying to begin with. Krampus is known to have some important appearance details that relate back to Christian and pagan traditions, such as I say, the chains and the bells and the birch twigs to beat people with. And even today, they still have Krampus runs where they're festivals.
Do they hold them in England at all?
I don't believe so.
Because looking into it, I think there was something up at Whitby.
Do you know, there may well have been. Now you mention it.
I think there's a Krampus run up at Whitby.
It could be. If there is, it's a recent introduction in the recent year or years. Maybe because we had COVID, it's probably maybe it just started before COVID, and then there's no chance to do anything. But certainly in Austria and Germany, they have Krampus runs where again people.
Oh, well, they're embedded into
they dress up
the annual celebrations.
Yeah,
So.
and they're part of the Christmas celebration, and people will come to watch all the Krampus run through the streets, and they will. They will give you a clout.
That's the
I
thing.
think they're allowed to hit you on the back of the leg.
I came across a TripAdvisor advert for a Krampus runs occurring,
really? Did you?
and what they said was, "Hold on to your valuables."
Righty ho. Interesting enough, the bundles of birch twigs that they carry, that you often see Krampus carrying to strike people with.
Yeah.
The bundle is actually a traditional symbol of Alpine pagan origin, known as a rutan.
A rutan.
A rutan, spelled R-U-T-E-N, or rutan.
Rutan, okay.
Rutan. I pronounce it rutan.
Rutan, that's kind of like your Doctor Who kind of green blobby monster. But we're not talking about Doctor Who. We're talking about Krampus.
Krampus. So anyway, these were made up by binding up twigs of fresh cut birch branches and used for whipping, basically.
How lovely.
That's it. And so some people use gold-painted rutan steel to hang on their walls in their homes to remind the children of Krampus and to behave themselves.
I think I heard something about that, yeah.
So they're still using these bundles of rutan, these birch twigs.
Be good, children!
They're spraying them with gold paint. They've become a traditional Christmas decoration.
I tell you what, we should do that. That would be really cool.
We'll go and get a bundle of birch twigs.
Yeah, spray them gold and put them on the mantelpiece.
Well, I'm a traditionalist. I wouldn't spray them gold. I'd just
birch.
bind them up, hang them up as naturally.
There we go.
That sounds pretty cool.
Yeah.
I like that. We should start a bit more, add to our Krampus celebrations.
Well, we've got the bell.
That's it. You have to. You see that? That's you do it like this. I'm Krampus.
Yeah, you're Krampus. I'm St. Nicholas. I don't know how to operate your bell.
Stop fiddling with my bells. Anyway, so as I say, Krampus has been known to carry these rutan, which he will occasionally swat children with. So even on the traditional Krampus runs now, they'll still carry these bundles of rutan. I don't know if I'm pronouncing this correctly, or rutan maybe. But they'll still carry them, and they'll still whack people on the back of the legs with them if you're not careful.
Don't wear skirts.
Don't wear skirts. I don't want to wear skirts. I might wear a kilt. It depends.
But don't go to a Krampus run whilst wearing a kilt.
So Krampus, actually, Zach, Krampus has various ways of attacking and kidnapping victims, and sometimes he appears with a sack, as I've already mentioned, or a basket on his back to cart away naughty children for drowning and eating. Ooh.
Drowning and eating.
And transporting them to the underworld. Oh. In some of the earlier versions of Krampus, some depict naughty children being put in a bag and taken away. Other way he attacks is by poking the children with sticks and scaring some with the realisation of them being naughty. Although the main depiction of Krampus is him kidnapping children.
Oh joy.
So in Germany and Austria and the places that still celebrate these traditional Krampusnacht, these Krampus nights. It's celebrated, as I say, on the 5th of December, the day before the feast of St. Nicholas, which is on the 6th.
Remember, everyone, Krampusnacht is on the 5th of December.
That's it. That's when he's going to come. If you've been naughty, he goes straight in the sack. Anyway, Krampus night is when the wicked devil appears in the streets, sometimes with St. Nicholas. As I say, St. Nicholas's helper is depicted as. So he visits homes and businesses of those that have misbehaved, while the saint often appears in vestments of a bishop and carries a golden ceremonial staff. St. Nicholas only concerns himself with the good children, while Krampus only concerns himself with the bad children. And these both differ from America's Santa Claus, with his black Wellington boots and Coca-Cola. There you go.
Is that actually where it came from, that whole association with bread?
I believe... No. Because obviously St. Nicholas is depicted in red. I believe in Holland, in the Netherlands, I believe that's Sinterklaas, or St. Nicholas there wears green. It was also traditional for him to have a helper known as Black Peter. But I don't know if they still do that in recent years because of racial issues, having somebody blacked up as Black Peter. I don't know if that still goes on. But of course, when we're talking about American Father Christmas or Santa Claus, I believe I'm right in saying that stems from a Coca-Cola ad campaign with the big fat.
We all know which one it is. We've all seen the advert.
Yeah, with the big jolly fat Father Christmas.
Ho, ho, ho.
With the black boots and the big beard advertising campaign.
Enjoying Coca-Cola.
Which is different from the traditional St. Nicholas Father Christmas, if you like. To answer your earlier question, though, Zach, St. Nicholas will give candy and nice presents to children, while Krampus gives coal and hits them with his rootin' sticks.
Love it.
Yeah, there we go. So anyway, again, Europeans have been sending and receiving greeting cards with Krampus on since the 1800s, which is what I mentioned earlier. Usually on those cards, it reads Gruß von Krampus. I'll say that again. On those cards, it reads Gruß vom Krampus, which translates to greetings from Krampus. And they usually depict the menacing figure of Krampus looking over children, and there might be funny rhymes or poems in the card, and him sticking children in his basket or hitting them with sticks and them crying and all sorts of things like that. But even now, those sort of cards have been toned down over the years, and the representation of Krampus has changed. Older styles of the cards were very much scarier compared to modern cards that depict him. And he's now being depicted as a more of a Cupid-like creature, which has also been featured on postcards and candy packing. So they've really sort of toned him down. But I do remember seeing a news broadcast with, I think it was in a shopping centre in Germany, where they had this fantastic display. And in the UK, when we have you go into a shopping centre, they have animated reindeer, don't they?
Yeah.
Little heads that bob up and down, or a penguin that's
Polar bear. Christmas tree.
Why? I don't know. Penguins live in the South Pole. I don't know.
It doesn't make geographical sense.
It doesn't make geographical sense. Santa's from the North Pole. They have penguins. But anyway, maybe somebody can write in the comments and explain why they have penguins in the North Pole at Christmas. But anyway, so we have these displays of all these lovely little animals doing things. Whereas in Germany, in the shopping centre, there's this fantastic thing where there's this giant Krampus who's got this child by the ankle, and he's lifting the screaming child, and the child's screaming, and then he's being dunked in his sack. And all the kids are there going, wow, that's brilliant.
That's brilliant. Why can't we have decorations like this?
It's traumatizingly terrifying, but it was really good.
It teaches to keep your kids in line.
Ooh, remember the Krampus spell. So yeah, so that is kind of my
remember the 5th of December.
Yeah, Krampusnacht and bells. Anyway, so that's
that was good actually. I quite like that.
So that's kind of where, from its early origins of Krampus coming from this goddess, perhaps this goddess Pectu, all the way through to being blended in with Christianity and having to accept that the locals like their pagan traditions and making him the darker side of St. Nicholas. There you go. And that's why we have Krampusnacht, and they still have Krampus runs. But you said, quite rightly so, you were kind of introduced to Krampus, although
Via the movies.
I've been familiar with Krampus
For a while.
For many years, but the characters become more popular
Through the movies.
through the movies and to use as a movie character. So that's where you come in, because you've obviously learnt about Krampus.
I've seen a few of the movies. We've
had-
got a few of them with us here today.
Yeah, and I think probably what we're going to do now that all our listeners know what Krampusnacht is about,
Yeah.
what Krampus is, what he looks like, that he comes and punishes and steals away the naughty children. Perhaps if the listeners haven't indulged in watching any Krampus movies,
Definitely do.
this is the opportunity for you listeners to learn maybe what's good and what's not so
good.
Overall, now you've made a list of the movies.
I've made a list. Now, this list does include films we haven't yet seen. Or have.
Right,
obviously.
so you've basically accumulated a list of as many Krampus movies as you have
Well,
been able to find.
They have whether or not they're actually Krampus movies is debatable by some of them,
Right.
but they have Krampus in the title,
Okay.
at least to some extent, or include Krampus.
Okay, I appreciate that, because I know a movie that we watched recently, which, yeah, we'll get to that. So you've got a list of these Krampus associated.
Yeah, it's
movies.
about 10.
About 10.
About
So
10.
do you want to read out the list of
Some of
movies?
which we have seen.
Okay, and we're gonna review for you listeners the ones we've seen, but let's have the whole list, Zach.
Okay, Krampus:
Okay,
The Devil Returns,
that's one.
which is a sequel to Krampus: The Christmas Devil.
Okay, that's two.
Krampus Unleashed,
3,
Krampus: The Reckoning,
4,
Krampus Origins,
5,
Mother Krampus 2 Sleigh Ride,
6,
Mother Krampus,
7,
A Christmas Horror Story,
8,
Krampus,
9.
Rare Exports.
Ah, yes, rare exports, 10.
And there we go.
So there's our 10.
So of those, we have seen
5.
5.
So let's look at those 5 now, and let's review them for the listeners, because actually some of these are gems and some of them stink. I like both a good Christmas movie, Die Hard. I like a good Christmas movie.
It is a Christmas
movie. Die Hard is a Christmas movie. I don't care if you say it isn't. It is. Anyway, so I like a good Christmas movie. I like a good horror movie. And blending the two at this festive time of the year, call me weird, but it's really quite fun. And when I get it right, they get it right. And when I get it wrong,
They get it so
wrong.
So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be ranking some of the Krampus films that we've
Okay.
actually seen.
Let me see. Okay.
So,
What have we got first?
first up, Mother Krampus.
Mother Krampus.
Or Mother Krampus 2 Sleigh Ride,
Right.
which is what we discovered when we actually put it in the DVD player.
Right. Because the actual cover actually just says Mother Krampus. Whereas, as you say, it's a sequel. But it didn't have any
No.
obvious thing. And on the cover, it depicts a lady who looks like she's come out of a TV screen.
Yeah, she kind of looks a bit Christmassy, I
Well,
guess.
she's in like a Christmas outfit, like a Santa Claus outfit.
Misleading front cover,
But
this
she
one.
also looks. She's in a forest, and she also looks like the thing. What's the one? The Ring. Which
Yeah.
comes out the TV screen.
Yeah.
So if you can imagine that character with a red dress on and a hood, like Red Riding Hood, has nothing to do with
Has
the movie at
nothing
all.
to do
With the movie. In fact, Krampus, I believe, was never even mentioned in the movie.
No,
It
it's
was,
just called Mother Krampus.
It
There is
was-
no connection to Krampus whatsoever. It's really mind-boggling.
It was it was Christmas in the movie,
Yeah.
but that's it.
It's just about an escaped lunatic that
Who-
kills some people. And the weird thing about it was that if you're a fan of the Halloween franchise, it looked like a Captain Kirk Halloween mask.
Yeah, it looked like they'd done
They put a wig on it.
It was basically female Michael Myers.
Yeah, but really bad.
Really bad.
So bad.
So it's okay. This is in the number 1 position at the moment because we haven't looked at any other movies.
We're going to have to change that pronto.
Pronto, because that is a real. How did you say it? It was a big pile of
Krampus.
Krampus. Yes. So, anyway, what have we got next?
Next up, Krampus, the Christmas Devil.
Okay.
Now, notice the cover on this one. We're going to see another one in a minute.
Okay.
But the cover is somewhat looks like that.
Okay. Now I kind of remember watching this one, but I don't think I've seen it for.
Now this, as opposed to Mother Krampus, actually has Krampus in it.
Okay.
And I thought this was going to be the super bad one, but then I saw Mother Krampus.
Hang on a second. Is this the one where Krampus has got somebody in a cage?
Yes.
Oh dear.
In a somewhat
Yes. In a kind of
unclothed fashion.
Yeah, that. Yeah.
It was weird, because then it had Santa in it as well, but he was effing and blinding.
Yeah, he was a bad Santa.
Bad Santa.
It's bad Santa. Bad Santa's a good movie.
Good movie.
This one isn't.
No.
Okay, so this one is now going. This is really mad. This one's getting first place because it was actually better than Mother Krampus.
And I didn't even think that was possible.
No, Krampus the Christmas Devil is so bad, you kind of like thought it couldn't get any worse.
Yeah.
Until we watched Mother Krampus. Yeah, we'll never get that time back.
Oh dear.
Okay, so now Krampus the Christmas Devil is in first position.
Oof.
Mother Krampus is at number 2.
We're going to have to change this pronto.
Okay, so what have we got?
A classic. A Christmas horror story.
Yes.
I hear you cry out with joy.
Oh, a Christmas Horror Story. If you haven't seen the Christmas Horror Story, that is one of my favourite little Christmas gems. It has actually got William Shatner in it.
Yeah, he's playing like a DJ, and it kind of revolves around his DJ radio station. It
Yeah.
kind of acts almost as an anthology movie. It's got a couple of different things going on.
I like it because it's all set at Christmas Eve, if I'm correct.
Yeah, Christmas Eve in Bailey Downs.
Bailey Downs. Bailey Downs actually comes up in another movie.
Yeah, do you remember?
Let me think. Listeners are going to be screaming at me right now. See, that's it. It's like when you have things like Nightmare on Elm Street, which are in what's Nightmare on Elm Street? Which town's that in? Oh, I can't think. Oh, what about Halloween?
Halloween, that's Haddonfield.
Haddonfield. So you have these horror franchises that have a town that keeps recurring.
Yeah.
And Bailey Downs, it's come to me now. So
Yeah.
I had to keep talking to
Good.
try to drag it out there.
I was gonna. Yeah.
Ginger Snaps.
Correct.
Ginger Snaps werewolf movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that
A
was
very good trilogy of werewolf movies.
Yeah. I did enjoy them as a werewolf movie. And the two actresses that played Ginger and her sister, really
Bridget.
good. Bridget, that's it. And I liked the third movie on that one because that one was
That was a prequel.
prequel. And that
Ginger
was,
Snaps back at the beginning.
it was Ginger Snaps
Ginger Snaps Unleashed.
and then Ginger Snaps.
Ginger
back.
Snaps back at the beginning.
But they are in Bailey Downs.
Yes.
And this is based in
Bailey Downs. I think it was made by the same people.
It's great. But William Shatner's really good in it.
Yeah.
It's really good. And the thing is, it's is it three different
Three or
stories?
four stories.
One. Okay, yeah, because you
Got the Changeling one.
changing one. Some people in a school.
Locked in school, yeah.
You've got
The Santa.
Santa. Is there a?
Yes, it's the Krampus one where they kind of get possessed by Krampus. Do you remember that?
Yes. Yeah, that's
Yeah.
where Krampus comes into this movie.
But he's in kind of two of the stories.
Yeah, and I like the Krampus as the Krampus that is presented.
The
in
creature design is
Oh, yeah.
fantastic.
They've spent the money on the Krampus creature.
Unlike Krampus the Christmas Devil.
if you actually see,
He's just a guy in a
if
hood.
you actually watch Christmas Horror Story, the Krampus in that is great. It's white. It makes a change because it's a white Krampus.
Yeah.
And I do believe after watching, I think it was behind the scenes,
He's muscular.
he's a
Krampus.
really big muscle bodybuilder. And and as you say, the design was great.
I think this movie has pretty much anything you could want.
Yeah.
It's got action, horror.
And a really good twist.
Oh, that twist.
And I am not
that
spoiling.
twist
I am
is...
not spoiling the twist for anything, but it has got a brilliant twist that not only is like it just makes you laugh, but it's just like, oh man,
It tops it off. It
tops
tops it off.
Yeah, so I'm gonna, without a shadow of a doubt, Christmas Horror Story goes into number 1. There it is.
Okay, we're getting in.
What have we got next?
Next up,
Dun, dun, dun.
Krampus.
Now this was a big budget one, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was the kind of mainstream big budget Krampus movie. Now, if you look at the front cover, that compared to Christmas Devil.
They've just literally almost copied the artwork.
Because I think we got Krampus the Christmas Devil first,
Uh-huh.
and you thought it
That-
was that one.
Yeah.
We then later got
Krampus.
Krampus, the big budget version, the next year.
Mm-hmm.
So we were really disappointed with the Christmas Devil.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Krampus.
Krampus takes it up a notch. I mean, it was a good, fun movie.
I like it.
And
I
I've
like
watched it a couple of times.
Because Krampus in it, it's big.
Yeah.
He's kind of like wearing a big red hood.
Yeah,
And he kind of has like a Santa face, but the big tongue.
but he doesn't. He's not giving away too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's kind of silhouetted because he's jumping across roofs and stuff because they've got loads of CGI and stuff.
It's a difficult one to place now because having that one against the Christmas Horror Story. I mean, this episode is about Krampus,
Yeah.
and that film is about Krampus, whereas Christmas Horror Story has Krampus,
in it.
but
He's
it's-
on the front cover.
yeah,
Look,
he's-
the
yes.
bauble.
He's in it, but he's not the main character.
That is true.
Ooh.
Oh,
This is a hard one.
That is tough.
Yeah.
It's definitely above Mother Krampus and a Christmas Devil.
Well, there is a huge chasm, the chasm of Gunn Gap between Krampus, A Christmas Devil, and A Christmas Horror Story. But where were we going to put Krampus compared to the Christmas Horror Story?
I think, personally, if we're going for the horror factor, the scarier Krampus is in Krampus 2015.
Yep.
But I really do like the depiction of Krampus in A Christmas Horror Story.
But I think it's only fair to say that the whole focus of this podcast is about Krampus, and the movie Krampus is all about Krampus. Christmas Horror Story, as beloved as it is as a fantastic,
As a festive horror film,
yeah, but it is not.
that is like top notch.
But it's not solely Krampus. So because simply we're discussing Krampus, I'm going to have to put Krampus in front of Christmas Horror Story. But
It feels so wrong to do that, but I feel your justification is very valid on that point.
yeah, I kind of feel A Christmas Horror Story is better in a lot of ways than to Krampus.
Mm-hmm.
But Krampus is a total Krampus
What I
movie.
really like about Christmas Horror Story is kind of that anthology style because
Mm-hmm.
it's very different. You don't usually get films like that now.
Yep.
Whereas everything's more kind of the single story.
Yeah, I know. But what I do recall about Krampus, the movie, is that there's a lot of physical effects in it.
Yeah, it's got like, I think Krampus actually got like all these little minions,
Yeah, he's got like these clown
and
type
toys and
of
things.
toys,
That,
which it's
there's an evil gingerbread man at one point.
yeah, it's not so much. Was there any CGI in it? Perhaps a little.
A bit when he's jumping across the roofs.
Right, but the rest of it is all physical effects.
Yeah.
And actually, I quite like that. That's very 80s, and it was very well done.
Yeah, because it's kind of
And
almost...
very creepy.
Yeah, because in that, it's kind of like a base under siege, but it's the family house.
Yeah, the family house.
And they get snowed in.
Mhm.
And it turns out that,
But the family themselves aren't a very nice family.
no, you kind of... Most of them have it coming.
That's why Krampus is coming to visit. You know, remember Krampus. If you hear the bells,
Remember
It might-
the 5th of December.
it might not be Santa. Okay. So we're going to leave it because this is a Krampus episode. Krampus is going in front of Christmas Horror Story. If I could, anyway,
yeah.
it's going to stay there. What have we got next?
Our final one.
Okay, out of the 10
Yes.
that you found, and the 5 that we've watched,
Yeah, we're going to have to do another one next year when we've seen the
the
other
other
5.
5, yeah. Review
Final
them.
one. Rare Exports, A Christmas Tale. Oh.
Suit you, sir.
Creme de la creme.
Suit you, sir.
This is really good.
Now, this one is actually it's Scandinavian, yeah?
Yeah, yeah,
It's a
yeah.
Scandinavian movie. So along the same sort of lines as Troll Hunter,
Similar.
Dead
yeah.
Snow,
Yeah, it's subtitled,
Yeah,
so
so-
it does have that.
but it does have some English speakers in it.
Yeah,
Yeah, because there are people that speak English. So as long as you don't mind reading the subtitles and you don't find that detracts from the movie,
which I don't.
yeah, I don't know, it's fine. But it's really, really good.
Yeah. Oh,
Really good. You said that the Krampus in the last in the movie. All the listeners are getting. I'm saying Krampus so much. The last movie, which is called Krampus, had a gigantic Krampus in it.
yeah.
Rare Exports
Blooming
has
super
a
massive.
kaiju Krampus. It's ridiculous.
Because it kind of revolves around the fact that they kind of discover this kind of ancient burial mound.
Yeah, it's like Krampus has become, the December the 5th, Krampus runs festival kind of thing. That it's a thing which is become a tradition, but everybody actually has forgotten the reality behind it.
Yeah.
And then they accidentally discover the reality behind it.
Well, that's the thing. They think they have captured Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They do. Now, that might sound comical in a way, but they think they have, but they haven't.
It's the way it's presented is so creepy.
Yeah, it's, for me, what gets me is the elves.
Yeah. Yeah.
Elves.
Because that's it. They think it's Santa, but they're actually the elves.
The elves are old men.
Yeah.
And they think that that's Santa.
Yeah.
You know,
And
because
there's loads of them.
people have this preconception of that Santa is
A bearded old man.
bearded old man, and it's not. They are old, naked men actually.
Yeah.
But they are so creepy.
So creepy. They just kind of stare at you.
And then they find Krampus.
They can smell the blood of
That's it.
children.
They can smell children. You see, that's what kind of reanimates.
Because they kind of
them.
kidnap
'Cause they-
the
yeah.
children and everything.
Oh man, it's a good movie, that one.
Makes you wanna watch it,
love
doesn't it?
But the thing is, it's the star of the movies, the little boy,
Yeah.
and he has been in what was that Samuel L. Jackson movie,
Big game.
Big Game, and I think he's been in several movies. That little lad.
Since this, yeah.
Yeah, and he does a fantastic job, and I love he's got his little toy. Whoopee.
It looks like it's kind of like a furry bag
Yeah, on a string.
that he drags across the floor. It's so cute. It's so cute.
Come with me, Whoopee. I want a Whoopee.
Yeah. There you
I
go.
should have a Christmas Whoopee.
We talked about budget Christmas this year.
Yeah. Well, budget Christmas. We're having imagination Christmas.
I've got a pogo stick.
I've got a Hulu.
Woohoo! Imagination Christmas.
Yay!
That was a
Yes.
Simpsons reference.
That's right. It's because everybody's got no money this year. Got to think about paying the bills. So anyway, Rare Exports, A Christmas Tale. Totally a Krampus movie.
Totally a Krampus movie. Definitely recommended. Definitely recommended. So I think for the kind of lead position, it's the difference between the mainstream Krampus movie
Yep.
and Rare Exports: A Christmas Tale, which is kind of almost our preferred go-to when it comes to Krampus.
Yeah, when you're talking Krampus, if it would be Rare Exports for me.
Yeah, I personally Rare Exports, but I think if you're new to Krampus, you want to see what Krampus is all about,
Go to Krampus.
go to Krampus 2015, the mainstream version.
And if you're familiar with Krampus, then definitely go for A Christmas Horror Story.
Definitely recommended. Mother Krampus and Krampus the Christmas Devil. Yeah, you can pass on those.
Yeah,
you don't need to watch them.
unless you are a complete film nut who is happy to give up that time to watching them just so that you know you've watched them. Yeah, watch them, but don't spend any money on them.
Yeah,
Please.
get them free if you
Get
can.
them free if you can, or if somebody is
If
desperately
anyone
trying-
wants them free on DVD, comment below.
Go below.
Postage charges may apply.
Yeah, postage charges may lie. Yeah, unless you can come pick them up. Anyway, so so we're going to put Rare Exports top of the list.
I think so.
Okay, so let's have a rundown.
Okie dokie. In 5th place we have.
Mother Krampus,
In 4th place we have.
Krampus the Christmas Devil,
In 3rd place we have.
A Christmas Horror Story,
In 2nd place.
Krampus,
In 1st place.
Rare Exports, A Christmas Tale. Oh, that's so choice.
What a fine selection. Well,
fine selection.
the top three. The top three are fine selection. The other two,
We won't talk about them.
we'll chuck them in the bin.
Bargain bucket bin.
Bargain bucket, yeah. See if we can give them all.
Anyway, and so that's all about Krampus.
Krampusnacht.
Krampusnacht. Now it's time, if I'm not mistaken, to reveal Word of the Week.
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 There we go.
Okay, so the word of the week was Sakudry.
I don't know what Sakudry is, Zach.
So, would you like to know what Sakudry is?
I would like to know what Sakudry is so that I can use Sakudry in a conversation.
So, Sakudry means arrogance or conceit in Anglo-Norman.
So if I think somebody's being arrogant or conceited, I can say, this person is very
Sakudry.
Sakudry.
That sounded very Scottish.
Sakudry.
Sakudry!
Sakudry.
If you say it, then your pronunciation doesn't need to be exact.
Okay, Sakudry.
Sakudry.
Oh, what a Sakudry type of person.
Honestly, what a... I don't know how to use that in a sentence, actually.
That person is very Sakudry.
So, we've learned all about Krampusnacht!
Krampusnacht!
Well, I've certainly learned a lot more about Krampus than I ever thought I really could, because all I thought was, he's just a goat man dude who whips children.
And they stick him in movies.
Yeah.
No, it's a real long-lived
Lots of mythology there, folklore.
paganism, and it's great. And if you've never heard of Krampusnacht, you've never heard of Krampus, I think you should. I think you should add it into your
Festive season.
festive season.
If you enjoyed this podcast, please like and subscribe to this channel and comment below any suggestions of topics or activities you'd like to listen to in future episodes. You can find the Now We Know Show podcast on YouTube, Spotify, Amazon Music and Apple Podcasts. Check out the Zak Wylde Productions social media pages on Facebook, Instagram and Twitter, or visit the Zak Wylde Productions website at www.zakwyldeproductions.com. Please get in contact, we'd love to find out how you're listening to us. So get in touch in the comments and don't forget to check out Zak Wylde Productions on Patreon to become an official ZWP patron today. That's a big Krampusnacht. Goodbye from Zak.
And let's listen out for the bells on Krampusnacht. Goodbye from Buzz. Goodbye.
Good Krampusnacht! Ow! I'm Zak.
And I'm Buzz.
So what we're going to be doing is we're going to be ranking some of the Krampus films that we've
Okay.
actually seen.
That we've seen. Okay.
So,
What have we got first?
first up, Mother Krampus.
Mother Krampus.
Or Mother Krampus 2 Sleigh Ride.
Right.
Which is what we discovered when we actually put it in the DVD player.
Right. Because the actual cover actually just says Mother Krampus. Whereas, as you say, it's a sequel. But it didn't have any
No.
obvious thing. And on the cover, it depicts a lady who looks like she's come out of a TV screen.
Yeah, she kind of looks a bit Christmassy, I
Well,
guess.
she's in like a Christmas outfit, like a Santa Claus outfit.
Misleading front cover,
But
this
she
one.
also looks. She's in a forest, and she also looks like the thing. What's the one? The Ring. Which
Yeah.
comes out the TV screen.
Yeah.
So if you can imagine that character with a red dress on and a hood, like Red Riding Hood, has nothing to do with
Has
the movie
nothing
at all.
to do
With the movie. In fact, Krampus, I believe, was never even mentioned in the movie.
No,
It
it's
was,
just called Mother Krampus.
It
There is
was-
no connection to Krampus whatsoever. It's really mind-boggling.
It was it was Christmas in the movie,
Yeah.
but that's it.
It's just about an escaped lunatic that
Who
kills some
people.
people. And the weird thing about it was that if you're a fan of the Halloween franchise, it looked like a Captain Kirk Halloween mask.
It looked like they'd done
They put a wig on it.
It was basically female Michael Myers.
Yeah, but really bad.
Really bad.
So bad.
So it's okay. This is in the number one position at the moment because we haven't looked at any other movies.
We're going to have to change that pronto.
Pronto, because that is a real. How did you say it? It was a big pile of
Crapmas.
Krampus. Yes. So, anyway, what have we got next?
Next up, Krampus, the Christmas Devil.
Okay.
Now, notice the cover on this one. We're going to see another one in a minute.
Okay.
But the cover is somewhat looks like that.
Okay. Now I kind of remember watching this one, but I don't think I've seen it for.
Now this, as opposed to Mother Krampus, actually has Krampus in it.
Okay.
And I thought this was going to be the super bad one, but then I saw Mother Krampus.
Hang on a second. Is this the one where Krampus has got somebody in a cage?
Yes.
Oh dear.
In a somewhat
Yes. In a kind of
unclothed fashion.
Yeah, that. Yeah.
It was weird, because then it had Santa in it as well, but he was effing and blinded.
Yeah, he was a bad Santa.
Bad Santa.
It's a bad Santa. Bad Santa's a good movie.
Good movie.
This one isn't.
No.
Okay, so this one is now going. This is really mad. This one's getting first place because it was actually better than Mother Krampus.
And I didn't even think that was possible.
No, Krampus the Christmas Devil is so bad, you kind of like thought it couldn't get any worse
Yeah.
until we watched Mother Krampus. Yeah, we'll never get that time back.
Oh dear.
Okay, so now Krampus the Christmas Devil is in first position.
Oof.
Mother Krampus is at number 2.
We're going to have to change this pronto.
Okay, so what have we got?
A classic. A Christmas Horror Story.
Yes.
I hear you cry out with joy.
Oh, A Christmas Horror Story. If you haven't seen A Christmas Horror Story, that is one of my favourite little Christmas gems. It has actually got William Shatner in it.
Yeah, he's playing like a DJ, and it kind of revolves around his DJ radio station. It
Yeah.
kind of acts almost as an anthology movie. It's got a couple of different things going on.
I
hasn't
like it because it's all set at Christmas Eve, if I'm correct.
Yeah, Christmas Eve in Bailey Downs.
Bailey Downs. Bailey Downs actually comes up in another movie.
Yeah, do you remember?
Let me think. Listeners are going to be screaming at me right now. See, that's it. It's like when you have things like Nightmare on Elm Street, which are in what's Nightmare on Elm Street? Which town's that in? Oh, I can't think. Oh, what about Halloween?
Halloween, that's Haddonfield.
Haddonfield. So you have these horror franchises that have a town that keeps recurring,
Yeah.
and Bailey Downs. It's come to me now.
Yeah.
I had to keep talking to
Good.
try
I
to
was
drag it out there.
I was gonna. Yeah.
Ginger Snaps.
Correct.
Ginger Snaps werewolf movie.
Yeah.
Yeah, and that
A
was
very good trilogy of werewolf movies.
Yeah. I did enjoy them as a werewolf movie. And the two actresses that played Ginger and her sister, really
Bridget.
good. Bridget, that's it. And I liked the third movie on that one because that one was
That was a prequel.
prequel. And that was
Ginger
good.
Snaps Back at the beginning.
Yeah, it was Ginger Snaps
Ginger Snaps Unleashed.
and then Ginger Snaps.
Ginger
back.
Snaps Back at the beginning.
But they are in Bailey Downs.
Yes.
And this is based in
Bailey Downs. I think it was made by the same people.
It's great. But William Shatner's really good in it.
Yeah.
It's really good. And the thing is, it's is it three different stories?
3 or 4 stories.
One. Okay, yeah, because you
Got the Changeling one.
changing one, some people in a school.
Locked in a school, yeah.
You've got
The Santa.
Santa. Is there a?
Yes, it's the Krampus one where they kind of get possessed by Krampus. Do you remember that?
Yes, yeah, that's
Yeah.
where Krampus comes into this movie.
But he's in kind of 2 of the stories.
Yeah, and I like the Krampus as the Krampus that is presented.
The
in
creature design is
Oh, yeah.
fantastic.
They've spent the money on the Krampus creature.
Unlike Krampus the Christmas Devil.
if you actually see,
He's just a guy in a hood.
if you actually watch a Christmas Horror Story, the Krampus in that is great. It's white. It makes a change because it's a white Krampus.
Yeah.
And I do believe after watching, I think it was behind the scenes.
He's a muscular
He's a
Krampus.
really big muscle bodybuilder, and and as you say, the design was great.
I think this movie has pretty much anything you could want.
Yeah.
It's got action, horror.
And a really good twist.
Oh, that twist.
And I am not
that
spoiling.
twist
I am not
is
spoiling the twist for anything, but it has got a brilliant twist that not only is like it just makes you laugh, but it's just like, oh man,
it tops it off. It
tops
tops it off.
Yeah, so I'm gonna, without a shadow of a doubt, Christmas Horror Story goes into number 1. There it is.
Okay, we're getting
What
in.
have we got next?
Next up,
Dun, dun, dun.
Krampus.
Now this was a big budget one, wasn't it?
Yeah, this was the kind of mainstream big budget Krampus movie. Now, if you look at the front cover, that compared to Christmas Devil.
They've just literally almost copied the artwork.
Because I think we got Krampus the Christmas Devil first, and you thought it was that one.
Yeah.
We then later got
Krampus.
Krampus the big budget version the next year. So we were really disappointed with the Christmas Devil.
Yeah.
Thankfully, Krampus.
Krampus takes it up a notch. I mean, it was a good fun movie.
I like it.
And
I
I've
like
watched it a couple of times.
Because Krampus in it, it's big.
Yeah.
He's kind of like wearing a big red hood.
Yeah,
And he kind of has like a Santa face, but the big tongue.
but it doesn't. He's not giving away too much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Most of the time it's kind of silhouetted because he's jumping across roofs and stuff because they've got loads of CGI and stuff.
It's a difficult one to place now because having that one against a Christmas Horror Story. I mean, this episode is about Krampus.
Yeah.
And that film is about Krampus, whereas Christmas Horror Story has Krampus in it.
He's on the front cover.
Yeah,
Look,
he's-
the
yes.
bauble.
He's in it, but he's not the main character.
That is true.
Ooh.
Oh,
This is a hard one.
That is tough.
Yeah.
It's definitely above Mother Krampus and a Christmas Devil.
Well, there is a huge chasm, the chasm of Gunn Gap between Krampus, a Christmas Devil, and a Christmas Horror Story. But where were we going to put Krampus compared to the Christmas Horror Story?
I think, personally, if we're going for the horror factor, the scarier Krampus is in Krampus 2015.
Yep.
But I really do like the depiction of Krampus in A Christmas Horror Story.
But I think it's only fair to say that the whole focus of this podcast is about Krampus, and the movie Krampus is all about Krampus. Christmas Horror Story, as beloved as it is as a fantastic...
As a festive horror film...
Yeah, but it is not...
That is, like, top-notch.
But it's not solely Krampus. So, because simply we're discussing Krampus, I'm going to have to put Krampus in front of Christmas Horror Story. But...
It feels so wrong to do that, but I feel your justification is very valid on that point.
Yeah, I kind of feel a Christmas Horror Story is better in a lot of ways than to Krampus.
Mm-hmm.
But Krampus is a total Krampus
what I
movie.
really like about Christmas Horror Story is kind of that anthology style, because it's very different. You don't usually get films like that now.
Yep.
Whereas everything's more kind of the single story.
Yep. But what I do recall about Krampus, the movie, is that there's a lot of physical effects in it.
Yeah, it's got like, I think Krampus actually got like all these little minions.
Yeah, he's got like these clown type
toys and things.
Toys, which, there's
an evil gingerbread man at one point.
Yeah, it's not so much. Was there any CGI in it? Perhaps a little.
A bit when he's jumping across the roofs.
Right, but the rest of it is all physical effects.
Yeah.
And actually, I quite like that. That's very 80s, and it was very well done.
Yeah, because it's kind of almost...
And very creepy.
Yeah, because in that, it's kind of like a base under siege, but it's the family house.
Yeah, the family house. Yeah.
And they get snowed in, and it turns out that...
But the family themselves aren't a very nice family.
No, most of them have it coming.
That's why Krampus is coming to visit, you know? Remember, Krampus, if you hear the bells...
Remember the 5th of December.
It might not be Santa. Okay, so we're going to leave it. Because this is a Krampus episode, Krampus is going in front of Christmas Horror Story. If I could, I'd... Anyway, it's going to stay there. What have we got next?
Our final one.
Okay, out of the 10 that you found, and the 5 that we've watched...
Yeah, we're going to have to do another one next year when we've seen the other 5.
Yeah.
Final one. Rare Exports, A Christmas Tale. Oh.
Suit you, sir.
Creme de la creme.
Suit you, sir.
This is really good.
Now, this one is actually... it's Scandinavian, yeah?
Yeah.
It's a Scandinavian movie. So, along the same sort of lines as Troll Hunter.
Similar.
Dead Snow.
Yeah, it's subtitled, so it does have that.
But it does have some English speakers in it.
Yeah.
Yeah, because there are people that speak English. So as long as you don't mind reading the subtitles, and you don't find that detracts from the movie,
which I don't.
Yeah, I don't know. It's fine. But it's really, really good.
Yeah.
Really good. You said that the Krampus in the movie, all the listeners are getting, I'm saying Krampus so much. The last movie, which is called Krampus, had a gigantic Krampus in it.
Yeah.
Rare Exports
has a
kaiju Krampus. It's ridiculous.
Because it kind of revolves around the fact that they kind of discover this kind of ancient burial mound.
Yeah, it's like Krampus has become... the December the 5th Krampus Runs Festival kind of thing. That it's a thing which is become a tradition, but everybody actually has forgotten the reality behind it.
Yeah.
And then they accidentally discover the reality behind it.
Well, that's the thing. They think they have captured Santa Claus.
Oh, yeah, that's right. They do. Now, that might sound comical in a way, but they think they have, but they haven't.
It's the way it's presented is so creepy.
Yeah, for me, what gets me is the elves.
Yeah. Yeah.
The elves.
Because that's it. They think it's Santa, but they're actually the elves.
The elves are old men.
Yeah.
And they think that that's Santa.
Yeah.
Because people have this preconception of that Santa is a
bearded old man.
And it's not. They are old naked men actually.
Yeah.
But they are so creepy.
So creepy. They just kind of stare at you.
And then they find Krampus.
They can smell the blood of
That's it.
children.
They can smell children, you see. That's what kind of reanimates
Because they kind of
them.
kidnap
'Cause they-
the
yeah.
children and everything.
Oh man, it's a good movie, that one.
Makes you wanna watch it,
love
doesn't it?
But the thing is, it's the star of the movies, the little boy,
Yeah.
and he has been in what was that Samuel L. Jackson movie?
Big game.
Big Game. And I think he's been in several movies, that little lad.
Since this, yeah.
Yeah, and he does a fantastic job. And I love it. He's got his little toy.
It looks like it's kind of like just like a furry bag
Yeah, on a string.
that he drags across the floor. It's so cute. It's so cute.
Come with me, Whoopi. I want a Whoopi.
Yeah. There
I
you
should
go.
have a Christmas Whoopi.
We talked about budget Christmas this year.
Yeah. Well, budget Christmas. We're having Imagination Christmas.
I've got a pogo stick.
I've got a Hulu.
Woohoo! Imagination Christmas.
Yay!
That was a
Yes.
Simpsons reference.
That's right. It's because everybody's got no money this year. Got to think about paying the bills. So anyway, Rare Exports, A Christmas Tale. Totally a Krampus movie.
Totally a Krampus movie. Definitely recommended. Definitely recommended. So I think for the kind of lead position, it's the difference between the mainstream Krampus movie
Yep.
and Rare Exports: A Christmas Tale, which is kind of almost our preferred go-to when it comes to Krampus.
Yeah, when you're talking Krampus, if it would be Rare Exports for me.
Yeah, I personally Rare Exports, but I think if you're new to Krampus, you want to see what Krampus is all about,
Go to Krampus.
go to Krampus 2015, the mainstream version.
And if you're familiar with Krampus, then definitely go for A Christmas Horror Story.
Definitely recommended. Mother Krampus and Krampus the Christmas Devil. Yeah, you can pass on those.
Yeah,
You don't need to watch them.
unless you are a complete film nut who is happy to give up that time to watching them just so that you know you've watched them. Yeah, watch them, but don't spend any money on them.
Yeah,
Please.
get them free if you
Get
can.
them free if you can, or if somebody
If anyone wants them free on DVD, comment below.
comment below.
Postage charges may apply.
Yeah, postage charges may lie. Yeah, unless you can come pick them up. Anyway, so so we're going to put Rare Exports top of the list.
I think so.
Okay, so let's have a rundown.
Okie dokie. In 5th place, we have.
Mother Krampus,
In 4th place, we have.
Krampus the Christmas Devil,
In 3rd place, we have.
A Christmas Horror Story,
In 2nd place.
Krampus,
In 1st place.
Rare Exports, A Christmas Tale. Oh, that's so choice.
What a fine selection. Well,
fine selection.
the top three. The top three are fine selection. The other two,
We won't talk about them.
we'll chuck them in the bin.
Bargain bucket bin.
Bargain bucket, yeah. That's a big Krampusnacht. Goodbye from Zach.
And that's listen out for the bells on Krampusnacht. Goodbye from Buzz. Goodbye.
Good Krampusnacht.